Another school morning opens. The same halls, the same weight pressing down. As always, it starts with a sharp slap cutting through the routine. Blows rain on him repeatedly, a cycle that never seems to end. A pack of bullies surrounds him, feeding off habit and cruelty. This torment has lasted for years, but today feels strangely different. For once, he barely reacts, his focus drifting somewhere else. A system window floats before his eyes, impossible to ignore. Fists keep landing, yet his expression no longer matches the pain. He laughs, wild and unhinged, echoing through the corridor. The bullies freeze, convinced something inside him has snapped. Their fear twists into rage, driving them to hit harder. Instead, Taehyun moves, sending the lead thug flying with one strike. The others stand stunned, their confidence shattered in an instant. They stare in disbelief. The weakling has awakened at last. Still, they smirk, awakened fighters themselves, unfazed by the change. Like cowards, they rush him together, trusting numbers over skill. Taehyun slips past their swings, his movements clean and calm. He drops them one after another, effortless and precise. The main thug stirs, rising with fury burning in his eyes. His stone skin activates, hardening his body like armor. He charges forward, reckless power driving his assault. Taehyun avoids the rampage, steps light against brute force. The bully jumps high, preparing a crushing attack from above. The strike falls heavy, aimed to end everything at once. Certain of victory, the bully believes Taehyun is finished. In a blink, Taehyun appears behind him, striking back hard. Something goes wrong. The moment twists against expectation. The blow fails. Pain shoots through Taehyun's hand instead. The impact sends Taehyun flying backward through the air. He slams into the ground, the force stealing his breath. The damage is severe, his body refusing to respond. Seeing an opening, the bully moves in to end it. Pushed to the edge, Taehyun triggers his only skill. The system names it predation, a word that changes everything. A blazing red aura erupts, stopping the next attack cold. The strike meets his guard and breaks, powerless against him. Then something invisible shifts, the air itself reacting. Power drains from the bully, drawn into Taehyun's grasp. The crimson glow swells, shocking the entire school. When the dust finally clears, silence follows. The bully lies motionless, fully defeated, his earlier threat completely erased. Taehyun finishes predation. The system confirms the enemy skill is copied. The power settles in him, stone skin now part of his own body. It raises a question. How did someone so weak gain such power? The answer is simple. He returned to the past with it. Kim Taehyun was once 35, living an unremarkable life as a porter. He survived by hauling cargo for awakened fighters far stronger than him. One day, while collecting loot after another dangerous run, he worked carefully, focused only on finishing his assigned task. In an instant, every awakened fighter around him vanished. He was left alone, face to face with something unimaginable. An SS rank monster, a being no one had ever recorded before. It killed him without hesitation, ending that ordinary life. After death, his consciousness did not fade into nothing. Instead, he met a mythical existence known only as the King. The King offered no answers, only granted power without explanation. Then time rewound, returning Taehyun to his 19-year-old body. Now he stands here, having crushed the bullies with borrowed fate. Taehyun gathers the broken bodies and drags them straight to the teacher. When she demands an explanation, her eyes sharp with suspicion, he calmly says they all fell down the stairs together. She treats Taehyun first, closing his wounds with healing magic. The bullies, however, require far more serious medical attention. Leaving school, Taehyun feels satisfaction awakening and settling things with Hyuksu. Yet a lingering doubt presses on his thoughts as he walks. Predation, his rank, something feels fundamentally off. A lifetime of effort barely changed it, yet one fight raised it. He suspects F rank, yet its output surpasses C rank limits, and he learns predation steals defeated enemies' skills. Climbing the stairs, questions pound his mind about the King and this regression. Even so, Taehyun knows one priority matters above all else now. He stops in front of a familiar house, memories flooding back. A quiet smile forms, calm hiding sharper intent beneath. It is his uncle's place, where he lived after losing his parents. Knowing his uncle is late, Taehyun enters, planning to search for skill records, but something feels wrong. The moment he steps inside, an unpleasant surprise reveals itself. Standing there is his cousin, Hwang Jae-young. Taehyun immediately asks why he is not at school. His gaze drops, locking onto the money box scattered on the floor. Memories return. Even before regression, Jae-young chased bullies and stole the household money. Of all days, this happens now. The bullies also learn Taehyun is Jae-young's cousin. One blonde bully steps forward, warning Taehyun to walk away quietly if he wants to avoid trouble. He adds they will leave peacefully once they get exactly what they came for. Then he slips up, calling Taehyun an unawakened like it is an insult. Taehyun smiles, sensing the opening he has been waiting for. He moves first, driving a heavy punch straight forward. The bully crashes down hard, sprawled across the floor. Taehyun follows in, aiming another strike to trigger predation. But the instant he tries to activate the skill, predation fails to respond, locked and unavailable. Taehyun freezes for a brief, dangerous moment. In that opening, a kick slams into Taehyun's face, snapping his head aside. His body stumbles back, balance breaking. The remaining bullies activate their skills together. Bind, poison, and bleed surge toward him at once. The effects strike Taehyun in rapid succession. The blonde bully mocks him, blaming him for pretending to be unawakened. Then everything shifts, and when the dust settles, Taehyun stands untouched, having absorbed all their skills. Thanks to the unknown power, resistance succeeds and predation reactivates. Taehyun reels inside, confused by how the skill failed, then erased enemy effects at will. Even so, one thing is clear. The power is overwhelming. Using predation, Taehyun strikes back and ends the fight. After dealing with the bullies, Taehyun learns two critical facts. The encounter leaves him with answers and deeper questions. The status window shows awakened data, yet much information remains hidden. First, mana was sufficient, yet predation failed, meaning other conditions affect activation. Second, predation hides a passive effect, resisting and nullifying abnormal states like poison or bleed. Taehyun decides to verify these conclusions step by step. His thoughts break when he notices his cousin Hwang Ji-yoon kneeling before him. Jae-hyung panics after seeing Taehyun's strength, regretting how he mocked him and begging for mercy. He offers humiliation without hesitation, exposing a level of cowardice Taehyun never imagined. Taehyun is not concerned about dealing with someone this pathetic, but his mind turns to another incident scheduled to happen today. As Jae-young continues barking in fear, Taehyun spares him, ordering his sly cousin to follow and help with a task. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a restaurant district, a restricted zone where alarms begin to rise. Control personnel panic as they witness a gate break forming. A gate break signals monsters emerging from the abyss, a disaster if ignored. The control officer notes it has been 10 years since the last dungeon break. This gate formed suddenly, and monsters are already pouring out. A female associate reports that judging by the monsters, a dungeon disaster is imminent, while another urgently asks the leader about evacuating nearby areas. The leader calms them, saying evacuation is unnecessary with his B-rank barrier deployed. He adds that this gate break is rated only C rank. That means the strongest monster emerging should also be C rank. The leader remains calm as associates shout. Monsters strike from behind and crack the barrier. He wipes out the attackers with a single kick, effortless and precise. He declares that even unexpected situations are manageable for B-rank awakened. Elsewhere, Junyoung and Taehyun sprint toward the gate break site. Junyoung panics, calling his cousin Sir, hoping control personnel arrived first. Taehyun shuts down the title, agrees the initial mana read is C rank, and notes B-rank control should handle it easily. Junyoung gasps for air, shouting that is exactly his point. Still, doubt lingers in Taehyun's mind, sensing this dungeon is not truly C rank. At the site, the leader has already wiped out the visible monsters, yet something feels wrong. Low-rank creatures pierced his B-rank barrier. Realization hits as he senses mana overflow exceeding his own rank. The associates warn that something massive is emerging inside the gate. A colossal figure appears, followed by more monsters forcing their way out. A giant ogre reveals itself, clearly a rank, and the leader realizes the dungeon was misjudged. In the same moment, an explosion engulfs the area. The view shifts as Junyoung demands how Taehyun knew the truth about the gate break. He points out they did not even issue an evacuation order. Taehyun hides his regression, brushing it off as intuition, which Hwang refuses to accept. Suddenly, a panicked crowd rushes past as giant monsters chase behind them. People scream warnings, telling everyone to flee when they see the cousins heading forward. Hwang anxiously asks Taehyun what he plans to do. Activating stone skin, Taehyun moves ahead, resolved to stop the monsters and catch up later. The scene cuts to another building. A man reports the situation is spiraling fast. The supposed C-rank gate is confirmed. A rank, with no reinforcements available. He concludes that only an A rank awakened can resolve this crisis. He pleads for assistance, calling them their last hope. He contacts the Blade of Lunacy, An Hyun-soo, who listens with tears in his eyes. Hyun-soo tells them to hold on, promising he is on the way. It becomes clear this A rank fighter has an overly dramatic personality. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Taehyun arrives at the perfect moment, cutting through monsters using predation. The monsters fall one after another under his assault. Their powers flow into him as predation completes. As expected, Taehyun realizes another hidden detail. He deduces predation fails due to fatigue. Once it exceeds 70%, activation stops. Most skills rely on mana to activate, yet mana alone is not the only limit. Fatigue plays a critical role. Fatigue rises with skill use and physical strain, weakening output while making the body feel heavier. It is a harsh rule, but Taehyun learns absorbing dead monsters restores mana without spending it, draining them completely. Even better, his rank shifts upward, reaching D. Stone Skin also advances, and Taehyun realizes predation fuels growth, each use pushing him further. He considers a future as S or even SS rank, once impossible as a middle-aged porter. With the area secured, he prepares to return to Junyang when a sudden disturbance pulls his attention away. An Hyun-soo drops into view mid-battle, clashing with a monster below. He burns with resolve, vowing to answer for the lives already lost. The dramatic fighter calls himself a warrior of justice. Taehyun can only stare, unsure how to react. Still, the fight does not slow. In an instant, the blade of lunacy cuts the monster down. The impact shakes the city, the creature collapsing under the force. Taehyun freezes, stunned by what he sees. He watches an A-rank monster fall effortlessly, realizing Hyunsoo once solved this gate break alone. Seeing the sword buried deep, Taehyun confirms the man matches every rumor. At the same time, he notes Hyunsoo foolishly scolding the fallen monster. Even so, Taehyun focuses on one concern: why Hyunsoo is here. He recalls that before regression, Hyunsoo fought a giant ogre elsewhere, while now he mourns the dead. As Taehyun connects the dots, a sudden skill reaction pulses through his senses. He watches Hyunsoo struck from behind by a creature appearing without warning. The attacker grins, pleased to have caught the blade of lunacy. The scene shifts to a small stores. Hwang Junyang hides inside with the school nurse, already asleep. Junyoung looks uneasy, questioning if this plan is right. His thoughts drift into a flashback. Taehyun explains how many will die in this gate break, warning him about Nurse Choi Na-young. He says she will die by healing others instead of escaping. Taehyun orders Junyoung to use sleep, sedate the nurse, and evacuate her safely. He promises to handle everything else himself. Back in the present, Junyoung wonders how Taehyun knows all this. He concludes Taehyun awakened a future sight ability. The idea overwhelms him, amazed and terrified by such power. Even so, he trusts that nothing will go wrong. The view returns to Taehyun, unsettled by how events are unfolding. A bloodied An Hyun-soo demands the attacker reveal its identity. The figure answers calmly. Impressed, Hyun-soo survived a vital strike, noting A ranks are different. The attacker is revealed as B-rank villain Han Sang-do, his ability clearly focused on stealth. He mutters that hunting will be more fun. Criminals among the awakened are known as villains. Han Sang-do is one of them, a killer who slaughtered civilians during the gate break for pleasure. Taehyun is certain Hyun-soo and Sang-do never crossed paths before his regression. That realization makes him question whether his actions altered the future. Nearby, An Hyun-soo burns with rage and calls Sang-do an evil bastard. Acting as a self-styled hero, he moves to punish the villain himself. Without warning, the ground shakes violently beneath them. A massive ogre rises, catching everyone completely off guard. Hyun-soo stands frozen, while Sang-do marvels at the A-rank monster's regeneration. The ogre rampages wildly, its power far beyond control. Terrified, Sang-do chooses to flee, abandoning Hyun-soo to the ogre. As Sang-do retreats into the chaos, he stumbles upon Taehyun watching nearby, finding fresh prey. Sang-do lunges to stab Taehyun, blind to the mistake he makes. Taehyun reacts too late, momentarily stunned. The dagger grazes past Kim's face at close range. Kim Taehyun activates Stone Skin in time, calling the villain a moron. He counters with a crushing kick that sends blood from Sang-do's nose. In that instant, Sang-do understands the truth. Taehyun is awakened. Worse, Taehyun knows everything about his stealth-based murders. Taehyun welcomes the encounter, using Stone Skin to confront the madman. The clash drags on as neither side retreats. Sang-do realizes his blades cannot pierce Kim's hardened body. Taehyun presses back, forcing Sang-do to admit his skill. Sang-do ignores how Taehyun knows him. He assumes Taehyun believes he is winning due to failed attacks. Grinning, Sang-do states the world never follows plans, then activates stealth. His body vanishes as he prepares a hidden strike. Taehyun grows overconfident, assuming nothing can bypass Stone Skin. In the next moment, Taehyun is ambushed. He senses movement and narrowly avoids a fatal hit. Shock hits him as Sang-do's blade slices through Stone Skin. blood spraying from his arm. Sang-do boasts of hunting many like Tae-hyun, striking relentlessly without pause. He mocks Tae-hyun, claiming exposed weakness brings fear, teaching that all skills have flaws. Han Sang-do continues his assault, carving into him repeatedly. Tae-hyun collapses, bloodied and gasping for breath. Reality crashes in. Stone Skin was never perfect. The truth is revealed. Stone Skin fails under overwhelming shock. The shattered section regenerated as stone again. But this new layer carried far weaker durability. Kim finally realized Sang-do targeted his stone skin from the start. Han reappears as our boy steadies himself. He grins. Learning close combat still works even on a B-rank foe, his body clearly beyond D-rank limits. Tae-hyun suddenly asks Han if the test should end now. The question leaves the lunatic frozen. Sang-do laughs, mocking him for losing reason, then lunges forward to strike our boy head-on. As Tae-hyun rambles about meeting a B-rank criminal, Han wonders why this fool keeps talking. In the very next instant, the battle shifts, flipping everything without warning. Tae-hyun admits he sought Han Sang-do to sharpen his skill. Then predation ignites, red energy flooding outward. Sang-do trembles before Kim's sinister mana, suspecting this monster hid such power all along. Han steadies his breath, refusing to care what strange skill Kim wields. He remains convinced stealth will keep him untouched no matter what. Tae-hyun crushes that belief, echoing Sang-do's words. Every skill hides a fatal weakness. He learned this truth by devouring countless monsters, many slipping beyond his sight. Yet predation consumed them regardless, leaving no escape behind. Tae-hyun states plainly, no matter where Han hides or flees, predation will reach him without fail. A dreadful pressure pours from Tae-hyun as predation grows feral. Meanwhile, elsewhere, An Hyun-soo lies sprawled on the ground, his body drained, barely clinging to strength. Cursing the sly villain who struck him, he accepts that even heroes cannot deny death. The boy collapses motionless, his body giving in at last. Above him, a massive ogre prepares to smash him apart. The ogre swings a crushing blow meant to end it. At the final instant, Hyun-soo's body is yanked away. It is our boy, stunned to see the ogre flattened against the ground. That position makes things far easier for him. Kim Tae-hyun returns home alongside Jae-young. They are met by an uncle and aunt, sick with worry. Relief floods them, overjoyed to see the children unharmed. The blonde boy calms his parents, glancing to our guy, who stays oddly relaxed. The broadcast resumes, announcing official updates from the government. The gatebreak warning has been fully lifted nationwide. Due to possible aftershocks, nearby schools will close for 1 week. As survivor reports spread, public fear eases. Rumors swirl of an A-rank dungeon mistaken for C-rank. Reporters swarm Hyun-soo, the A-rank awakened, pressing him about the ogre. He snaps, admitting another took it down. A reporter adds the ogre corpse is missing and the villain vanished, raising doubts about public safety. Our guy listens quietly to the unfolding report. He exhales in relief when his name never appears. With that settled, he prepares to advance to the next stage. As Tae-hyun reviews himself, he notes 3 skills, stealth proving an exceptional gain. But, at his current state, using all 3 skills would strain him badly. Reckless use would drain mana fast, spike fatigue, and lead straight to disaster, so he holds back. Tae-hyun understands the safest countermeasure is relying on recovery potions. Potions cost heavily, meaning he must hunt monsters to earn funds. Hunting requires proper authorization under the system rules. That leaves a single path, exploring unregistered dungeons. The moment he steps inside, monsters greet him with mockery, questioning how he found them, deciding to devour him, unaware of his strength. Tae-hyun notes their speech and identifies the B-rank Spider Sisters. He feels unimpressed. A B rank is too low to affect his status, wondering how many would be needed. The Spider Sisters notice his dismissive gaze. Enraged, they surge toward Tae-hyun together in a coordinated strike. They assume he is frozen in fear, unable to react. Instead, Tae-hyun activates resistance against their strange influence. Just as expected, their abilities prove surprisingly valuable. Tae-hyun completes the predation without delay. A new skill is registered, paralysis. Elsewhere, inside the New South Korea Player Association headquarters, 2 elite figures of the association stand out among the ranks. One is HR Deputy Manager Go Tai-woo. By law, awakened players may freely use skills for abyss raids, dungeon clears, and sanctioned missions. Currently, the association oversees 5 official player centers nationwide. The nation's power structure rests on the 4 great guilds: fighters, undivided, and crafters, alchemists and mages, magicians, informants, and the Nightwalkers. Above them stands the governing authority, the New South Korea Player Association. The Nightwalkers Guildmaster, S rank Yu Young meets the association chairman, S rank Ji Jinhui, who expresses his gratitude for her visit. Young senses something deeper behind the summons. The topic shifts to the Malignant Guild, a criminal group of ruthless villains, marked by gold rings engraved with 3 skills. The chairman hands her a stack of documents. They detail the Malignant Guild's recent actions and their targeted players. The green-eyed guildmaster remains unconvinced, sensing another motive. Jinhui laughs lightly, saying he wants her judgment. Asking when she took the player test, she replies it was at 19. The implication strikes her, eyes widening in disbelief. He smiles knowingly, pondering whether a student could challenge a monster head-on. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun contacts one of the 4 great guilds, the Alchemists, requesting potion purchases. The 7-day school closure after the gate break ends. Tae-hyun recalls his routine while heading back. Intense physical training, continuous dungeon clearing, and steady dealings with the Alchemists Guild. Tae-hyun spends time trading potions, quietly strengthening his position. Along the way, his official rank rises and settles at C rank. He knows the path ahead is long, yet school life still waits. Suddenly, classmates confront him, spreading rumors about him beating Hyuksu's lackeys. One student warns him trouble is coming from someone named Lee Jung-jae. At the same moment, tension fills the room. Jung-jae arrives with 2 followers and casually takes the seat across from Tae-hyun. Lee Jung-jae is an S rank awakened. He is the 3rd-generation heir of the Tyson Group and ruler of Tyson High Bullies. He also ordered Hyuksu to harass Tae-hyun for being unawakened. Tae-hyun barely acknowledges Jung-jae's presence. He bluntly tells him to stop talking and leave. One of Jung-jae's underlings immediately threatens Tae-hyun. Jung-jae strikes his own man for interrupting, then turns back. He assumes Tae-hyun feels confident after beating Hyuksu. The S rank warns Tae-hyun to choose carefully who he defies. With that, Jung-jae releases his magic. Tae-hyun witnesses true S rank power, momentarily stunned by it. As Tae-hyun prepares predation, Lim Ah-hyung steps in, ordering them to stop. Lim Ah-hyung intervenes without hesitation. Known as class president, noble heir, S rank awakened, and elite prospect, her titles stack endlessly. Many believe even more titles await her future. The real issue is her refusal to compromise. Jung-jae claims they were just chatting, but Ah-hyung questions why he struck someone. The bully leader warns her to know her place. She stands firm, stating she will use force if needed. 2 S rank awakened face off, while Tae-hyun worries about the classroom. Suddenly, Jung-jae turns away, claiming he quits and will not fight here. However, his movement hides intent. He positions his arm to strike Ah-hyung. His hand freezes as an announcement echoes through the classroom speakers. The broadcast orders all students to gather in the main hall immediately. Hearing this, Jung-jae leaves, mocking them for their luck. The blue-haired girl turns to check if Tae-hyun is okay. She finds his seat already empty. Spotting him near the exit, she hears Tae-hyun urge her to head to the hall as he leaves. Ah-hyung stands stunned, wondering if he was always like this. Students whisper among themselves as Go Tae-wook appears. The Player Association deputy greets them, apologizing for the gatebreak response and offering safety training. He then announces changes to the upcoming player tryouts. The weight of tomorrow settles here, shaping the future of the new South Korea Player Association. Elsewhere, Jung-jae burns time muttering curses under his breath about Tae-hyun. After watching him stew, Ah-hyung decides it is time to step in and speak. Our guy stifles a yawn, eyelids heavy, boredom dragging him down. Students whisper in clusters, baffled why a player tryout matters to them when eligibility starts at 19. Tae-wook explains that recent gate outbreaks and swelling dungeon monster numbers changed everything. The association admits they are short-handed, so these tryouts now accept nominations from high school students. The HR deputy claims each school nominee is judged by ability, scores, academics, and conduct combined. Our guy hears it all and knows the truth. These speeches hide that selections already include students. What they do not say is that the selection process has already begun. It operates through Go Taiku's skill, known as the Observer's Eye. The Observer's Eye measures the total value of a target's abilities when focused. It also reveals the target's stat window information to the user. The brown-haired manager notices the values here surpass results seen anywhere else. That alone proves these students could become exceptional players. Yet Lee Jung-jae and Ah-hyung immediately stand out from the rest. Their presence registers as something far beyond ordinary. The deputy manager plans to file recommendations the moment he returns. Then Jung-jae calls out to him without hesitation. He questions the promise to notify students, insisting some here are unfit for that courtesy. He argues tryouts exist only to judge awakened fit to be players, not average awakened listeners. His pointed words clearly target Kim Tae-hyun. The narration stresses that raw strength alone never defines a true player. Rank of Awakening and Abyss Knowledge are only parts of many skills tested. Youngjae disagrees, calling it the harsh fate reserved for the unawakened. His remark is aimed squarely at our guy. Our boy understands the probe, checking if he is awakened, so he shows no reaction. The blue-haired girl steps forward again, speaking up in his defense. Taehyun stops her, saying he does not need help, leaving her frustrated and silent. Youngjae pushes on, saying students like him should be expelled while mocking our fella. Our guy knows he cannot even glimpse the tryout without proving himself awakened. Still, a recommendation does not strictly require him to reveal that fact. Go Tae-wook finds Jungjae's bullying display outright pathetic. He shifts his gaze to Kim Tae-hyun, listed as unawakened with unknown latent rank. Using the observer's eye, the manager finds Taehyun's data cannot be verified. The discovery leaves him completely shaken. Our guy surprisingly agrees with Youngjae's conclusion. He admits this place is not for him and turns to leave. As he goes, he mocks the S-rank man about enjoying his grand lecture. The S-rank guy scoffs, says he will listen to the end, and calls him a fucker. The deputy manager still reels in disbelief, his observer's eye failing on the boy without explanation. The same skill works perfectly on the chairman, making the failure even harder to accept. The incident unfolds inside Yuayong, a place where rules rarely bend. Because nothing like this has ever occurred, the situation spirals beyond expectation. Hae-wook stands frozen, confusion swallowing him as logic offers no answer. Before leaving the room, the boy slows his steps, calm and deliberate. He turns his head back slightly, the motion small yet loaded. The brown-haired manager finally reads the number above him, a count of the dead. It shows 5096, a figure dwarfing every other student present. Later, Taehyun flips through a book, hunting clues about the king, finding nothing. Bai Huixu arrives with his crew, surrounding him without warning. They say Jungjae wants him, insisting he comes along immediately. Taehyun freezes when Hyuksu brings up his aunt and her restaurant. Huksu threatens her suffering, pressing him before any reply can form. The group falls fast, struck down hard as the situation snaps. Taehyun grips Hyuksu's throat, cutting his breath without hesitation. He demands Jungjae's location, voice cold and unwavering. Kim Tae-hyun steps into the gym, posture steady and alert. Lee Young-jae waits with his bodyguard, the A-rank Seol Hundo. The A-rank player casts multiple status effects onto Tae-hyun. They fail against his resistance, leading to a shocking conclusion. Young-jae realizes the awakening, declaring he has no intent to harm. The S-rank reveals plans for a guild, claiming his future as Taeson heirs. He seeks real human talent, not tools like Bae Hyuksu. Young-jae offers alliance, promising erased grudges, wealth, and honor. He even claims Taehyun's family would live without hardship. Taehyun calls the offer garbage, believing a line has been crossed. He stops listening and readies himself for the long-awaited fight. Hundo spreads a binding room, sealing the space in magic. The magic hides itself, leaving outsiders blind to what happens inside. Both sides move at once, attacks colliding as the battle starts. The S-rank overwhelms Taehyun early, confidence dripping from each strike. The bodyguard studies the clash, pitying Taehyun as a mere A-rank. Hundo assumes defeat is certain against such an opponent. His master stands as the embodiment of calculated intelligence. As the fight continues, those beliefs begin to fracture. Young-jae is driven back in close combat by Kim Tae-hyun. The bald bodyguard stares in disbelief, unable to process the sight. The arrogant S-rank groans, pain tearing through his composure. He demands an answer, unable to move, body locked in place. In that instant, Seol Hundo finally understands that body strengthening was not the boy's only weapon in play. Confusion hits him hard as he struggles to grasp what technique was just used. The narration explains that Taehyun gained 3 abilities through predation alone. The first of those abilities is Stone Skin, a defensive enhancement. The others are stealth and paralysis, each carrying specific combat limitations. Taehyun deliberately avoided using every skill from the very beginning. C-rank paralysis struggles against S-rank resistance, while stealth cancels long-range fire attacks instantly. Predation stands as a final option, a dangerous method never meant for casual use. Taehyun instead focuses on stacking paralysis through repeated close-range exchanges. Status effects trigger stronger through direct contact, and constant strikes eventually overwhelm resistance. After resisting the effect several times, the strain begins to show clearly. Eventually, Young-jae fails to block the paralysis entirely. The S-rank awakened admits his misjudgment, yet refuses to accept defeat here. Without hesitation, he activates a stone he prepared in advance. His body mutates fully, reshaping into a brutal monster form. He stands ready now, abandoning restraint for a real confrontation. Kim Tae-hyun struggles as Lee Jung-jae's transformed power surges forward. This form represents the true release of the Flameheart skill. Drawing it out is normally difficult at his current rank. The S-rank youth relied on a mana-amplifying stone. The stone, refined from a monster core, temporarily boosts mana output. Using it allows Jung-jae to force out genuine S-rank power. The issue is that the energy exceeds what his body can endure. Magic floods his body, threatening to rupture every blood vessel, as his A-rank guard intervenes. Jung-jae lashes out violently, silencing the guard with harsh insults. As Hundo feared, his master has lost control and ignores all consequences. Seeing this, the bald guard shifts focus towards saving Tae-hyun. He reaches out, urging Tae-hyun to retreat and abandon the fight. Instead, he takes a solid punch straight to the face. Tae-hyun rejects the offer, reminding him they initiated the battle. He admits openly that S-rank power exists on a different level. Accepting that gap, Tae-hyun decides to fight without holding back. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts away from the battlefield. The Player Association chief reacts in shock after reviewing student statistics. The deputy manager reveals Lee Jung-jae at 1, 900, and Lim Ah-hyung at 2, Tri-Simti Komats, far beyond normal. The staff falls silent, whispering that the S-rank youth rivals top A-rank players like Japan's Saintess. Go Tae-wook remains calm, his thoughts drifting toward the Saintess herself. She stands among Japan's strongest, a prodigy whose stats passed 500 at 19. Even that monster barely crossed the 500 mark. The brown-haired manager spirals, unable to comprehend the student he witnessed at the school. Doubt creeps in. Tae-wook questions whether this is illusion or a system failure. Unable to trust reports, Tae-wook chooses to confirm the scene himself. Inside, Ciel Hundo witnesses a sight he believed could never happen. Kim Tae-hyun stands victorious, overpowering Lee Jung-jae through the king's authority. The clash ends with the Taesan group heir lying defeated. At the final moment, the bodyguard shields his master, taking the impact instead, shocking Tae-hyun. He never expected an A-rank to pull Jung-jae away mid-predation. Yet it no longer matters. The skill has already been taken. Seol Hundo questions how Tae-hyun will face the consequences. Tae-hyun fires back, calling him shameless and reminding him who started this. Tae-hyun then declares he has no intention of killing Jung-jae. Instead, he demands a fair exchange for sparing his life. The price he names is at least 1 billion won. Outside the gym, students gather, staring at the wrecked building. Among them, Lim Ah-hyung senses Lee Jung-jae's aura and grows uneasy. A sudden realization strikes her. Kim Tae-hyun comes to mind. Her thoughts spiral toward the worst possible outcome. She sprints inside, regret and guilt pushing her forward. The blue-haired girl silently prays that Tae-hyun survived. What greets her inside leaves her stunned and speechless. Tae-hyun acts casual, saying she arrived just in time to help move Jung-jae's unconscious body. He tells her to take him to the nurse or hospital, but the class president demands answers. Tae-hyun feigns ignorance, claiming the S-rank fell downstairs and asking her to stay silent. Lim Ah-hyung insists on a proper explanation, but Tae-hyun has already disappeared from the scene. He exhales in relief, trusting the class president to handle Jung-jae. The Taesan group also begins moving behind the scenes. Tae-hyun checks his status and notices a new additions. He finds the charm stat, tied to appearance, wondering how it transferred from Jung-jae. Another skill appears, Monarch's Heart, replacing Flame Heart. The skill enhances party members' overall attributes. Tae-hyun feels genuinely satisfied with the gain. Party-wide skills are rare at any rank and perfectly suit his combat style. While he celebrates internally, footsteps approach. Go Tae-wook appears with several team members beside him. It is clear they have been searching for Tae-hyun. Questions waiting. The deputy manager begins by asking what truly happened in the gym. Elsewhere, the Taesan group president listens as Seol Hundo explains Tae-hyun's demand. The chairman agrees to comply with the request. The A-rank bodyguard stands frozen, unable to react. The chairman adds that such a price demands an equally worthy return. Hundo understands the threat immediately, his body shaking as the meaning sinks in. He pleads with his master, arguing the opponent is still a child and this would be excessive. The S-rank Lee Jung-soo cuts him off coldly, stating he will not tolerate a barking dog. Go Tae-wook presses Tae-hyun, asking directly what happened in the gym earlier. Tae-hyun hesitates, unsure if this refers to the explosion or the lecture hall incident, worrying if the HR manager noticed. Choosing caution, Tae-hyun probes back, asking if he means the gym explosion. Tae-wook dismisses it calmly, saying other agencies will handle that issue. Instead, he repeats the question, demanding an answer about Tae-hyun's actions inside the gym. Tae-hyun smiles faintly, wondering if the truth is already known. He assumes Tae-wook came to invite him to the player tryouts. The brown-haired deputy questions what grounds the boy has to assume that. In response, Taehyun releases his magic without hesitation. His stats appear, climbing even higher than before, now reaching 214. This confirms the earlier reading was no coincidence at all. Taewook stands stunned, questioning what kind of monster this student is. After returning home, Taehyun tells Jae-young about being selected for tryouts. The news sends the kid into instant excitement. Jae-young bows deeply, praising Taehyun with overflowing admiration. Taehyun reflects on the Taesin group covering the gym incident, easing suspicion, and focuses on training before tryouts. Just as he settles down, his phone suddenly rings. Outside Kim Taehyun's house, danger quietly gathers. The Black and White brothers, a rank villains and a two-man assault unit, stand waiting. They mock the association guard protecting a high schooler as they overwhelm him. The black-masked brother assumes the student is a tryout candidate and an association prospect. The white-masked brother dismisses the kid as inexperienced and worthless. Both decide to teach him what a true awakened looks like. Taehyun appears instantly, dropping the white-masked brother and shocking the other. The remaining A-rank freezes, demanding to know who this is. Taehyun walks forward calmly, closing the distance. He strikes him cleanly and introduces himself as the so-called inexperienced kid, the same experienced opponent they underestimated moments earlier. Hours earlier, Taehyun spoke with Seol Hundo at the gym, demanding 1 billion won and silence. The bodyguard admits he lacks authority to decide such matters. Aware of this, Taehyun orders him to negotiate properly with the Taishan president. Anticipating betrayal, Taehyun prepares a safeguard. He binds Hundo with the Awaken's Oath, a magical contract carrying permanent penalties if broken. Taehyun states the first condition, full cleanup of the gym incident and the agreed payment. The second condition requires advance notice of any revenge actions against him. Back in the present, Kim Taehyun overwhelms the Black and White brothers. He remarks calmly about their reputation for stealth-based assassination attacks, which means their only strength lies there, useless in every other aspect of combat. Yoo Ah-young speaks with the chairman about the final list for the player tryouts. Curious about his interest, she wonders if it is the S-rank Shin Yoon-bak from Busan. The chairman corrects her, saying the one he looks forward to is her sister. Lim Ah-hyung is the name he gives without hesitation. Ah-young jokes back when asked her pick, teasing whether it is Yoon-bak. That is when the green-eyed girl admits their focus shifted after hearing something strange. She explains Deputy Manager Go Tae-wook personally contacted a student, implying extreme talent. Elsewhere, Taehyun worries since predation remains sealed by physical overload. In a nearby alley, the Black and White brothers lie restrained and heavily subdued. It seems Taehyun tipped off Go Tae-wook, sparking talk about rising villain activity. The S-rank manager thanks Taehyun and asks if he knows who ordered the attack. Taehyun answers calmly that he has no information on that. Suspecting a leaked list, the manager tightens security, while Taehyun quietly accepts pressure. For Taehyun, the Taesin group is no longer the immediate concern. His real issue is his own limit, predation blocked by severe overload. He questions the skill, wondering if higher stats will unlock it again. He considers boosting stats through monsters or awakened targets. Both ideas fail since each requires predation itself. With no alternatives left, he changes direction. Taehyun later arrives at Blackhead, the top training center of New Korea. He is greeted by a confident staff member named Yura. Jae-young panics, saying only elites with wealth and power train here. The mood shifts when trainer Jura mocks them, until Taehyun presents a black VIP card. He asks to register 2 people, stunning Yura as she recognizes the Alchemist Guild card. It reminds us Taehyun holds an SVIP contract with the Alchemist Guild. Yura struggles to accept it, fearing responsibility if something goes wrong. Iron Strongman, a B-rank trainer with muscle augmentation, notices the tension. The towering man states bluntly that money alone grants no entry. Jae-young freezes at Iron's physique, while Taehyun mocks his strange name internally. Iron's presence draws attention, others pitying the kids in his path. As Iron boasts his reputation, Taehyun cuts in, calling his speech worthless. Yura and Jun-young stare, completely stunned. Taehyun challenges Iron directly, proposing a fight with a year of fees at stake. Iron laughs loudly, offended, yet accepts and raises the intensity. Moments later, both are warped into a simulated battlefield. Jun-young panics, thinking they entered the abyss itself. Yura explains anxiously that it is a virtual reality program. The virtual porter is revealed as an abyss replica for combat trials. Contestants race weighted runs to rank strength, the center's favored hierarchy test. Yura assumes Taehyun stands at a heavy disadvantage against Iron Strongman, at least in her eyes. Moments later, the match begins without any delay. Iron steps forward, eager to crush the bold kid daring to challenge him. He brags about muscle augmentation, claiming absolute dominance in combat and movement. Inside the virtual porter, his balance and raw load capacity far exceed normal limits as he smashes monsters and mocks a free year reward. Then the flow of battle shifts in an instant. Taehyun calmly activates his skill. He charges through every monster, movements sharp and devastating. The counter climbs until it reaches a 999 combo. Iron staggers in shock, while Taehyun casually remarks he planned only 30 days. Impressed despite maximum load, Junyoung watches quietly, showing complete trust in his cousin. Taehyun mocks Iron, asking if this was what he called strong. He returns carrying a massive bag of defeated monsters, demands payment, and tells Iron to leave. The scene cuts to the long-awaited player tryouts, the official license examination day. An announcement explains minors may now join by recommendation, drawing candidates worldwide. The association highlights top prospects: Iron Fist Hong Young-wook and Druid Lee Gil-san. Thunder God S-rank Shin Yun-bak draws massive attention. Another standout is Lim Ah-hyung, an S-rank prospect with Saintess-level records. The focus shifts to a reporter nearly in tears as the venue feels impossibly distant. Missing coverage means termination. This is Kim Gija, a new SY economy reporter. Trapped behind crowds, Gija sinks into despair. Convinced failure follows her everywhere. She mutters bitterly about her collapsing future. Taehyun steps in, asking how a test taker is meant to pass. Fate turns as Gija meets Taehyun, who turns out to be an examinee himself. Soon after, Taehyun is summoned for the test. The interview nearly delays him, leaving him rushing at the last moment. Taehyun decides this is the time to shape his public image. As he enters the test zone, silence spreads instantly. Every gaze locks onto him, including Lim Ah-hyung. She freezes at his physique, while Taehyun brushes it off as simple training. The class president stands stunned, unable to speak. She recalls his awakening but never imagined such change in 1 month. Lim panics, demanding to know what he did to Youngjae before. An announcement cuts them off, signaling the first test site. It explains this trial will choose who qualifies as players. The host orders everyone to check their chests for numbered tickets. The task is to collect 5 tickets, including their own, within 1 hour. A scramble exam. The ground shakes as the environment rapidly transforms. All methods are allowed except lethal actions. With that declaration, the test officially begins. The test takers are lifted onto floating cubes, hurled apart as the arena spreads wide. Players quickly notice S-rank Lim Ah-hyung and rush her, aiming to strike first. Lim Ah-hyung releases Frost, stopping mid-air attackers cold, leaving spectators stunned by her control. The judge reminds everyone the field is stacked, as every contender surpassed earlier test groups. His attention locks on Busan's S-rank player, Shin Yun-bak. Cameras track him closely as 20 minutes pass inside the test. Shin Yun-bak allows no one near, sealing the field with relentless thunder. Judges marvel at his talent, debating whether Ah-hyung or Yun-bak dominates the field. Player Association head manager Go Tae-wook understands the focus on such ranks. Still, Tae-wook remembers the impossible numbers he saw in Taehyun's stats. He believes Taehyun will clear this test without resistance. Tae-wook silently cheers, hoping Taehyun exposes his true strength. The next moment shatters that confidence completely. Tae-wook sees Taehyun stalled by a rank Hong Jung-wook using iron skin. Doubt hits hard as Tae-wook questions his own judgment. He cannot accept an A-rank stopping Taehyun cold. Worse still, Taehyun does not dodge even once. As Jung-wook pounds him and blood appears, Tae-wook finally understands. The A-rank guy calls our boy a fucker and asks if he's looking down on him, saying stone skin is the inferior counterpart to iron skin and mocking Taehyun for charging in and taking useless hits. Taehyun shuts Jung-wook up when he says that's exactly why there's meaning in getting hit continuously, as his stats rise with every strike. It is revealed that even after a month of training, predation stayed sealed due to lacking stats, requiring extreme physical stimulation. That makes fighting at the absolute limit the best training, meaning Taehyun was never finished. Taehyun counters, driving a heavy punch straight into Jung-wook's face. Blood sprays as iron skin shatters, and the A-rank calls him a damn monster. That single blow drops him instantly, ending the fight. Taehyun stands tall, monstrous in presence, and claims Jung-wook's ticket. Go Tae-wook reacts in the opposite way. He laughs wildly, now convinced Kim Taehyun is abnormal, while judges think he is overly excited. Tae-wook cannot believe Taehyun trained mid-survival game, his boldness sending chills. Still, he worries the fight drained too many stats and stamina. He thinks Taehyun should conserve energy and hunt weaker opponents. Events immediately move against his expectations. Judges notice the C-rank awakened, challenging top ranks, assuming self-elimination. Instead, Taehyun steps directly toward S-rank Shin Yun-bak. Shin Yeon-bak holds 147 tickets and has crushed countless challengers. Taehyun wonders how many tickets Yeon-bak holds and grins darkly, saying as long as it's more, it's fine. The battle begins as Shin Yeon-bak unleashes thunder. The arena rumbles under the impact. Each time Taehyun attacks, Shin Yeon-bak counters with thunder control. Even Taehyun smirks. He never expected this S-rank fighter to be this slippery. Yeon-bak wraps himself in violent lightning, the barrier stopping every incoming blow cold. That raw power stretches his reach, letting him dominate both close and distant combat. Worse, Taehyun cannot use predation now, leaving no opening to break through Shin. While circling, the Thunder God grows curious, pressing Taehyun about his hesitation. Without warning, Shin launches forward in a sudden burst of motion. He catches Kim off balance, thunder crashing down in a sharp assault. Taehyun has no option but to react on instinct alone. He dodges by, sprinting away, barely slipping past each strike, while Yeon-bak closes in. Yeon-bak hunts him without pause, savoring every second of the chase. At last, Yeon-bak reaches him, slamming thunder straight into Taehyun. He scolds Kim, saying retreat has no place in a real fight. It is clear Taehyun has provoked a monster far above expectations. In that instant, Kim activates Stone Skin, hurling hardened rock at Yeon-bak. The thunder shreds it instantly, and the S-rank fighter mocks his attempt. Blinding light erupts as Shin Yeon-bak unleashes his power with unstable force. He crushes Taehyun with overwhelming blows, then senses something strange. Yeon-bak realizes that while others fled in fear, Taehyun kept pace. He believed only Lim Ah-hyung could amuse him here, yet Kim Taehyun stands equal. To Yeon-bak, Taehyun becomes nothing more than an entertaining toy. Suddenly, something flashes at light speed, grazing Shin's head and drawing blood. The Thunder God freezes, stunned by what just struck him. He cannot comprehend how Kim's attack even reached that distance. Taehyun seizes the moment, hammering Yeon-bak with a rapid series of blows. It becomes clear that Stone Skin alone cannot endure the Thunder God's wrath. At full strength, it only strikes, shatters, and vanishes without effect. But within the player tryout grounds, the rules change. The arena material itself withstands awakened power from the start. Unlike Stone Skin, it may crack, yet keeps its form, turning into a true weapon. If Taehyun pierces the thunder barrier, even S-rank Yeon-bak will fall. Shin calls Taehyun a sly bastard while being beaten down hard. Kim relentlessly overwhelms the Thunder God with brutal precision. The surrounding members descend into total chaos. They cannot grasp how a C-rank is overpowering an S-rank opponent. Taewook watches in delight, thrilled by the shock spreading through the crowd. He concludes Kim Taehyun is far more dangerous than anyone guessed. Just like that, Kim defeats Shin Yeon-bak and claims every exam ticket. He waits calmly as the test period drags toward its end. A sudden strike comes from behind, while Yeon-bak barely survives the aftermath. Kim gasps when he senses the attacker's chilling ice ability. Ice crystals bloom through the air, sliding fast and sharp. The opponent is revealed, Lim Ah-hyung now standing before Taehyun. A cold glare flashes across Lim Ah-hyung's eyes. Taehyun wonders how long she watched the previous fight unfold. Lim Ah-hyung speaks first, saying power without responsibility becomes violence. Admitting Taehyun beat Shin Yeon-bak cleanly. She assumes he defeated Lee Jung-jae the same way, and that thought unsettles her. Taehyun's eyes widen, shock turning into deep betrayal. Lim Ah-hyung launches her ice crystals straight at him. Taehyun sprints away as frozen force crashes down behind him. He realizes using stealth or any skill now would change nothing. Lim Ah-hyung vents her anger, feeling deceived after trusting him in the gym. She believed he was different from Lee Jung-jae, not driven by selfish impulse. She strikes Taehyun across the face without hesitation. After witnessing his fight, she accepts he caused everything involving Jung-jae and Bai Hyuksu. A massive ice crystal forms and slams toward Taehyun. She declares unauthorized skill use a crime, reminding him those two remain hospitalized. Lim Ah-hyung considers his hardships and states she will not report him. Instead, she orders Taehyun to withdraw from the player tryouts, claiming he is unworthy. Taehyun snaps back, asking who she is to decide, standing up and accusing her of failing to stop Jung-jae. He calls her out for preaching morals while acting like a hypocrite. Taehyun says she only wants him eliminated, preferring the survival test over hollow righteousness. Hearing his answer, Lim Ah-hyung decides she will hold nothing back. She summons an icy sword, cold spreading like a fatal omen. Lim Ah-hyung prepares to end Kim Taehyun with that blade. Taehyun remains seated, battered and hollow. His stone skin lost function long ago after repeated shattering. Stealth fails instantly each time he tries to use it. Even with his stat-boosting effect active, it cannot turn the battle. Predation remains sealed, and his stamina cannot support paralysis now. In the end, Taehyun is left with only one option. He charges forward without hesitation. Lim Ah-young braces her weapon to strike him down. A blinding flash erupts between them. Even the judges lose sight of the clash. As the frost settles slowly, everyone watches in tense silence. It appears Taehyun attempted something reckless, yet the result defies expectation. Kim Taehyun uses predation through a sudden kiss, leaving Lim Ah-young disoriented. In his final moment of desperation, he acted without another choice. He lunges in like a kiss, a reckless move made in a split second. It looks desperate and strange at first glance, but the intent is precise. This is paralysis taking hold at the source, not hesitation. Close-range, abnormal effects aimed inward carry far higher success rates. He mixes paralysis into his blood and forces Ah-young to swallow. Against an S-rank body, the act should only provoke resistance. Yet it lands. Taehyun locks her body. She goes still and unfocused. Argyle strikes her mind, delivering a decisive psychological break. He exhales in relief. It worked. Barely, but enough. The first tryout round ends at once. Medics rush the fallen players. Medical staff move fast, treating every injured examinee without delay. Though Lim Ah-young is paralyzed, her tickets and combat skills secure a pass. Taehyun claims 7 tickets, beating Young-wook, Shin Hyun-bak, and Ah-young. He becomes the focus of the arena. Whispers trail him as he walks. He pauses, stunned by the level of healing on display. Even so, his body fails him. He cannot stand or walk. Suddenly, someone screams Taehyun's name with frantic fury. Shin Hyun-bak appears, rage boiling, intent on crushing Taehyun. Hyun-bak knows those earlier tricks will not work again. The crowd erupts, backing Hyun-bak to drop a mere C-rank player. Many cheer for Hyun-bak, eager to erase a former candidate. That interference brings swift consequences they did not expect. He shocks them into silence, telling them to shut the fuck up. Hyun-bak powers up, mocking Taehyun's reliance on those tricks, then stops. The ground shudders, a deep tremor rolling through the site. The thunder god is slammed into the floor, pinned hard. A man steps in, aura heavy, anger clear at the reckless brats. Taehyun glances over, tension locking his breath. He recognizes S-rank Park Sung-jin, intolerant of this chaos. Taehyun knows Sung-jin, elite of Korea's force, destined for SS rank. Taehyun stiffens as Sung-jin notices him standing there. Sung-jin lifts his power, targeting Taehyun with casual focus. Crushing pressure bears down, revealing a level beyond Taehyun's grasp. Sung-jin smirks, amused that Taehyun endures what veterans cannot. Curious, Sung-jin raises the intensity to test his limit. Medics interrupt in panic, seeing multiple examinees unconscious. They demand answers, fearing he is erasing players before round 2. Calm and composed, Sung-jin claims he was restraining them, testing as always. Amid the uproar, Park Sung-jin asks Taehyun who he is. Hearing the name, Sung-jin realizes he beat Shin Hyun-bak and Lim Ah-young. The man smiles wide, bored no longer. Someone finally feels worth watching again. Park taps Kim's shoulder, saying he will wait if Kim truly aims for S rank. Park bolts off, leaving Kim rattled while the medic struggles to keep up. They chase the S rank player, trying to contain the mess he caused. Soon, all examinees regroup. Park Sung-jin steps forward, asking if the break is over. The second round of the player license trial is about to begin. The S-rank player explains the next test, a portal leading into a D-rank dungeon. The words hit hard. Panic ripples through the gathered players. They explain that 5 examinees per entry will explore with 1 supervising players. Every move will be judged. Awareness, knowledge, combat sense, and rescue response. All weapons and supplies will be issued by the association. Ordered forward, the players face the gate. Kim weighs the idea of a dungeon exam. On paper, a D-rank dungeon should pose no real threat, even to rookies. Still, Kim feels something is off. He recalls Apocalypto, a double dungeon hidden inside a D-rank, where countless died, including the first team, triggering widespread dungeon breaks. He thinks stopping it early would change everything, but no one would trust such a claim. Suspicion would follow instead. With a faint smile, Taehyun accepts staying silent, believing survival is possible if he avoids discovery. Kim and 4 others enter the dungeon with the second-round supervisor, a rank player, Ma Do-hak. Ma Do-hak is known as the first discoverer of the double dungeon Apocalypto. In that moment, Kim realizes he is in deep trouble. The examinees engage the monsters as the trial officially begins. The enemies fall quickly, earning Ma Do-hak's casual applause. The supervisor notes their sharp initiative, impressed despite it being their first real fight. As Ma Do-hak praises the group, Kim clenches his jaw, cursing his luck for landing in this team. This is the Discovery Squad, and Taehyun recognizes the ring Ma Do-hak wears from memory. It is the Sage's Ring, a unique item that boosts all stats by 10. The danger is clear. The double dungeon is S rank, and with predation sealed, survival is impossible. No matter what, Taehyun resolves to prevent Apocalypto from being uncovered. Later, the party reaches branching paths and the examinees seek guidance. Ma Do-hak remarks that this is common in dungeons, preparing to advise them. Before he can finish, Kim suddenly sprints down one of the paths. The supervisor snaps at Kim for acting alone. He warns that reckless movement invites danger. Kim insists this is the way forward, pushing his claim hard. Taehyun moves on instinct, refusing to repeat the path that doomed him before. He leaps into a hole ahead, Ma Do-hak and the others scrambling after him. Breathing hard, Kim forces himself deeper into the dungeon. What follows shatters any sense of control he had left. To everyone's shock, another portal stands before them. Taehyun freezes, eyes stretched wide as the truth finally crashes into his mind. This is not a normal dungeon. It is the double dungeon known as Apocalypto. He had sprinted through the maze in desperation, and somehow still ended up here, fate mocking him. As the others step closer, curiosity pushing them to inspect the portal, Taehyun shouts sharply, forcing everyone to halt on the spot. He explains that this gate is different, not the original entrance they came through. Taehyun stresses the danger, insisting the incident be reported, urging Ma Do-hak to handle it. The supervisor finds the sight amusing, his first time seeing such a phenomenon, and agrees to report it, but his interest only deepens. Despite protocol, Ma Do-hak firmly decides to enter the double dungeon himself. Taehyun argues back, but Do-hak calmly claims the mana flowing inside feels harmless. He adds that it registers as a B-rank dungeon, and with an A-rank present, risk is minimal. Prepared or not, Do-hak believes clearing this gate will earn massive evaluation points. Kim Taehyun snaps back in protest, questioning his judgment, bringing up the rules. Ma Do-hak cuts him off coldly, shutting him down. He remarks that someone who already broke rules has no authority to preach. The other examinees side with Do-hak, pointing out Taehyun's reckless dash earlier, silencing him. They accuse Kim of being arrogant for opposing an A-rank supervisor. Frustration surges through Kim, leaving him trapped and powerless. Still, Taehyun tries once more, urging Do-hak to reconsider the decision. The supervisor responds with a dismissive flick of his fingers. With that, the entire group steps into the double dungeon. Inside, they emerge within a grand hall, regal and unnatural for any dungeon. Something feels wrong immediately, the atmosphere heavy and unfamiliar. At the center stands a massive statue of a monster, towering and unmoving. The sword-wielding statue unsettles everyone, its presence cold and oppressive. The players whisper doubts, asking Ma Do-hak if this truly matches a D-rank dungeon. Taehyun cuts them off, ordering them to look ahead, his tone angering some. Knowing what comes next, he warns them calmly, saying the enemies are arriving now. Heavy footsteps echo as armored figures march forward. They reveal themselves as a rank Death Knights, pressure flooding the chamber with each step. The A-rank supervisor Ma Do-hak stiffens at the sight. He commands the team to ready themselves for combat immediately. The Death Knights raise their swords, mana surging through the air. Do-hak and the examinees move together without hesitation. They unleash their abilities, struggling to contain the Knights' advance. The team fights in tight coordination, blocking, countering, and covering each other non-stop. Against expectations, the Death Knights finally collapse moments later. The group stands stunned, barely processing that they defeated A-rank monsters. One examinee speaks up boldly, claiming he could handle another. 4 more Death Soldiers emerge behind them, answering his confidence. The truth hits them hard. The situation is hopeless, shock locking everyone in place. Taehyun studies the fallen soldiers closely, suspecting these are the ones that once killed him. The scene feels wrong, details refusing to line up no matter how he looks. Even after dozens fall, more knights continue to rise without slowing. Beyond them, an entire army waits, silent and endless. Ma Do-hak finally realizes killing them only multiplies the enemies. The players are drained, bodies trembling as they reach absolute limits. The supervisor accepts the outcome, believing death is inevitable here. Kim steps forward, warning Do-hak something is wrong, his calm stamina shocking the old man. Without Taehyun's monarch's heart, they would have fallen long ago. Doubt creeps in as Do-hak questions Kim's rank and urgently asks what he noticed. Taehyun admits it is a guess, stating plainly these are not Death Knights. Panic spreads as everyone questions what they have been fighting this whole time. Taehyun says he will confirm it now, moving without hesitation. He grips a knight's sword, stone skin hardening his body. Then he launches himself straight toward the mass of knights. In a blink, everything shifts faster than they can track. Taehyun vanishes completely from their sight. He hovers above the knights, suspended in the air. The sword leaves his hand, hurled toward the statue at extreme speed. The blade strikes the statue dead center. Time seems to stall for a brief instant. Then the world around them starts breaking apart. As everything fades, Madohak stares in disbelief as Taehyun walks back. Taehyun explains it was an illusion trap, draining intruders through false space and enemies. The team panics, realizing the fight was fake, fearing something worse awaits. Dohak struggles to accept it, demanding how Kim knew the truth. Taehyun answers calmly, real Death Knights would never be that weak. The explanation leaves Dohak shaken as Taehyun urges them to move now. They continue deeper, supported by the effects of Dohak's Sage's Ring. The illusion ends, yet Apocalypto reveals a far worse reality. The dungeon space reshapes completely, twisted and unfamiliar. Wounds from the illusion worsen, but waiting for rescue is impossible. Their only option is to locate the dungeon's exit. After miles of travel, they find a massive gate. Unsure if it is real, the players hesitate, sensing danger ahead. Dohak insists the gate must open, or they will all die here. The moment the gate opens, dread fills the air. What waits beyond is pure death. Inside, a single Death Knight stands silently before them. Light flares suddenly, revealing a vast army of Death Knights flooding the chamber in silence. The players freeze in panic, bodies locked as fear takes full control. Thick tension presses down, making every breath feel heavier than before. A throne stands ahead, its ruler seated calmly, addressing the insignificant humans who arrived. Without delay, the ruler signals the start of the confrontation. This being is the master of Apocalypto, the Lord commanding all Death Knights. The Lord of the Death Knights formally declares the battle to begin. Every knight raises their blade toward the exhausted five, Taehyun standing among them. Taehyun quickly understands. These knights demand single combat, one opponent at a time. The players begin to panic openly, their mana nearly depleted and bodies failing. Taehyun urges them to escape instead of fighting, but his warning goes unheard. 3 examinees turn and flee, driven by fear and survival instinct. Regret floods them as they run, realizing too late how wrong their choice was. A knight moves, its sword cutting through the air in one clean motion. The 3 are cut down instantly, their escape ending before it truly began. Taehyun and the A-rank supervisor stand stunned by the sudden loss. The weight of the situation finally settles fully on their shoulders. Taehyun calls to Ma Dohak, telling him to find an exit while he stalls. Instinctively, Dohak drags Taehyun and the injured woman backward to shield them. Taehyun stares in disbelief, demanding to know what Dohak is doing. Dohak snaps at him harshly, ordering him to stay in line and stop interfering. The A-rank player vents his frustration about his lifelong pursuit of S-rank. Despite relentless training, the goal only drifted farther away, never closer. He believed solving this incident might finally earn recognition near S-rank. Now, everything has collapsed into this desperate moment. Dohak admits that Taehyun is different from the rest. Even unwillingly, he acknowledges Taehyun possesses true potential. As the superior, Dohak orders Taehyun to flee with the wounded immediately. He declares this choice his responsibility as the highest-ranked survivor. Taehyun realizes too late that the wounded person is already dead. Before he can react or speak, Ma Dohak's lifeless body falls to the ground before his eyes. An armored knight points its blade at Taehyun, demanding a formal duel. Taehyun notices the sage ring still on Dohak's hand. He lunges forward and snatches the ring without hesitation. He knows this is his only chance to survive this place. In desperation, he prays for predation to activate. Fortune turns as the ability finally responds. Power surges, boosting all his stats by 10 each. With every condition fulfilled, the seal on predation fully breaks. The sudden surge of power throws the knight off balance, catching it completely unprepared. Taehyun knows relying on predation alone will never secure victory here. He resolves to burn through every stat and skill he has gathered so far. Only by pushing everything can Taehyun stay alive in this moment. A spear suddenly locks onto Taehyun's position. Confusion flashes through him as he senses something unfamiliar. The moment he turns toward the source, he knows escape is impossible. The Lord of the Death Knights attacks relentlessly without pause. Taehyun is denied any opening to counter or strike back. He can only retreat, moving purely to survive, until finally, the Lord catches Taehyun and pins him down completely. The Lord admits Taehyun's strength without hesitation, yet he declares that this power marks Taehyun's absolute limit. Before ending him, the Death Knight Lord poses one final question. He asks who granted Taehyun this borrowed power. A foreign force resists the Night King's roar and oppressive will. That resistance holds, barely, but enough to matter. The Lord realizes Taehyun understands their language, unlike other humans. He repeats the question, demanding whose power flows through him. Taehyun feels trapped, stripped of any answer, just like the moment he once faced before. He questions what predation truly is and why he hears monsters clearly. Power and opportunity came to him, yet the outcome feels unchanged. As Taehyun wonders why the king chose him, a voice answers, reminding him the reason was already given. The king explains he was moved by Taehyun's resolve and endurance. He tells him not to change, only to keep moving forward. Those words ignite something deep within Taehyun. The Lord assumes Taehyun no longer has strength to speak. Confident, the Lord moves to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Taehyun rises back to his feet. He stands ready, eyes locked on his enemy. The S-rank Lord mocks him, amused by what he sees as futile struggle. Taehyun calmly asks if the Lord still wants to know whose power this is. Argyle strikes back decisively, telling the Lord to discover it himself. The blow ends the fight, pushing Taehyun forward to rank B. The king finally reveals the truth. The power was his all along. As the battle ends, Taehyun gains the skill, Night King spirit. Outside the dungeon, Park Sungjin and association members wait anxiously. The S-rank player checks the readings, confirming the dungeon is S-rank. A staff member reports evacuation is ordered, but dungeon distortion delays extraction. Support may not arrive before collapse. Sungjin grows tense. The dungeon was meant to be D-rank. At this pace, everyone inside could die. He considers stepping in alone, weighing the risk without hesitation. Suddenly, the dungeon gate begins to flicker erratically. Everyone braces for a dungeon break, hearts tightening, until the impossible happens. Kim Taehyun steps out from the gate. He barely escapes, standing alive before them. Because of Taehyun, the double dungeon incident ends. Examinees evacuate safely, and results rely on prior evaluations. The fallen are recovered and returned respectfully to their families. The association chooses to hide the identity of Apocalypto's clearer. The chairman explains press backlash is severe, revealing Taehyun would paint a target on him. Taewook and Sungjin raise no objections when the chairman asks for their judgment regarding Taehyun, the man who cleared the S-rank dungeon Apocalypto. The blue-haired man looks impressed, believing Taehyun already rivals S-rank players. The deputy manager admits Taehyun's power and official rank are hard to measure. The chairman asks him to clarify that statement. Taewook glances at Sungjin before, saying there is a strong chance Argi equals a nation's entire force. Elsewhere, Taehyun drifts within an abyss crawling with monsters. There, he meets the king once more. The king wipes out every monster instantly. He says he will wait in the deepest part of the abyss, and then vanishes. Taehyun wakes drenched in sweat. He questions if it was truly a dream, the memory far too real. Thoughts spiral as he reflects on predation, and his ability to understand monster speech. He wonders if entering the abyss is the only path to growth, then sets the thought aside. Taehyun checks his current stats carefully. He confirms his rank is B, despite barely surviving the Night Lord. With these stats, he believes he could challenge an S rank. At this pace, reaching a nation-level force seems inevitable. Noise erupts outside his room, followed by a woman's irritated voice. She complains about being barred from visiting someone sick, calling the situation heartless and excessive. Yoo Ah-hyung enters moments later, greeting Taehyun affectionately. Soon after, she drives with Taehyun seated beside her. Her manager sits in back, clearly displeased with her driving. Taehyun wonders why the Nightwalker's guildmaster, one of the 4 great guilds, would want to see him. Yo explains she only drove him home after discharge, curious to meet the one who survived Apocalypto. Taehyun doubts her motive and tells her to at least give a believable excuse. The S-rank woman admits he is perceptive, asking if he knows what awaits in round 3. She reveals round 3 mirrors the first survival test, but with one major difference. This time, spectators can watch, exposing his power and drawing every guild toward him. Because of that, Ah-young presents an offer she believes he cannot refuse. She promises full support without holding anything back. Wealth, recognition, whatever he wants. In exchange, she wants Taehyun to join the Nightwalkers. Confident in success, she is caught off guard when Kim Taehyun refuses outright. He thanks the Nightwalkers guildmaster for the ride and says he will walk from here. So Yu stops him, asking if he even listened to her properly. She stresses she will meet any demand, wondering if another guild already approached him. Taehyun grows irritated and clarifies there is no hidden reason for refusing. There is no other guild involved, and he does not find the Nightwalkers special. He repeats that the refusal is purely his own decision. As he turns to leave, preparing to walk away, the S-rank woman suddenly grabs him. She restrains him, covering his mouth tightly. She demands to know what is wrong with him. To her, rejecting a great guild without reason makes no sense for a new player. Still, she decides to let it slide. She openly admits that she likes him. Her manager intervenes, reminding her he is still a test taker. He advises Taehyun not to dismiss the offer lightly, as joining a guild is inevitable. Taehyun notes her stubborn nature feels familiar. He compares it directly to Lim Ah-hyung. The name shocks her, clearly catching her off guard. Taehyun calmly says he knows far more than she expects, even the stolen name. Her composure snaps as she tightens her grip around his neck. The manager panics, sensing the situation spiraling. He knows Guildmaster Yu Ah-young's true name is Lim Ah-young. Raised by Lim Chang-young as an heir, she lost her name when another daughter was born. Changing her surname after awakening is a secret few are meant to know. Furious, the green-eyed woman threatens Taehyun for daring to speak such things. Taehyun points out she started this, resisting her pressure and leaving her stunned. He counters using the Night King spirit. So Ah-young is shaken, realizing he endured and reversed an S-rank force. She questions what kind of power he truly holds. Taehyun steps closer, placing his arm above her, trapping her in place. Taehyun calmly warns her not to cross the line, calling her by the name Misa Young. The S-rank woman freezes, color rushing to her face. Even her manager stands stunned, questioning if he truly heard that name. The ancient Roman Colosseum becomes the stage for round 3 of the tryouts. A reporter announces this round is open to the public. Unlike the previous tests, industry figures, families, and civilians fill the stands to witness the trial. Yu Ah-young watches from the crowd, disguised as an ordinary spectator. Taehyun's uncle and aunt sit nervously, aware of how brutal the tryouts are. Their son, Taehyun's cousin and Seoul fan club president, believes his Hyung is unbeatable. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ja, a struggling rookie reporter on the brink of dismissal, scrambles for a real story to save her career. Her last report was rejected for focusing on a low-ranked awakened, Taehyun. She assumes he was eliminated already, fearing termination if she fails again. As anxiety builds, murmurs spread about something feeling off. Veteran awakens, even A-rank Lee Gilson, are all staring at one person. The sight immediately grabs Gija's attention. She watches in disbelief as multiple players move together to target a single man. It makes her question just how strong that lone player must be. Then it clicks. She realizes exactly who he is. The host announces round 3 will begin, warning viewers of intense shock. With that signal, the trial officially starts. Every participant charges straight at Taehyun. They rush him, knowing he defeated 2 S-rank players since round 1. Fear drives them, believing Taehyun must fall first for them to survive. One after another, they are dropped by Taehyun alone. Suddenly, he senses movement beneath the ground. Thick vines erupt upward without warning. They bind Taehyun tightly as he reacts in surprise. The attack comes from a rank Lee Gilson, confident Taehyun is exposed. Taehyun slams the arrogant A rank into the ground. The fight ends instantly, leaving no contest. Taehyun waits calmly for the next challenger. The remaining players plan another rush. Certain exhaustion will claim him. Taehyun activates the Night King spirit. Every participant collapses at once. The arena is swallowed by pressure, stunning everyone present. Yu Ah-young stares in disbelief, calling him reckless for unleashing that power here. Taehyun exhales slowly, tension finally easing. The round ends with only one player left standing. The final opponent standing before him is Lim Ah-young, calm yet clearly provoked. Taehyun tells her plainly that she is free to withdraw from the test if she wants. He adds that a repeat of the first round is also an option. Wearing a faint smirk, Ah-young lunges at him immediately, telling him to focus on surviving himself. She declares that the same outcome will not happen again this time. After a fierce exchange, the battle finally ends with the blue-haired woman defeated. Taehyun admits honestly that she was his most difficult opponent by far. With that result, the tryouts conclude, naming applicant 902, Kim Taehyun, as top qualifier. Inside the chairman's office, Taehyun receives the award directly from the chairman. He is congratulated for officially becoming an S-rank player. The chairman admits surprise, having not expected Taehyun to end round 3 alone. He then offers Taehyun a position within the new South Korea Player Association. The proposal leaves Taehyun completely stunned. He reflects on how drastically his life shifted, from unawakened to S-rank, now top qualifier, courted by great guild leaders and Ji Jin-hoi himself. Even after weighing everything carefully, Kim Taehyun declines the chairman's offer without giving a special reason. He explains that working alone feels more effective than joining any guild or association. With that belief, he apologizes for being unable to accept the offer. The chairman pauses, suppresses his shock, then allows Taehyun to leave. He breaks into loud laughter at Taehyun's unexpected answer, never imagining someone would reject both great guilds and the association. Admiring his confidence, the chairman suggests an alternative path instead. He asks whether Taehyun is interested in the Asian exhibition games. Taehyun finishes off the remaining monsters inside the dungeon. As the dungeon clears, his thoughts drift back to the Asian exhibition games. The event selects 5 representatives per Asian nation for large-scale hunts. To qualify, players must earn merit points by defeating threats for their country. The chairman sees this as a fitting objective for Taehyun. But Taehyun is newly registered, far behind veterans in accumulated merit. To catch up, he must hunt monsters and villains far stronger than usual. For a month, he clears known dungeons for the association with little progress. Left with no options, Taehyun accepts the danger of the exhibition games. Elsewhere, Lee Jung-soo restrains Seol Hundo, trying to calm him down. The president rages over his heir still hospitalized while Taehyun rises as S rank. Enraged, Young-soo slams the bald man to the ground. A housekeeper announces the arrival of a guest from the malignant guild. The president's anger spikes, furious they failed despite being paid. He prepares legal action when, suddenly, the door bursts open and the malignant guild vice-master enters. He is known as Shadow, his rank unknown, calmly telling the furious president to settle down. Elsewhere, Taehyun exits the dungeon and immediately notices another fallen body. He is soon greeted by an A rank awakened from the Alchemist's Guild. The man claims he will act as Taehyun's guide for the auction. He introduces himself as Park Gyeong-woong, an A rank with gate manipulation, hired for security, and a devoted fan asking for an autograph. East Point stands as Asia's largest and most prestigious auction district. It boasts top-tier items, automatic interpretation support, and unmatched reliability, but its greatest pride is security. Taehyun dryly asks if Young-woong really wants an autograph on his face, as the man keeps praising the defenses. He explains that guards like him form the backbone of auction security. Constantly shifting warp points prevent anyone from entering without authorization. Taehyun agrees the system deserves its reputation as the strongest security. Yet he knows an S-rank villain attack is scheduled to strike this place today. The auction officially begins. The headline item goes on display, the Phoenix Potion. Drinking it raises stamina and magic by 20 points each. Taehyun plans to wait for the attack and earn merit by defeating the S-rank villain. The issue is a lack of detail, since before his regression, reports only mentioned massive damage and named Narendra Nairu as the culprit. Taehyun wonders who actually stopped the incident. He questions Gyeong-woong about the chief security officer when an interruption occurs. A group approaches, their leader clearly aware of Taehyun's achievements. The man reveals himself as Isaka Ryohei, a Japanese S-rank and East Point's chief security officer. Park quietly confirms his identity and warns Taehyun to be cautious. Isaka is infamous for betraying allies and is feared under the title, the Devil. Isaka extends his hand toward Taehyun. Taehyun notices it is his left hand. The moment they shake, a sharp electric surge courses through Taehyun's body. The Devil laughs, amused that Taehyun endures the shock. Taehyun prepares to retaliate. Then he notices nearby civilians. They struggle to breathe under the same pressure, forcing Taehyun to hold back. Suddenly, the disturbance vanishes. Isaka claims the joke went too far, mocking Taehyun as a new S-ranker. He pulls Taehyun closer, warning that their levels are not equal. Unconcerned with Taehyun's purpose, he orders him to stay quiet and disappear. With a casual remark to enjoy himself, the Devil walks away. Taehyun realizes the situation is far more complex than expected. Elsewhere in the building, awakened guards encounter a strange group, wondering where they emerged from. Whatever the case, the bald leader says names do not matter to them. Beyond this point lies only the Warp Gate Control Office. Their presence confirms one thing: they are the targets. The leader orders support. Confident as an A-ranker, he will handle it himself. What follows shatters expectations. The turbaned enemy wipes out the entire awakened squad, commanding a dark, writhing creature. That turban belongs to Narendra Nehru, an S-rank villain with no known ties. Masked subordinates report to Narendra that a variable surfaced at the auction house. Kim Tae-hyun, the newly appointed S-ranker of the New South Korea Association, is present. They await orders. Narendra dismisses Taehyun as worthless trash. He mutters that, under his watch, divine revelation cannot be escaped. Seconds later, an explosion tears through the auction hall. A violent chain reaction rips across the entire building. An Alchemist Guild member rushes off in panic, searching for Kim Tae-hyun. Taehyun stands frozen, shock locking his body. He expected a planned attack, not bombs planted throughout the structure. People are swallowed by the blasts, leaving Kim stunned by how the terrorists infiltrated and prepared everything in advance. His thoughts spiral. Before he can grasp reality, crowds flee, screaming about terrorists. Narendra's masked followers storm in, ordering weapons lowered and valuables surrendered. One terrorist fires wildly. Seconds pass, and the gunman falls headless with the rest. Taehyun moves, cutting them down instantly. Jianwang shouts toward Taehyun. But Taehyun charges ahead, vowing to hunt the masterminds. He orders Gyeon-woong to alert the association and call reinforcements, using a talisman blade gifted by the Players Association chairman for top trial results. He cuts through enemies. Meanwhile, elsewhere, auction staff confront the terrorists. They state the auction items are already sold, and not to criminals like them. The terrorist leader orders a massacre without hesitation. His men slaughter the guards protecting the auction goods. They seize the items soon after. Their true goal emerges, a rare artifact called the Phoenix Photon. It permanently boosts stamina and mana by 20 points per use. The leader questions why Narendra demanded it at the cost of their lives. A masked man feels immense energy from the Phoenix Photon and considers secretly consuming it. Before greed takes control, a figure crashes through the wall, striking the terrorists. The men warn their leader, Mr. Dyke, of the sudden attack. Worse still, the enemy uses stealth, remaining unseen. In an instant, the unseen attacker tears through the terrorists. As the enemy lunges for Dyke, he barely slices the mask, leaving a shallow wound. Dyke activates a chain ability, restraining the attacker immediately. The captive is Taehyun, revealing stealth as his only active technique. Dyke flashes a cruel grin and tells him that he's fucking dead now, confidence dripping from his voice. Bound tight by chains, Taehyun studies Dyke's skill. Impressed it tracks even stealth. He smirks, thinking this man suits predation well. Elsewhere, a disturbing sight unfolds as several captives are restrained together, their bodies encircled by pulsing waves of unstable magical energy. The location feels wrong, crawling with monsters pressed in from every side. Everything points to a ritual about to trigger inside the warp gate control room. The architect is Narendra Nehru, steeped in malice, ordering the captives to fear his god even more. His sermon cuts short when a subordinate rushes in, reporting an unexpected issue. The man reveals a message arrived from Dyke's unit, sent to secure the Phoenix Photon. He passes the walkie-talkie directly to Narendra without hesitation. On the line stands Kim Taehyun, calling for him without fear. Taehyun overpowers Dyke, slamming him into the wall and ending the fight. He takes the Phoenix Photon straight from Dyke's grasp. Taehyun provokes Nehru, telling him to come here now if he wants it back. He calls that old hag a fucking terrorist, his tone cold and direct. With every terrorist dealt with, silence finally settles. Kim consumes the Phoenix Photon potion, feeling its effect immediately. He admits it stands on an entirely different level. Even endless dungeon runs never raised his stats, yet one potion did. At least now, Taehyun knows the potion will not reach terrorist hands. Soon after, someone enters, revealed as Chief Security Officer Isaki Ryohei, the devil. Isaki and his men take in the aftermath left behind by the terrorists. The guards, along with Isaki, assume the enemy already escaped. Sharp-minded as ever, Isaki questions what nonsense they are spouting. He states plainly that the culprit is standing right before them. That sly Isaki asks our boy to stop hiding and come out. Taehyun drops stealth and reveals himself, puzzled that his flawless skill was seen through. The chief officer questions what someone of Taehyun's caliber, an S-rank player, is doing in this place. Taehyun mocks Isaki, saying the head of security should clean up the terror mess. Unmoved, Isaki bluntly states the object he is seeking. The truth sharpens for Taehyun, everything suddenly making sense. It was strange that Isaki and his forces never found the bombs. Kim explains that terrorists entered through East Point, a restricted zone. That detail proved the culprit had to be an insider. Taehyun throws shade at Ryohei, muttering who expected the security chief to be the spy. Tension thickens as Ryohei smirks, reminding Taehyun he warned him to mind his own damn business. In the next instant, Isaki lunges at Kim with explosive speed. Weapons collide in a sharp clash, sparks cutting through the air. Isaki asks him to hand him the potion, eyes fixed on Taehyun. Taehyun casually suggests he try taking it the way a true villain would. The clash explodes as both fighters move fast, like colliding lightning. When a guard attempts to step in, his comrades stop him cold, warning not to interfere between two S-rankers. Ryohei bears the title Devil, and careless interference could mean being cut down. Amid the violent exchange, Taehyun realizes he tracks attacks by killing intent and sound alone. While the Japanese fighter truly sees him, that realization tangles Taehyun's focus for a split second. Isaki's blade cuts across Taehyun's chest in that opening. Blood spills as Taehyun coughs under the impact. He cannot believe they share stealth, yet their mastery differs so widely. Still, Taehyun trusts that nothing surpasses his predation. He absorbs the guard's power without hesitation. As he prepares to strike back, Isaki Ryohei suddenly vanishes from sight. A soft giggle echoes as Isaki praises his sharp judgment. He explains stealth falters against wide-range abilities. Isaki adds Taehyun should have aimed it above as well, revealing he hid on the ceiling. He launches the ambush without warning. Dropping blade first toward Taehyun's head, narrowly avoided at the last instant. The pressure surges as Isaki drives his sword downward, when something abruptly stops the strike. Kim Taehyun activates Monarch's Heart, binding Isaki's sword in place. A smirk crosses Taehyun's face as he calls Ryohei a fool. The chief officer finally realizes the truth behind that earlier move. It was meant to keep him trapped inside the skill's range. Taehyun takes the opening and strikes Isaki hard, who erupts in rage, calling him a fucking little shit. Kim coils the chain around his stone-skinned arm, then drives a crushing punch into Ryohei's face, drawing blood. Soon, Taehyun restrains Chief Isaki completely. His allies lie drained, their power consumed down to the bone. Isaki thrashes in fury, shouting bastard at him. Taehyun wonders why an S-ranker would stoop this low for dirty money. He kicks Isaki's face, thinking he talks too much for a low-life criminal. The chief is sent flying from the impact. Taehyun orders the guards to reveal everything about Narendra Nehru. With reinforcements coming, Taehyun decides it is over for Isaki and Nehru. Isaki only snickers, calling Taehyun a clueless kid. The revelation leaves Taehyun deeply unsettled, tension tightening in his chest. Elsewhere, Seo Sangek, the alchemist guildmaster, rushes into the operating room. He immediately meets Go Tae-wook and the Players Association chairman. Sangek urgently asks about reinforcements sent to the East Point. Seo Sang-guk grows anxious, knowing valuable items and countless new Korea Association VIPs were present. The chairman steadies him, explaining backup forces were deployed the moment the terror attack was reported. An elite unit led by player Park Sung-jin was assembled. Sangek questions the delay, offering supplies and manpower if needed. The chairman explains the problem is not manpower. Access is completely blocked. Shocked, Seo Sang-gik listens as Go Tae-wook explains the terrorists seized the East Point Warp Gate control room and shut all gates. The guildmaster panics, nearly losing composure. Go Tae-wook reassures him that 2 S-rank players are present, Isaki Ryohei and Kim Tae-hyun, noting only Narendra Nehru stands on the enemy side. Confidence fills Tae-wook's voice as he believes 2 S-rankers can bring Nehru down. At that exact moment, Yoo Ah-young enters the room, back at East Point. Isaki asks Kim if he knows the skill called Contract with the Devil. He reveals it as Narendra Nehru's most dangerous ability. Isaki explains the skill requires sacrifices. Their quantity and value decide the monster summoned. Taehyun's eyes widen as he understands the nature of those sacrifices. Isaki confirms without shame, stating it is human sacrifice. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, they learn Narendra is holding several hundred hostages. Guildmaster Sangek reminds them Nehru is a notorious terrorist, dangerous even among S-rankers. Sangek panics, knowing a massive sacrifice would summon a disaster-level threat, leading to catastrophe. The scene shifts back to Taehyun. He calls them freaking lunatics. Isaki grins, claiming Taehyun may beat him, but will never defeat Narendra. The deranged Isaki offers 2 choices: beg for life and watch the sacrifices, or fight hopelessly and die like a dog, laughing with cruel certainty. At the Warp Gate control room, a subordinate reports Isaki Ryohei's defeat to Narendra. He also reports that Kim Tae-hyun, who defeated Isaki, has vanished along with the Phoenix Potion. Nehru advises waiting for association reinforcements, knowing direct combat means loss. Still, Nehru chooses to force Taehyun out if he stays hidden. He uses the hostages as bait and begins the ritual sacrifice. A dark, ominous aura pours out from Nehru. Suddenly, the entire area plunges into darkness. The hostages erupt into panic. The guards also panic as their vision vanishes, while Nehru witnesses the hostages disappear in an instant. It is Kim Tae-hyun charging in, saving civilians, ambushing the terrorist. He snaps the chains tight, precision strikes slicing the narrow space. The old man fights back, straining hard against the sudden restraint. Taehyun wraps him deeper in chains, confident the capture is sealed. Then a snake monster erupts from Narendra turban without warning. Narendra rips free as more snakes spill out, breathing sheets of fire. The clash triggers a violent blast that tears through the room. Taehyun dodges, stunned. He never imagined monsters hidden atop a head. He questions the man identity. Then Narendra walks out of the flames. Nearby hostages ask Taehyun if he truly came to rescue them. Fear takes over as they plead for him to keep them alive. Taehyun recalls pushing hostages aside before, not mercy, just survival. Their hope rises anyway, and the moment freezes around him. Taehyun looks up. Endless monsters loom. The sight crushes the air. In the next heartbeat, the swarm drops straight down to strike. The monsters surge harder, chaos swelling with each second. Kim launches upward, twisting away to avoid the crashing bodies. He quickly sees his attacks fail. These creatures ignore the damage. Narendra mocks him as a fool, warning this contract breeds different monsters. The villain explains the contract binds them all under his command. Using his magic, the creatures harden beyond their kind, rising far stronger than normal monsters. Kim is driven into the ground as the empowered monsters crush down on him. Naru snaps him back to reality, saying defeating Hisaki means nothing against God will. At Neru command, the monsters rush in wildly, closing around Taehyun from all sides. The hostages watch in fear as Taehyun becomes completely surrounded and pinned. Some hostages turn hostile, blaming Taehyun for failing them while losing to monsters. Another hostage cuts in, telling them to actually look at what is happening. He points out that because of Kim Taehyun, the monsters ignore the hostages entirely. Even while overpowered, Kim blocks every path, never letting monsters reach them. That single truth shifts the moment and forces everyone to rethink the scene. He explains Kim already flung the hostages to safety earlier, clearing this side. The truth hits them hard, eyes shaking, realizing what Taehyun was doing. From the beginning, every move he made was meant to protect them. The crowd erupts in cheers for him, unaware of his true intentions. Meanwhile, Kim keeps fighting with everything left, blood streaking his face. Pushed past restraint, he screams at them to shut up. Overloaded and cornered, monsters strike non-stop. Hostages interfere. He says he cannot do this shit anymore. The hostages still call out to him, hoping their voices give strength in this one-man war. Narendra Nehru scoffs at Taehyun, asking if he is giving up now. In that instant, Kim turns the tide, ordering player Park Gyeon-woong to finish this fast. The moment freezes, tension spikes. Something is about to step in. Park Gyeon-woong appears, apologizing for keeping Taehyun waiting this long. The story cuts backward, pulling us into a sudden memory. Park Young-woong reaches the site where Taehyun crushed Chief Officer Isaki and guards. Taehyun explains the guards worked alongside the terrorists from the start. Kim shifts focus. The true threat is the Warp Gate Tower, packed with Opid Uro Nehru's monsters. Taehyun says dealing with the villains themselves is manageable. The monsters would react instantly, and hostages could be caught inside the chaos. As Park panics, Taehyun explains he needs gate manipulation for this reason. Park agrees to assist and asks for the precise warp location. Taehyun answers calmly. The location does not matter to him. His goal is simple: expel every summoned monster. The plan is bold. Back in the present, Park activates gate manipulation. The monsters vanish, dragged away to another destination. Opid Uro Nehru witnesses this and completely loses control. He screams, "What the hell is going on?" While Park is stunned, the absurd plan works. Through precise gate control, the battlefield changes instantly. Only Opid Uro Nehru and the villains remain. Victory seems guaranteed. Taehyun announces that his role here has ended. He orders Park to take the hostages and leave immediately. Gyeong-woong protests, insisting on staying behind. Taehyun reassures him his enemy is an S rank just like himself. From here on, Taehyun admits he cannot protect anyone else. The A rank hunter hesitates, then leads the hostages out. At that moment, Opid Uro Nehru calls out to Taehyun. The fight restarts without delay. The old man mocks Taehyun for believing he is S rank. He declares Taehyun cannot defeat him, then moves. Opid Uro Nehru strikes Taehyun directly. The blow lands. Damage is clearly dealt. He keeps ranting, saying all rescues mean nothing without victory. The fanatic condemns Taehyun as a non-believer defiling God's name. Monsters close in as Taehyun keeps his head lowered. Taehyun activates predation. Opid Uro Nehru freezes in disbelief. Realization dawns in his eyes. Taehyun had concealed this power all along. The villain admits Taehyun is the finest sacrifice. Opid Uro Nehru reveals he too hid abilities. Taehyun is left stunned by the revelation. Without warning, the villains begin to drop, their strength fading all at once. Their bodies twist and weaken, as if something vital is being torn away. It becomes clear Opid Uro is consuming their souls to fuel himself. With every sacrifice, his presence grows heavier and more dangerous. The S-rank bone dragon exhales dense green flames across the battlefield. Elsewhere, Park Young-woong keeps moving, refusing to slow down. He shields the hostages while forcing a path through the remaining threats. Just as the terrorists prepare to strike, something goes wrong. Their bodies crumble as they cough blood and collapse mid-motion. The sudden sight leaves the A-rank hunter shaken. He struggles to understand what kind of power causes this. Kim Tae-hyun clashes with the bone dragon, pushed to the edge. He breaks away and dives into a nearby building for cover. His thoughts race, questioning the origin of such a monster. Before any answer forms, danger closes in again. The bone dragon tracks him instantly and closes the distance. A brutal impact sends shock through the structure. Kim Tae-hyun triggers predation against the hollow skeleton. The skill activates, but the dragon remains unstoppable. Opid Uro approaches. Surprised Kim Tae-hyun survived the strike. The building collapses further under the clash between Kim Tae-hyun and Opid Uro. See, Kim Tae-hyun realizes just how overwhelming an S-rank enemy is. Even at full output, predation barely softened the impact. The fact they share the same rank feels unreal. Kim Tae-hyun senses this power is forced, not natural. Believing Opid Uro is nearing his limit, Kim Tae-hyun chooses to stall longer. Opid Uro laughs coldly, mocking Kim Tae-hyun as a filthy non-believer. He claims to see through the delay and dismisses it as pointless. Rather than pursue him, Opid Uro turns his attack elsewhere. His power targets the building the civilians escaped from. Far away, inside the New Korea Player Association headquarters, alarms ring. A woman confirms East Point coordinates linked through the emergency warp gate. She hesitates, realizing only New South Korea is connected. Even Park Sungjin could face extreme danger entering now. Sungjin snaps, calling that idea nonsense. He fears how dire the situation must be for that kid. Speaking of Kim Tae-hyun, he charges through the gate with his team. Park Jae-young-woong regains consciousness amid chaos. He sees Kim Tae-hyun standing firm, shielding everyone from the Bone Dragon's flames. The A-rank hunter tells him not to worry, since everything ends if Kim Tae-hyun falls. Tae-hyun trusts his judgment, convinced his read on the situation is correct. He understands a direct clash against the Bone Dragon is impossible. The only viable path is waiting until Opid Uro exhausts his power. Even with that risk clear, the pressure keeps rising. Still, Tae-hyun refuses to surrender or step back yet. Tae-hyun strains his mind, chasing any path that might still save everyone trapped here. A sudden voice cuts in, saying it cannot endure this any longer. Tae-hyun pauses, searching his thoughts, unsure where that voice came from. Predation rank shifts without warning, the system forcing a temporary adjustment. The rank surges to A, his power bursting past limits he never crossed before. His body fails to contain predation, the rank racing from S to SSS, locked active, leaving him lost. Tae-hyun finally understands. Predation has slipped control and is tearing loose. His thoughts drift to the king who placed this power inside him. He wonders if this is how he dies. Right here. A pointless ending after everything he endured. After all he survived, Tae-hyun refuses to accept dying like this. His strength gives out, and he crashes to the ground. Opid Uro watches, confused, questioning if Tae-hyun forced his skills to erupt. He senses an absurd flood of energy and cannot grasp its source. He cannot understand why Tae-hyun collapsed under his own skill. Unconsciousness should have stopped the ability cold. The S-rank villain declares he will personally end Tae-hyun if he defies God to the end. He steps closer, intent clear. Tae-hyun suddenly rises to his feet. He sneers, mocking the old hag without fear. Something feels wrong, as if this is no longer Kim Tae-hyun. Opid Uro realizes the presence before him is not the man he fought. Tae-hyun dismisses him, saying an already dead insect need not know. With a single swing of his hand, Opid Uro is hurled far away, erased from the battlefield. At the same moment, Tae-hyun gains a new skill, demonic contract. He drifts in a black void, certain he stood with Opid Uro moments ago. Chains choke him tight, stone skin and paralysis locking his body. Confusion floods him as he struggles to understand what is happening. Tae-hyun questions his failing skills while a voice mocks him openly. It asks when those powers ever truly belonged to him. The unseen voice tells him it consumed everything he swallowed. Now he must return every bit he took. With that, Tae-hyun jolts awake from the nightmare. He pants and checks his hands, realizing the wounds are gone. Even the arm shattered by predation is fully restored. Player Park Sungjin enters, offering fish cakes with a calm smile. He explains the association and alchemists prepared this place to repay Tae-hyun after the terror attack. Thanks to Tae-hyun, Ryohei was arrested after yielding to the terrorists. The A-rank player adds that many survived, and countless visitors came, worried for Tae-hyun. From his parents up to the chairman, he explains everyone broke down crying non-stop. The blue-haired man adds the exams showed no issues. He stayed behind in case reporters or villains appeared. Kim Tae-hyun only focuses on one thing, figuring out what actually happened. He clearly recalls collapsing during the fight against Opid. Sungjin says he expected that outcome. He admits he was about to ask the same question. The flashback shows Park Hyung-woong witnessing the clash with Opid Uro. He hesitates, unsure the man before him is really Tae-hyun. The A-rank hunter demands to know what was done to Tae-hyun. The man turns, faces Jiang Weng, and lifts his hand calmly. An unseen force strikes Park, dropping him to the ground instantly. He loses consciousness, and in that moment, the presence controlling Tae-hyun realizes it has reached its limit. It chooses to withdraw for now. The moment Tae-hyun collapses, Park Sungjin and his team arrive, securing survivors and pulling them out. Opid Uro and the other terrorists vanish without a trace. The flashback ends as Sungjin explains he questioned every survivor. All of them remember Taehyun trying to stop the S-rank enemy, yet none recall how the fight truly unfolded. Their memories feel altered, like something interfered. The S-rank hunter believes the terrorists caused it. He decides to leave, promising to report anything he uncovers. Taehyun still doubts Opid was responsible. He cannot explain his recovery, because he never felt it happen. He remembers his arm being completely destroyed by predation, and thinks Opid suffered the same. Taehyun realizes he gained a new skill, demonic contract, and opens his status window. He is stunned to see gate access unlocked. Recalling it summons monsters and costs more magic than he has. Suddenly Park Sungjin calls out to Taehyun. He peeks in, informing him a visitor has arrived. Lim A-young enters, carrying a fruit basket for him. Ah-young slams the basket down, saying she heard he was injured. Yet he looks fine. She adds she also heard Taehyun saved many people during the incident, and that he even fought 2 S-rank players. Taehyun simply agrees, giving her the answer she wanted. She snaps, telling him not to get arrogant, crushing an apple and vowing to catch up soon. Taehyun wonders why she even showed up. She admits she came to check on him, but he does not believe her. Ah-hyung shakes with frustration, recalling she came out of concern, only to find him fine. She senses an absurd amount of power radiating from him. The pressure hits her hard. She realizes the gap between her and Taehyun has grown far beyond the tryouts. Just as she gathers herself to ask him something important, the door lock clicks open without warning. A knock follows. Then Yoo Ah-hyung steps inside the room. Taehyun and Lim freeze, both stunned by her sudden appearance. Lim never expected to run into her sister here. The blue-haired girl fires question after question, asking why she is here and how she knew the password. The green-eyed woman bristles at being called sister, tells her to stop, and says the association gave her access. Without hesitation, Yoo Ah-hyung casually grabs Taehyun. Lim stands frozen, completely lost about what her sister is doing. The S-rank hunter acts like she lives with Taehyun, giving off an awkwardly intimate vibe. Lim snaps back, saying it would be a crime since Taehyun is still a minor, her face burning with anger. Before it escalates further, Taehyun forcefully pulls Yoo Ah-hyung's hands away. He tells her to stop joking and asks why she is here after he rejected her guild offer many times. The green-eyed S-ranker mocks his attitude, saying she came to check on him and bring a gift. She then brings up the Asian exhibition games. She reminds him his merit point rank is still only 30 despite East Point. To reach the top 5 and qualify, he needs far more. So she offers him raiding rights to the double dungeon, Fire Temple. Elsewhere, Shadow of the Malignant Guild surveys the ruins where East Point once stood. A subordinate reports it stayed intact for hours after the attack, then collapsed from accumulated damage. The Vice Guildmaster asks about Opid Euro, but is told his location remains unknown. The member worries they will still have to report everything to the Guildmaster. Shadow dismisses it, saying their objective was met and the job was paid for. As he prepares to continue speaking, an East Point security vessel arrives, broadcasting warnings as it surrounds them. Only authorized investigators are allowed to enter the restricted zone. The ship orders all hostile forces to disarm and surrender immediately. In the next instant, the security vessel sinks beneath the sea. The Vice Malignant Guildmaster resumes calmly, amused by Kim Taehyun. At Nightwalker Guild headquarters, the members erupt in celebration after hearing the news. The rising star of New Korea and hero of East Point is joining them. Yoo Ah-hyung explains that raiding rights do not grant control over loot or members. He will not decide item distribution or team composition. Taehyun accepts without complaint. The opportunity itself is enough. Fire Temple is the nation's second double dungeon, named for its flame-like entrance. See, before Taehyun's regression, Nightwalker cleared it, but nearly lost everything. Knowing the danger, Taehyun is certain it promises huge gains and merit points. With his right arm collapsed and stats reduced, he decides challenging it now may be too much. With Yoo Ah-hyung, an S-rank hunter present, Taehyun feels the balance already tilts their way. Alongside these guild members backing them, the setup feels unshakable. Taehyun believes that even inside a double dungeon, failure is not an option. At the double dungeon gate, nearly 300 non-participants gather, cheering loudly for those entering. It quickly becomes clear that only Taehyun and Yoo Ah-hyung will take part. The guild members wish them luck, hoping both return alive and unharmed. Taehyun quietly wonders why the raid only has 2 participants. Yoo Ah-hyung tells him it is a date, though she simply wants everyone else gone. The moment they step inside the dungeon, both stop in awe at the scene before them. The green-eyed hunter senses something off, the air unlike any normal dungeon. It makes her question whether all double dungeons feel this unnatural. Ah-young drops to one knee, wondering how they are meant to descend. Taehyun warns her to stay alert, sensing traps or monsters nearby. Then it happens. A monster suddenly yanks Yoo Ah-hyung away. Taehyun stiffens, knowing this was bound to happen. Before he can react or rush to help, the S-rank hunter moves. She erases the monster with a single clean strike. Calmly, she says she understands how to get down now. Taehyun watches as Yoo Ah-hyung deletes a rank monsters one after another effortlessly. He wonders if she hid her power before, despite knowing she ranked among the strongest S-class. Even so, he never expected this level of dominance, making her two-person plan obvious. Seeing that, Taehyun decides it is time to contribute seriously. Much later, they near the end of the dungeon as Ah-young complains about its depth and length. Taehyun notes the monsters were numerous and strong, yet never enough to threaten Yoo Ah-hyung. This makes him question what could have driven Nightwalker to near annihilation here. So, lost in thought, he notices the green-eyed hunter approach and hand him a ring. The warrior's ring surges with energy, rapidly enhancing stamina and strength. Taehyun is stunned, realizing it could restore what he lost from his damaged right arm, yet questions her timing. Ah-young explains the gift benefits the guild too, since Taehyun holds the raid rights. She pushes further, tempting him with more rewards if he joins, but he only looks bored, asking why now. Her reaction suggests concern, but Taehyun sees it as simple practicality. He tells her they should proceed carefully from this point forward. From what he can tell, they have arrived at the core. Within the domain of the Dungeon Master, they spot an egg of unknown rank. Taehyun cannot identify what kind of monster lies inside. Still, he is certain this egg is the double dungeon boss and signals for assistance. He calls out to Yoo Ah-hyung, suggesting they gather information first. Turning his head, Taehyun realizes Yoo Ah-hyung is no longer beside him. The fearless S-rank woman launches herself onto the massive egg without hesitation, committing fully to the strike. The shell shatters instantly, collapsing inward as the egg is completely crushed. Taehyun freezes for a moment, concern flashing across his face. He questions her recklessness, unsure why she would act so aggressively. Ah-hyung measures the force and concludes the monster was likely low S rank, yet she struck at full power and never expected it to break so easily. Taehyun refuses to believe the dungeon would end this simply. His instinct proves right, because the true boss has yet to appear. A voice echoes, mocking them as lowly humans, surprised they climbed this far. It remarks that some interesting guests have arrived today. The voice claims their proud strength will be erased by its blue fires. The speaker reveals itself as a phoenix, ruler of the Double Dungeon Fire Temple, an S-rank monster. The phoenix boasts regeneration and extreme magic resistance, making it seem nearly immortal. Taehyun wonders if this creature truly rules the dungeon, fearing a blue flame phoenix. His fear confirms as blue fire ignites around the beast. Argyle warns Ah-young about its mind control ability, but he is too late. Her mind already seized. Yoo Ah-young turns on Taehyun, attacking while under the phoenix's control. Taehyun tries desperately to snap her back to herself. He questions how a veteran player could become completely useless now. Before he can react further, the S-rank player strikes him with overwhelming force through her skills. The dungeon boss watches with amusement, mocking humans and looking down on them. Ah-young searches for Taehyun to strike again when she is suddenly yanked backward by a chain, the chain binding her tightly in place. Taehyun finally realizes this phoenix destroyed the Nightwalker guild raid before his regression. He warns Yoo Ah-young that the next hit will hurt. He hurls a rock directly at her without hesitation. The impact makes her cough blood before she collapses unconscious. Taehyun knows chain and paralysis will not last long. She must recover her senses before waking. He chooses to end the fight before that moment arrives and prepares himself. The phoenix asks if Taehyun enjoyed the game it arranged. Taehyun mocks it, calling it a chicken playing with humans and warning its end is near. Taehyun attempts to retreat with her, still unconscious and bound, secured tightly against his back. The dungeon boss refuses to let him escape so easily. It demands Taehyun show his strength as attacks rain down, and Taehyun weaves through them. He counters with swift strikes using the dagger in his hand. The phoenix sneers, claiming repeated slashes only fuel its raging flames. It declares with certainty that the outcome is decided. A mere human like Taehyun could never defeat a being like it. He realizes this regeneration rate is absurd, even by phoenix standards, far beyond reason. On top of that, the creature can expand its body, growing to a terrifying scale. That detail makes Taehyun certain this thing is not a normal phoenix. He considers it might be a grand phoenix, a mutant monster classed above standard ranks. Kim Taehyun knows his current skills cannot suppress regeneration at that level. The only method that gives him any chance is predation. But predation risks another berserk state, so it must be saved as the final strike. While he weighs his options in silence, Yoo Ah-young suddenly regains consciousness. She has no idea why she is bound, why her body aches, or why the phoenix has grown to such a massive size. Taehyun orders her to stay still, while she demands to be untied immediately. He questions freeing someone who lost control in seconds. while Yu insists she was manipulated. She swears it will not happen again and demands he untie her now. In that moment of distraction, the dungeon boss launches another attack. Both of them engage the Phoenix in direct combat. Taehyun warns Yu not to fall for its tricks again. She dismisses him, calling him overly cautious. The Phoenix mocks them, claiming their attacks are meaningless. Taehyun steps forward to lead, activating Monarch Heart. But Yu Young moves first. Her skill spirals out of control. Amazon Spirit enters Berserk mode. A violent green aura erupts as reverse mana flow fuels her Berserker state. Most avoid this power since it can permanently damage the body, but brief control changes everything. The force released in that state exceeds normal limits. Yu masters it briefly and clashes head-on with the Grand Phoenix. Her strike slams the Phoenix into the ground with overwhelming force. Gasping for air, her control slips away. She collapses, unconscious. The Grand Phoenix rises again and sneers at the lowly human. Enraged, it moves to finish her defenseless body. Taehyun intervenes, binding the Phoenix with chains from Monarch Heart. The dungeon boss is restrained as Taehyun holds it in place. He grins, realizing Yu crushed its regeneration with raw destructive power. Holding her, he knows he cannot rely on her alone and must end this himself. Beyond the dungeon portal, people wait anxiously, trusting the S-rankers yet fearing the worst. One man mutters that the guildmaster always charges ahead without thinking. He bursts through the gate holding Yu, both outfits soaked deep with blood. Guild members mistake the figure for Yu Young, asking if she is all right. The truth lands fast. It is our guy reporting the fire temple cleared. A bizarre twist follows. Images of Kim Taehyun carrying Yu Young explode online. The post frames it as a secret private dungeon raid. Later in the hospital, Yu Young flushes with shame reading dating rumors. She presses the guild on leaks, since the double dungeon raid was unannounced. The guild members dodge her eyes, clearly hiding something. One finally speaks, saying double dungeon raids matter. Secrecy rarely survives. Meanwhile, the copper red-haired member admits telling close friends. Promises made, claiming it was for her. Young smiles faintly and says they should just die together. Right then, the association chairman steps into the room. He is anxious, hearing the guildmaster used berserk mode inside the dungeon. Seeing the room wrecked and members bruised by Yu, he assumes she is fine. Afterward, the chairman and Yu Young walk outside the hospital. She says 1 minute of control was manageable after training. He asks about Kim Taehyun's ability she wanted tested. Yu grows quiet, then explains what happened after she lost consciousness. Kim Taehyun fought the Grand Phoenix alone and ended the battle completely. Yu adds it has been 2 weeks since the fire temple, and Kim already heads to the abyssal depths, wondering how far he pushes himself. The chairman gasps in disbelief, calling it amazing growth speed for New Korea. Something keeps bothering Yu Young, an unease she cannot shake away. So she says most people crave growth, then slow once satisfied. But Kim Taehyun never pauses or settles. In truth, Kim Taehyun pushes forward using every path and method available to him. That relentless drive makes her ask the chairman why Kim chases strength so desperately. The chairman listens calmly, acting as if he already holds the answer. The old man dodges the truth, claiming Kim grows stronger out of love for his nation. He adds monsters rise everywhere, evil stirs, and Kim's patriotism fuels his advance. Yu Young stands silent, stunned by how hollow the explanation sounds. The scene shifts deep into the abyssal depths, far from human ground. Ruined human bodies lie scattered, erased with overwhelming and merciless force. A cloaked man kneels and presses his lips to the Archduke's hand. Vampire Lord Igman seals their bond through an unbreakable blood oath. The man offers thanks to the Lord of Blood without hesitation. Igman calmly asks how it feels to inherit the power of their race. The cloak falls, revealing Zhang Linping, China's sole force-level player, smiling with malice. Elsewhere, Kim Taehyun enters the abyss, realizing it is his first return since regression. He is met by a representative of the World Player Association. The same man also manages the 22nd district of the abyssal depths. Paul Becker steps forward and greets Kim Taehyun with formal composure. Paul Becker assumes this is Kim Taehyun's first time setting foot in the abyss. Becker advises that Kim recruit players as guides or hired blades for safety. The manager explains the World Association built player zones as camps and shelters to support abyss exploration. Even so, the abyss stays lethal. Strong monsters can strike any time, zones included. Because of that, Becker insists Kim bring mercenaries no matter his skill. Companions still matter. Kim answers flatly that it is unnecessary. And at that exact instant, a massive monster erupts from nowhere and lunges straight at Kim. Paul shouts a warning about the sudden threat, but Taehyun cuts the monster down instantly with a clean dagger strike. He calmly finishes his thought, saying mercenaries are pointless since he is just walking around. The message is clear. Kim moves better alone. He roams the abyss and drops monsters freely, assuming nobody remains nearby. All of this traces back to praying before the Grand Phoenix at the Fire Temple. Taehyun fulfilled the condition of 200 magic power to trigger the demonic contract. For him, the demonic contract opened an abyssal gate. This makes Kim question the change. The contract once controlled monsters. Now it forms a gate. Since the skill works only once, he suspects predation altered its effect. Still, Kim decides one overwhelming creature beats hauling dozens. Then he activates mana-amplifying stones. These items are refined magic crystals that briefly boost magic power. And then, the demonic contract activates, forming a gate shaped from an eerie skeleton. Taehyun steps through the gate, unable to hide his excitement. He arrives before a towering castle, impossibly massive in scale. He climbs the long stone stairs without slowing. Kim reflects that he has never heard of such a place within the abyss. Even after boosting the skill with a magic stone, he has no idea where he landed. Before Kim can think further, mythical flying creatures suddenly attack him. He evades at once, triggering a violent impact nearby. Kim draws his dagger as they reveal themselves. One asks what punishment he deserves for holding such danger there. The attackers are S-rank succubi, and the revelation shocks Kim stiff. Succubi are known to drain men through mental assaults like illusions and domination. What truly disturbs Taehyun is that succubi should only be B-rank. He realizes they may be his contract targets. While the three sisters study their human prize, Kim declares that if they are his targets, he will gladly knock them out. He lunges forward, dagger aimed high, while the succubi dart effortlessly through the air. They hover above and taunt him, saying that he's quite eager, so it might be tricky to tame him. The succubi unleash their ability on Taehyun, attempting to seize his mind. Fully confident no man could ever withstand their brainwashing. Yet Kim remains completely unaffected by their so-called power. He drives his fist straight into a succubus face. Kim turns the fight around by activating the Monarch's heart ability. The power locks enemy movement, leaving the succubus frozen in shock. She cannot grasp how a mere human resists their brainwashing skill. Kim senses the skill used on him and identifies it as temptation, muttering that attraction toward monsters feels deeply wrong. He activates a strange resisting power and asks the sisters crushed to the floor if they want a contract. To create a monster summoning contract, one of two conditions must be fulfilled without exception. The first path requires granting the monster exactly what it desires. Kim chooses domination through force, favoring direct conflict as he moves to form the contract. Only to discover the succubus before him is not his true contract target. Kim freezes in disbelief, realizing he has made a serious miscalculation. That is when the true presence finally reveals itself. Multiple S+ rank grand succubi appear, judging Kim as a worthy offering for their queen. Deep within the palace halls, a grim scene unfolds as countless humans are petrified and suspended upside down in silence. The succubi report to the queen that a human has invaded the palace. The queen rests beyond a veil, smiling as she declares the arrival of long-awaited amusement. Throughout the palace, impacts and violent tremors echo without pause. The grand succubi pursue Taehyun relentlessly, hurling stone as he flees through collapsing corridors. They mock him as a coward while insisting he must be captured alive for the queen. Taehyun smashes through a glass barrier, only to face even more enemies. Frustration peaks, leaving him no option but to unleash his power to clear a path. A massive blast erupts within the palace structure. Kim advances steadily toward the queen chamber without hesitation. Kim reasons that if lesser succubi fail as targets, the queen must be the only answer left. A maid appears and greets Taehyun calmly, stating that the queen has been expecting him. This confirmation aligns perfectly with Kim's intent. Inside the chamber, countless strands stretch outward from behind the veil. The queen greets Taehyun with composed authority, introducing herself as Rosaria, the origin and ruler of all succubi. In that instant, Kim understands she is the demonic contract target. After confirming her name, Kim is stunned by the fact that a monster speaks fluent human language. Rosaria explains calmly that he understands monsters as well, making it no different. The queen then asks Taehyun the reason he came to her castle. She assumes he seeks riches, power, or desire. Kim rejects every assumption without hesitation. He states clearly that he came to form a summoning pact. Hearing this declaration, Rosaria laughs darkly, praising his boldness as a guest. She reveals herself fully and warns Kim to restrain his delusions. She questions whether treating toys as equals could ever be called a pact. Her tendrils surge outward in a violent motion, striking toward Kim. In that instant, Kim forms a clear plan inside his mind. He resolves to force Queen Rosaria into submission using demonic power alone. Kim weaves past the incoming tentacles, pushing straight toward the queen. He charges forward, chaining stone skill momentum with his binding ability. The surge ends abruptly when Rosaria flicks her hand once, stopping Taehyun cold while he is still suspended in midair. Terror hits as his body suddenly drops, and he sees himself falling through the real world below. His skills refuse to activate as he plummets downtown, making him question the space itself. Taehyun realizes this falling world is nothing more than a succubus illusion. The scene shifts instantly as he sinks into deep water, unable to breathe. Kim spots the queen floating above, wondering when the illusion began. Rosaria answers by reading his thoughts, revealing the illusion existed from the start. Her tentacles coil around Kim as his consciousness fades away. Taehyun sinks deeper into Rosaria illusion, completely submerged by her control. As he struggles to break free, he finds himself inside a car, seeing his childhood self riding with his parents. Young Taehyun excitedly talks about high-ranked awakeners earning fortunes. He dreams aloud of awakening strong, promising to buy his parents everything they want. His mother smiles and tells him that he is the best. She adds that his happiness and health matter more than anything else. The child feels bored by that answer, while Kim watches silently, remembering how his parents were always like this. They never cared about rank or wealth, only wishing for their son happiness. Then, without warning, the memory shatters into the moment of a violent car crash. Kim sees his parents lifeless before him. He watches his younger self held by his uncle and aunt as they grieve. The memories continue as he sees himself bullied during his teenage years. As a non-awakener, Taehyun lacked power to resist daily injustice. What hurt more was knowing he could not help anyone else. Instead, he believed his weakness only burdened those who supported him. Teenage Taehyun leaves his uncle and aunt home despite their desperate attempts to stop him. He carries heavy guilt, deeply thankful for everything they had done. Kim Taehyun's parents wished only for his happiness. Yet to achieve happiness, he believed strength was absolutely necessary. Kim senses queen hypnosis confirmed, resists with mysterious power, but fails as all abilities are suppressed. Even so, he activates predation and escapes with his life intact. Rosaria watches in surprise and amusement, never expecting such an outcome. Yet several fragments inside Taehyun's memories feel off to her, details that refuse to align. First, she spots moments where he appears older than his current body should allow. Second, she finds memories sharing the same period, but ending in completely reversed results. Sensing hidden truth, the succubus queen decides to dig deeper into his memories. Before she can continue her search, the king suddenly manifests before her without warning. Her strength collapses instantly, forcing her down onto her knees. Taehyun steps into view behind her. He presses a dagger close to her neck, cold and unmoving. He remarks on her vile habit of invading memories, then calmly orders her to accept. The summoning. Rosaria reels from his escape, yet mocks his belief that a mere dagger can kill her. Taehyun answers with resolve, ready to test that assumption himself. The succubus queen then declares her acceptance of the pact, ending the standoff. She wraps her arms around him with crushing force. The pressure draws a strained groan from his lips. At that moment, every condition of the pact is satisfied. The summoning pact forms. Demonic contract shifts into the queen's man, its rank realigned. A new skill, complete hypnosis, registers, its rank adjusted. Boosting his charm, Taehyun's body gives out, dropping him into darkness. As he fades, Rosaria wishes him rest, calling him the king's chosen one. Taehyun awakens to Paul Becker calling his name, his surroundings unfamiliar. The A-rank player explains they are inside the player zone. He says he found Taehyun unconscious during patrol, worried something went wrong. Taehyun tries recalling whether Rosaria put him to sleep. Checking his status window, he sees Queen's Man, granting the ability to summon her. He also sees complete hypnosis, confirming the encounter was no illusion. With Rosaria summoned, he could challenge forces rivaling an entire nation's strength. The hypnosis skill offers endless application, leaving him wondering why she agreed. His thoughts return to her final words about him being the king's chosen one. Doubt grips him as he questions whether she knows the king's truth. Paul's voice snaps Taehyun back from his thoughts, asking his next move and suggesting he hire a guide. Taehyun thanks him, explaining his business here is finished. With that settled, he chooses to return home. Young steps out of the hospital doors. Her guild members greet her warmly, celebrating her release. Nightwalker's Vice Guild Master Young Hanzu asks if she feels better. She answers confidently, already recovered and having beaten several challengers. Hansu shares fresh news, revealing Taehyun has returned from the abyssal depths. At first, Hyung feels his return is too fast, then realizes even Kim Taehyun would struggle alone in the abyssal depths. The Vice Guildmaster believes the name Grave of S-Rankers exists for a clear reason. Her concern shifts to the person who met him, as the green-eyed woman questions their identity. She learns the visitor was the leader of Undivided, the one who sought him out, one of the 4 great guilds, the S-rank player Kwan Kang Hyuk. Elsewhere, Kang Hyuk openly challenges Tae-hyun to a duel. He advances immediately, denying Tae-hyun any time to respond. Kwon Kang-hyuk, Undivided's leader, famed as New South Korea's strongest tank, carries countless battle legends. His most infamous tale is recruiting players by forcing duels upon them. As Kwon prepares to strike, his secretary sharply blocks him, demanding he stop. Kim Hyun, a B-rank secretary, warns him about bans and public backlash she must clean up again. She then calmly introduces herself to Tae-hyun. She explains their guildmaster's reputation, stating this visit is an official scouting attempt, offending her boss. Eon explains that if Tae-hyun shows interest, a duel becomes unnecessary, raising doubts in his mind. Kim quietly admits force is likely, though she sees the offer as worth considering. Referring to Tae-hyun's Asian Exhibition Games record, she reinforces her claim. She states Undivided excels in abyss exploration, offering dense raid schedules and full support systems. The secretary believes joining them would earn Tae-hyun enough merit to cover any shortage. The impatient guild leader interrupts, believing words will not sway him. He claims Tae-hyun would have joined already if persuasion worked. Stepping forward, he is stopped as Tae-hyun suddenly says he changed his mind. This leaves both leader and secretary uncertain. Kwon wonders if Tae-hyun is ready to join after all. Instead, Tae-hyun questions the nonsense coming from the guild leader. He declares they will settle this his way. The winner will take everything they want. With that, both sides agree to the terms. The scene shifts to the Undivided headquarters arena. Reporters swarm Tae-hyun with questions, draining his patience fast. He resists the urge to silence them with spirit skills. As they wait, he spots interviewer Kim Gi-ja pushing through the crowd. Tae-hyun grabs her hand, pulling her clear of the chaos. He reveals he remembers her from the player tryouts. Whispers and rumors spread rapidly among the reporters. Gi-ja feels honored, believing someone like her should be forgotten by elites. Tae-hyun announces all questions will be handled by her later, citing his duel plans. Shocked, she is left surrounded as Tae-hyun walks away, reporters closing in. He enters the arena and finds Kwon Kang-hyuk already waiting. The leader fears Tae-hyun might back out. Tae-hyun thinks the concern is misplaced and decides to finish this now. Choi Hyesol, a B-rank player and Undivided commentator, announces the long-awaited main match, stating victory comes only when one kneels. The host signals the humane recruitment duel to begin, and combat erupts immediately. Tae-hyun unleashes the full force of the Night King spirit, a power known to fell even solid S-class monsters in a single strike. He believes even Kwon Kang-hyuk will struggle to move under it. The Undivided leader admits the skill is impressive, yet the attack fails to restrain him at all. In a blink, Kang-hyuk appears behind Tae-hyun. He drives a heavy punch into him. Tae-hyun absorbs the impact and holds his ground. The S-rank fighter presses on without pause. He lunges again, noting Tae-hyun's tricks are not bad, but he warns that such moves will never make him kneel. The clash continues as Tae-hyun barely evades another strike. Kang Hyuk mocks his retreat, questioning how he plans to win. Tae-hyun fires back, saying kneeling will not come easy without another monster. The guild leader remarks that Tae-hyun talks boldly for someone on edge. He decides to end the fight as requested. Kang Hyuk releases his final combat stance, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Young watches with young Hansu, pleased to attend while Hansu grows uneasy. He believes allowing this duel was a mistake. They know Kang Hyuk's Blessings of the Beast grants overwhelming close combat power. The Vice Guildmaster doubts Tae-hyun can win a direct fight. The green-eyed woman stays calm, telling him not to worry. From what she has seen of Tae-hyun, he always hides a decisive card, so then the impossible unfolds before everyone. Hyesol announces the defeat of their guildmaster. Kang-hyuk kneels by his own will, leaving the arena silent. Tae-hyun smiles calmly, asking Kang-hyuk if that counts as victory. Secretary Ha-yeon rushes to manage explanations with the human rights community. Undivided members stare in shock, their leader kneeling for the first time. Protests erupt as they accuse Tae-hyun of cheating and demand a rematch. Tae-hyun exhales and looks back at Kang-hyuk, still kneeling. Kang Hyuk expected criticism, but not being cornered so completely in close combat. Tae-hyun feels relief knowing complete hypnosis activated at the final moment. Kang Hyuk denies defeat, unable to recall the ending, suspecting mind control. The Undivided leader raises his voice to address everyone. He silences the crowd, admitting fault and accepting the result despite unknown skills. He orders his members to accept the outcome, warning dissenters to step forward. Hansu still struggles to process that the leader of Undivided actually lost the duel. Ah-young can clearly sense how furious Kwon is beneath his calm surface. The fact that Tae-hyun forced him to kneel in a single instant feels unreal. The green-eyed woman finds Tae-hyun endlessly entertaining after witnessing that moment. The Vice Guildmaster worries for his leader, pointing out her oddly amused expression. After the clash ends, Kwan Kang Hyuk walks over to Taehyun and they shake hands, acknowledging the fight as a solid match. Kwan remains unsatisfied, asking if Taehyun intended to win this way all along. Taehyun answers without hesitation, showing no regret at all. Kwan mutters that Taehyun is an irritating man. Kwan grips Kim's hand and says, "A promise is a promise, offering money or a unique item." Taehyun replies that rewards are fine, but what he wants is not an object. Argyle states his demand clearly. He wants a labyrinth minotaur. The request leaves Kwan visibly confused. Taehyun clarifies, asking Kwan to let him join the labyrinth minotaur raid. The scene cuts to the chairman briefing Taewook about the labyrinth raid near the abyss entrance. The dungeon lives up to its name, filled with layered traps and twisting passages. Chairman Jin Wee advises bringing detection experts, noting many guilds and S-rankers failed there, while Undivided held secret raid rights. Taewook panics, questioning how Kim Taehyun even learned of this forbidden dungeon. The chairman voices concern, knowing the dungeon's dangers remain unpredictable. Still, Jin Wee chooses trust, saying he would have joined himself if younger. His true worry lies not with the dungeon, but with the people involved. The discussion is suddenly interrupted by an aide. The associate urgently reports contact from the Japanese Players Association. He adds that the Saintess sent an invitation to player Kim Taehyun. The scene shifts to the association's underground gate control room. There, the Undivided Guild assembles 100 members for the raid. Kwan Kang Hyuk eagerly leads them inside, ready to face hostile monsters. Within the Labyrinth Minotaur, guild members clash with emerging threats. Argyle cuts down the monsters with clean, decisive strikes. Guildmaster Kwan approaches him, praising the precision of his combat. He asks Kim whether he liked the weapon provided earlier. Argyle answers that it works fine, noting his usual weapon needed repairs. Kwan explains the weapon was meant for Taehyun if he joined, adding his presence benefits the raid, then asks about the labyrinth. Argyle warns that for 30 years every raid failed, and without preparation, success is unlikely. Secretary Kim reassures him, stating all participants are veteran players of B rank or higher. So far, the advance has been smooth without serious resistance. Their vice guild leader actively detects and dismantles the labyrinth traps. Kwan confirms their trust in the vice leader, mentioning a clue found months ago. Kwan explains they discovered a monster corpse believed to originate from the labyrinth. They find a massive minotaur corpse, its body marked with the same labyrinth patterns carved into the walls. Once touched, every part except a single horn crumbles into dust. That confirms the creature originated from the labyrinth. Using tracking skills, they can trace its path and locate the inner route. The vice leader takes point, moving without delay. The team soon reaches the labyrinth's final chamber. A towering minotaur statue stands there, unsettling everyone. Kwan panics when no boss monster appears. The vice leader concludes the horn must be placed on the statue. Secretary Kim rushes forward carrying the massive horn. Taehyun notes, everything matches his knowledge from before regression. The horn leads them here, yet he worries about what comes next, knowing it is far worse. Kang Hyuk places the horn onto the statue. Cheers erupt as the guild believes the 30-year labyrinth is cleared. Kwan eagerly waits to see the boss appear. Instead, a blinding light floods the chamber. The guildmaster suddenly finds his foot crushing brittle bones. Panic spreads as the surroundings completely change. The members realize they have been split into separate spaces. Just as Taehyun expected, it triggers the spatial transfer trap. Taehyun is isolated with 4 confused guild members. Elsewhere, Shadow learns Kim Taehyun joined the raid, his subordinate apologizing. The excuse is haste, suggesting they abort the plan immediately. Shadow disagrees, finding the timing ideal. With 5 S-rank villains inside, plus A-rank threats, he knows limits exist. He wonders how they will handle enemies while trapped in the labyrinth. Shadow radiates killing intent, thrilled by what will unfold. Back inside, Taehyun stands with guild members who begin introductions. Miranda, a B-rank player, steps forward and introduces herself. She is struck instantly. Our guy tells her not to fucking lie, calling her a villain, exposing Milena, an S-rank magician. From Park Sung-hoo's view, he reflects on his long curiosity about Kim Taehyun, a leader like the guildmaster, steady and reliable on the front lines. Or the saint rumored to have sacrificed himself at East Point. Either way, Park believes Kim is worthy of deep respect. That belief shatters when Park sees him attacking guild members. The boy shouts at Taehyun for acting recklessly, calling him a fucking lunatic. Taehyun calmly says Milena was a villain, telling Park not to worry. Park Sung-hoo snaps and opens fire on Kim. Taehyun tries to explain the truth to him while staying calm under pressure. He moves fluidly, avoiding every bullet without slowing down. Sung-hoo watches in shock, never imagining Taehyun would sound like a man losing his mind. Park feels crushed, mourning Miranda, a comrade who fought beside them in the abyss for years. He liked her, which makes accepting her as a villain impossible. Park shakes Milena, yelling that they need to escape this lunatic immediately. A sudden punch crashes into Park's face. The strike comes from Milena herself. She calls him a filthy pig for daring to touch her. Taehyun presses the truth as Park is suddenly ambushed by 2 guild members attacking him. Stoneskin absorbs the blows, and Taehyun realizes 2 more villains were hiding. Milena steps forward openly and questions how none of her longtime companions noticed she was a villain. She advances boldly, demanding to know how Taehyun figured it out. Taehyun explains it was not her acting. He came from the future. Milena mocks the claim, mentions Taehyun and Yoo Young's relationship, suspecting leaks. Unbothered, she extends her demon-like claws and lunges at Kim. Unaware of who she is truly facing, the 3 villains rush Taehyun at once. Taehyun activates the chains binding effect. Chains coil tightly around their necks. He cuts through them with a swift dagger strike. Milena leaps in, slashing him with her nails. She freezes, shocked by his movements, realizing he was never ordinary. Milena's witch's nails spread poison from the moment of contact. The effect causes vomiting, hallucinations, and paralysis, even against S-rank targets. She cannot believe Kim is unaffected after being scratched. Her hesitation creates an opening. Taehyun exploits it without mercy. He uses Rosaria's power, brainwashing, exposing Milena's skills, stating her poison does nothing. Milena suddenly sees something horrifying before her when a short blast erupts. After the explosion fades, Park Sung-hoo arrives at the scene. He sees Milena bound by branches, Taehyun standing nearby as she screams, threatening him to release her now or she will tear him apart. Taehyun grips her hair firmly and states he has no time left to play games. He activates Rosaria's skill, demanding truth through complete hypnosis. Kim asks how many infiltrated the dungeon and their objective. The hypnosis locks in almost instantly, leaving no time to resist. Milena breaks, revealing 20 infiltrators, 5 S rank, sent to sabotage the Labyrinth raid. Their true goal is killing Undivided's guildmaster, Kwon Kang-hyuk, led by a member who stabs him inside. Park Sung-hoo overhears everything in silence. Taehyun falls into deep thought. He recalls a future with only 3 infiltrators, realizing the timeline is slowly shifting because of his return. After Taehyun eliminates the villains, only Park remains. With the goal clear, they move to reach Guildmaster Kwon. As they walk, Park struggles to accept Miranda was a villain, wondering if Kim knew. Taehyun tells Sung-hoo the exit is simpler than it appears. Despite the warped surroundings, this space still belongs to the labyrinth. They find a gate, and Kim suspects passages linking multiple spaces. He knows one path will not suffice, but repeated crossings will lead to Kwon Kang-hyuk. Park Sung-hoo starts panicking quietly. He asks why Kim never told the others. Park apologizes for doubting him, saying this disaster could have been prevented. Taehyun reveals he already warned the guildmaster. Park is left speechless. Taehyun adds that Kwon knew about the villains all along. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Kang-hyuk is stabbed by the vice guildmaster. Enemies close in around him. Kang-hyuk smiles, saying the joke has gone too far. The vice master's intent makes it clear this is no joke. Seeing the guildmaster wounded, the secretary rushes to him. She is immediately ambushed by another attacker. Kang-hyuk shields her, taking another strike to his back. He endures the pain, refusing to fall. Secretary Kim panics, seeing his fresh wound. Kwon orders her to stay back. He unleashes his power, revealing his monstrous combat form. Secretary Kim insists she will fight as well. The guildmaster stops her, commanding her to remain still. She blurts out that they are going to die. The vice guildmaster steps from the flames, agreeing with her. He tells Kwon this is no time to protect others. The vice master reveals they hid their power, all villains being A or S rank. He exposes them as malignant guild elites sent to kill Kwon and his forces. Kwon admits their preparation surpasses his skill with people. The vice guildmaster tells him not to blame himself. He reveals the malignant guild planned this for years, mocking Kwon for never seeing it. The guildmaster smirks, admitting that Kim Taehyun was right all along. Kwon reveals Taehyun warned him early about malignant guild assassins targeting him. He admits he dismissed it as nonsense, only to face the truth now. The vice guildmaster freezes, shaken that Taehyun knew their scheme. Doubt floods him as he demands why Kwon did nothing, despite knowing. The guildmaster answers that a true man never doubts his comrades. Even the villains recoil at this logic, regretting serving someone so foolish. One of them openly calls Kwon a moron. Secretary Kim explodes, blaming the chaos on Kwon for never verifying anything. At the same time, the vice guildmaster strikes, binding Kang-hyuk with blazing skeletal chains. The guildmaster grabs the secretary and narrowly evades. The villain mocks Kwon, thanking him for his stupidity. He declares the plan a success and tells him to die quietly. Betrayal hardens the guildmaster's resolve in that instant. Kang Hyuk unleashes his ultimate blessing, taking the form of an ancient dragon. He rips into the vice guildmaster with massive claws. Blood spills from the traitor's mouth as the blow lands. Park Sung-hoo staggers, stunned that Kwon knew yet waited, as Kim tells him to ask Kwon himself. The scene shifts into Taehyun's memory. He recalls warning Kwon about the infiltration, scolding him for standing idle. The guildmaster told Kim he had not shown his true strength yet. He trusted Taehyun's words completely. Kwon never planned to endure quietly. He knew his own limits. Back in the present, Kim and Park finally reach the labyrinth exit and step inside. They find the traitors defeated, and Kwon's expression brightens at Taehyun's arrival. Who reached the scene only moments later, the guildmaster asks Taehyun if he saw any survivors. Argyle bluntly admits he passed some, leaving one drowning, earning Kwon's comment about his cold nature. Taehyun asks about the next move, and Kwon grows frustrated. He decides retreat is the only option for now. He warns more villains may remain, and the labyrinth boss still has not appeared. Despite reaching the end, Kang Hyuk orders withdrawal to prevent further losses. He apologizes for his stubbornness, earning a sharp reply from Taehyun, telling him to stay sharp next time and exit like a boss. The words sting Kwon's pride as he snaps over being humiliated after apologizing. Argyle withdraws, thinking the retreat was right despite wasted effort, while Kwon suffers heavier injuries than before regression. As Secretary Kim gathers the guild to leave, Taehyun worries about shifting futures and unknown variables. He snaps back when the secretary asks Park about monsters or traps in other spaces. Park replies they crossed many spaces but found no monsters at all. A sudden thought hits Taehyun. He realizes they never encountered monsters or traps. Normally, spatial transfer traps drop victims into zones packed with danger. Yet every space they crossed felt empty, harmless, and that detail unsettles him. Taehyun wonders how Kwon met the Labyrinth Master before regression, if nothing guarded the path. As that doubt forms, they move forward. The Minotaur Labyrinth boss finally reveals itself. An S+ rank Grand Minotaur Queen stands before them. The guild freezes in shock at its sudden appearance. The Queen's presence shakes the ground, blasting everyone back. The exit gate collapses under the impact. Taehyun activates his stone skin. Kwon unleashes his dragon power, charging straight at the Queen. Together they close in on the massive beast. The monster swings a massive axe capable of tearing bodies apart. Oddly, the Minotaur also wields a massive lamp-like weapon. A dreadful force erupts from that object. At that instant, something dormant awakens. Gigantic monsters roar into existence, smashing Kwon and Taehyun aside. One is revealed as Tao King, revived by the Grand Minotaur Queen. The guildmaster panics, realizing they face two overwhelming S-rank monsters. More giant beasts appear near Park and Secretary Kim. Pressure skyrockets as monsters keep emerging without warning. The Grand Minotaur Queen speaks, addressing those who disturbed their slumber. She commands the intruders to step forward and face judgment. The situation worsens as the Queen advances, trapping Taehyun and the others. Monsters surround them, reaching towards Secretary Kim and Park as he fires back. Kwon swoops in, smashing one creature with crushing dragon force. His strike pierces straight through a monster's eye. Kang Hyuk unleashes his ultimate dragonfire breath. Flames engulf the beasts, burning several at once. When the smoke clears, the sight leaves them stunned. The cow-like monsters remain unharmed by the dragonfires. The fight drags on, Taehyun and Kwon battling non-stop without rest. Kwon realizes it is hopeless. Their attacks fail, and the monsters regenerate. The odds grow impossible with each passing second. Kang Hyuk considers whether killing the Queen would end it all, but doubt remains. The Queen's strength is overwhelming. He knows he cannot face her while protecting Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo. Worse still, both Kwon and Taehyun are nearing their limits. Cornered by rage and pressure, the guildmaster faces a brutal decision. The scene shifts to Kwon's memory, the chairman urging him to make a choice and warning forced recruitment will bring consequences. He advises Kang Hyuk that doubt is sometimes necessary before calling someone a comrade. The chairman recalls his own days as a player he explains how minor errors once cost him everything. He teaches that some sacrifices protect what matters most, and raw strength alone is never enough. Knowing limits and choosing priorities, he says, is what defines a true player. Kwon laughs it off, assuming the old man speaks from weakness. The story snaps back to the present. The guildmaster realizes the chairman was right, and the decision before him is unavoidable. He curses himself for ignoring that advice, and sees that killing enemies means losing comrades. If he strikes them down, his allies will fall. If he hesitates, the outcome is the same. Rage boils in Kwon, refusing to watch his comrades die. Power surges from him in response. He turns to Taehyun and reveals his intent. Kwon declares he will protect his people and crush the monsters. rejecting forced choices. Taehyun struggles to grasp his meaning. Then he reveals there is still a method to defeat the Minotaur Queen. They leap across massive beasts as Kwon asks if Taehyun is certain. The Minotaur Queen senses their resolve. She declares that whatever choice they make, the end will not change. Kwon gathers his dragon breath and releases a blazing stream. Flames engulf the cow-like monsters. The queen dismisses it as meaningless. Taehyun bursts from the smoke. He channels Rosaria's power and charges the queen. The guildmaster shouts encouragement. Taehyun leaps as the skeleton knight clamps onto the queen's neck. He activates his strongest move. Taehyun explains he uncovered a solution. He reasons that connected spaces allow the queen to regenerate Tao Kings. When she enters that space, the monsters revive endlessly, so remove her from it, and they will disappear. Taehyun and Kwon charge through the Tao Kings, Kwon warning that failure means death. Taehyun replies the situation is already fatal, and they commit. Moments later, every Tao King vanishes. Taehyun overwhelms the queen with aid from the monarch's power. The monarch restrains the Minotaur Queen. Kwon strikes alongside him, a blinding flash sealing her defeat. The Minotaur is torn away into another space. A crushing strike lands clean, the impact echoing across the bone-filled ground. The force hurls our guy straight into a mound of shattered bones and debris. In the chaos, Kang Hyuk loses an arm, the loss sudden and brutal. Taehyun stumbles back, stunned, staring at the arm in disbelief. Kwon screams for focus, warning everyone the Minotaur Queen is charging in. At that moment, the towering monster steps out from the darkness. Both fighters rush forward, pushing their bodies to attack together. The Minotaur answers with a devastating swing, raw power unleashed. The blow sends them flying apart, weightless and helpless. They crash hard onto scattered bones, bodies rattled by the fall. The Minotaur mutters that it never expected them to exploit the space they made. Kwon and Taehyun lie injured, blood spilling as pain floods in. Then it gets worse. The Grand Minotaur declares she has stopped restraining herself. Freed from holding back on the Tao Kings, her power now runs unchecked. Taehyun realizes the truth. They are completely outmatched. The Minotaur raises its massive foot, timing perfect and merciless. In a blink, it kicks him away like a ball, sending him airborne. Our guy knows the gap is fatal. Without predation, he will die. Doubt hits hard. He is unsure predation can fell the Grand Minotaur in one strike. Time is collapsing around him. Failure means predation, losing control entirely. Still, this single gamble is Taehyun's only path to survival. The story cuts to a flashback from Kim's past. He asks Yoo Ah-hyung about skill usage. She explains application matters more than descriptions. She says real combat reshapes skills far beyond what the stat window shows. Power adjustment changes mana cost. She reveals her use of Amazon Spirit. She demonstrates key reinforcement, then forms condensed magic bullets with ease. In real battles, she explains, skills can be combined when needed. She guesses Taehyun already applies stealth through his ring. Yu suggests coding a weapon or another skill if control feels unstable. She believes he has the instinct to make it work. The scene snaps back to the labyrinth, tension choking the air. Taehyun lunges wildly at the Grand Minotaur, control slipping fast. His eyes burn red as he activates predation. Kim's power surges, frantic and barely contained. He shatters the Minotaur's staff, then fuses chain bindings with predation. A red chained aura drives through the Minotaur's chest in one motion. Taehyun regains control, striking relentlessly, forcing the beast to cough blood. A confident smirk forms as he realizes Yoo Ah-hyung was right. He remembers sensing it before, faint but undeniable. Predation shifts with his will, becoming a skill he can apply freely. With one brutal motion, our guy delivers a finishing strike packed with overwhelming force. The Grand Minotaur collapses, its massive body crashing lifelessly to the floor. Our guy still does not grasp the true nature of predation, yet he chooses to wield it without hesitation. Taehyun cuts down the Grand Minotaur, predation surging through every swing. The monster is defeated, its body drying up as its presence fades away. The dungeon space begins to fracture, cracks spreading through the labyrinth. The guild members panic as the surroundings shatter and collapse around them. Moments later, they see Taehyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk walk out alive. Our guy calmly says that everything is finally over. After the Grand Minotaur's fall, the truth behind the aftermath is revealed. The raid team uncovers vast hidden gold and silver scattered across the labyrinth. Among the loot, the most prized item is a great elixir, the Fountain of Vitality. The elixir is scarce, so only Taehyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk receive it for their contribution. Kwon panics since losing his arm cost more stats than the elixir gives, yet accepts it anyway. At the same time, the infiltrators within the Undivided Guild are exposed and arrested. The remaining players turn their focus to recovery, rest, and stabilizing their condition. This marks the official end of the Labyrinth Minotaur raid. Everyone survives, leaving the dungeon with relieved smiles. Soon after, Guildmaster Quan Kang Hyuk announces a temporary break from being a player. The media assumes retirement, but he angrily shuts them down on stage. Reporters question if his missing arm is the reason, worrying about the Asian exhibition games. Quan assures them the games are safe, revealing a stronger replacement has appeared. He then introduces Kim Tae-hyun to the stage. Our guy steps forward under the glaring lights and cameras. Reporters erupt, doubting the rookie, while others insist Kim is qualified. Rumors spread that the Fountain of Vitality pushed him to national force level. The journalists react in shock, calling the claim unbelievable. National Force is a title beyond S-rankers, reserved for unmatched monsters. As the crowd spirals into chaos, Kim Tae-hyun grabs the microphone. He announces he will serve as one of the game's representatives. The conference airs live, capturing the attention of the entire nation. Many assume Kim is bluffing, lacking confidence for the competition. Then our guy stuns everyone with his next words. He declares the Asian exhibition games will be where he proves everything, including the rumors surrounding the so-called National Force rank, shocking the world. Elsewhere, Melina, the S-rank infiltrator, kneels before Shadow, begging for mercy. She breaks down, claiming she followed orders, but Kim Tae-hyun was overwhelming. Shadow tells her to stand, acknowledging the enemy was beyond expectations. He says failure was inevitable, since she fought with everything she had. From the outside, it almost looks like Shadow is showing sympathy. As he touches her face, he ends her life without mercy, stating they have no need for weak subordinates. Shadow tears her apart and coldly declares that power alone decides all laws. He feels disgusted by how someone as worthless as Melina begged to survive. Shadow walks away, ordering his men to burn everything with the body left behind. As he reflects, Shadow finds it strange they deployed far more manpower to prevent another East Point incident. Even with Kwan's assassination failing, clearing the labyrinth was never realistically possible. Dado realizes Kim Tae-hyun is the core problem, leaves after burning the site, expecting the Asian Games to be entertaining. Meanwhile, our guy steps into the Asian exhibition representative room, eyes locked on him instantly. The moment Tae-hyun enters, tension fills the room. Jang Jin-soo, ranked 7th in contribution, comments that Kim is far too young. Seo Hangul, ranked 8th, argues that this situation borders on human rights abuse. Kwang Sheng, rank 4 and head of the Mage Guild, states skill matters more than age. A familiar face appears, Park Sung-jin, rank 3. Surprised Kim arrived this early. The chairman welcomes Tae-hyun despite recent chaos, keeping the meeting moving. They immediately shift into strategy planning for the Asian Exhibition Games. The deputy manager of the New Korea Player Association begins the official briefing. He explains the games began when Asian defenders united after the Abyss, and awakening sparked chaos. The event now spans 7 days where representatives hunt monsters and convert kills into points. Since the public fears monsters and demonic humans, the event is presented as a national celebration. In truth, it functions more like a contained war, a battlefield meant to measure each nation's combat strengths, and a chance to earn public trust through broadcasted monster hunts. The winning nation gains massive rewards, unique items, dungeon rights, making competition unavoidable. Listening closely, Tae-hyun feels relieved he chose to join the Asian Games. His thoughts drift to the succubus queen deep in the abyss who knows about King. Her power remains unknown, and she will not share information so easily. To face Rosaria again, Tae-hyun knows he must grow stronger, making these games essential. However, Tae-wook raises concerns about South Korea's current lineup. He explains their top ranker is missing, while Kwon Kang-hyuk and Yoo Ah-young cannot participate. Park Sung-jin interrupts the discussion without hesitation. He claims the issue is resolved, mentioning rumors of Kim Tae-hyun as a national asset. The room falls silent, everyone stunned and struggling to accept it. Tae-hyun calmly denies it, saying unproven rumors should not shape strategy. Sung-jin and Jang Jin-soo look visibly disappointed. Seo Hangul remarks it was almost impressive as debate continues about replacements. The chairman stands, saying the idea is not bad, even without national-level players. He reminds them the games are about points through monster hunting, not death matches. He assigns Park Sung-jin, Kwon Se-young, and Seo Hang-il to handle monsters. Jang Jin-soo is tasked to support Kim Tae-hyun against identified demonic humans. With the Asian Exhibition Games only a week away, the chairman demands nothing less than everyone's best. Inside the Asian Branch Stadium of the World Player Association, the opening ceremony prepares to begin. Teams from the Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, and other nations gather, waiting for their turn to enter. Among them, Japan and China stand out, both fielding national-level players, with China sending 3 top forces, Bloodblade Liu Feng, Superspeed Kaiming Min, and Godforce Zixin take their places for China. In contrast, many Korean elites like Kwan Kang Hyuk do not compete, worrying Taehyun's uncle and aunt. They quietly accept defeat, hoping only that Taehyun returns safely. Their son explodes in anger, asking why they have given up instead of chanting Taehyun's name. He reminds them of everything their Hyung has achieved for the family. He boasts about the house bought with Taehyun's money, and the allowance he gets every time Taehyun clears a dungeon. Greed fuels his cheering, while his parents stare in disbelief at his shameless enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Japan's national-level player steps forward. Holy Maiden Yoshikawa Tsurara approaches Taehyun calmly. She confirms his identity as the youngest S-ranker of New South Korea and mentions East Point. She explains she arrived late, realizing Argyle handled the incident before her arrival. Yoshikawa brings up the invitation she sent to thank Taehyun. She questions why he declined. Taehyun recalls the chairman mentioning she personally selected him. The chairman explains her rare hyper-regeneration could help treat Kwan Kang Hyuk. He asks Taehyun what he thinks about accepting her offer. Taehyun immediately says he will pass. Go Tae-wook reacts angrily, reminding him of Kang Hyuk's sacrifice, before being calmed. The chairman trusts Taehyun has his own reason. Taehyun says he cannot explain now, but the answer is simple. He claims he knows the vile truth hidden behind the Holy Maiden's mask as he walks past her. Yoshikawa realizes his refusal was never a coincidence. She suspects he knows something dangerous about her. Ghostblade Nakata Shinji, another Japanese national force, grows hostile. He moves to strike Taehyun, but Yoshikawa stops him without hesitation. She finds his awareness of her the most intriguing thing. Yoshikawa says Taehyun keeps achieving feats beyond pure strength. She wonders how he learned her secret and waits for the day he belongs to her. At last, the long-awaited Asian exhibition games begin. The crowd erupts, counting down loudly with the host. Alex Go, Singapore's A-rank player, announces the start as official host. A Chinese player whispers about killing early, quickly silenced by his teammate. Jong-sin briefs New South Korea's team on their assigned roles. When it comes time for Taehyun, he is nowhere in sight. The host declares the fiery week-long festival officially underway. The moment his head falls, severed by none other than Kim Taehyun, the scene freezes in shock. Every witness stands stunned, unable to process what they just saw unfold. New South Korea's team immediately shields Taehyun, forming a barrier against hostile teams closing in. Kwak Xiong snaps at him, questioning whether he has completely lost his mind. His words cut short as Zixin storms forward, furious that the host was killed and defended. Rage flares as Zixin activates his extermination skill, power surging outward. At the same time, Yoshikawa calmly tells Ghostblade she does not care how many die. She only warns him to keep her property, Kim Taehyun, alive. Before violence erupts, Haley Tan from Singapore's Player Association steps in. She arrives with New South Korea's chairman, refusing to yield authority over a Singaporean casualty. The chairman insists there must be a misunderstanding, claiming their representative would never do this. But the act was witnessed clearly, and Haley orders the criminal arrested as Taehyun speaks. He names the target, demonic human Wan Kai. Taehyun reveals that years ago, Wan Kai slaughtered civilians aboard a Pacific cruise. A massive bounty was issued, yet Wan Kai escaped by exploiting information and altering his appearance. Haley questions how this explanation connects to the current incident. Then realization strikes her. Taehyun explains Wan Kai's disguise skill and exposes his true face for everyone to see. The revelation leaves the entire venue frozen in disbelief. Taehyun credits the Nightwalkers for the intelligence, sparking whispered speculation among players. The scoreboard updates. South Korea leads with points, followed by China and Japan. The host's death is reclassified as the elimination of a demonic human, halting the games briefly. Each nation's players disperse from the ceremony to begin their hunts. Kim Taehyun, first to score, credits the Nightwalkers and continues his pursuit. Young Hansu confronts his guildmaster, upset she knew Wan Kai's location. Confusion grows as they question why Taehyun concealed the truth. Nightwalker's systems overload with calls, strained but thankful for the exposure. Yu Ah-young claims this was Taehyun's independent action, slowly grasping his intent. Meanwhile, Taehyun continues hunting demonic humans without pause. He brings down an A-rank demonic human during the operation. Gakdagwi falls as Taehyun answers his ringing phone. Ah-young greets him loudly, teasing that he is late. Taehyun snaps back, reminding her they nearly died out there. He confirms the call security, briefly wishing he had made her call first. Taehyun admits he cannot use secured lines and asks her for 2 favors. He requests investigation support and deeper intel on demonic humans. The green-eyed woman reminds him the association already shared information. Taehyun counters that hunting weak targets will never win the exhibition games. He explains that aiming higher demands hunting something far more dangerous. He gives an example: the Malignant Guild. As our guy speaks, Kimura Ren suddenly steps directly into his path. He accuses Taehyun of disgracing the sacred name of the Holy Maiden. Taehyun pauses, clearly confused by what Ren is even talking about. Kimura Ren is revealed as Japan's S-rank participant in the Asian exhibition games. He is also a devoted fanatic of the Saintess, blinded by worship, where Nakata Shinji's blade is refined and elegant. Kimura Ren's sword style is brutal and reckless, built to crush and tear opponents apart. Yet no matter how destructive a technique is, it means nothing if it never connects. Taehyun avoids every strike effortlessly while continuing his call with Ah Hyung. Kimura grows furious as each swing fails to land. He cannot understand how Taehyun dodges everything so calmly. The Nightwalker's guildmaster warns Taehyun he cannot target the Malignant Guild. She explains the association avoids them since they erase traces instantly when threatened. Even with leads, pursuit only begins when success is guaranteed, advising caution. Taehyun agrees, believing he can still manage it his own way. He ends the exchange by landing a decisive punch, dropping Kimura. Taehyun admits he cannot yet explain his method, but he knows for certain he can draw them out. He asks Ah Hyung to trust him, reminding her of his consistent results. The green-eyed woman finally agrees, noting limited intel on the Malignant Guild. She offers to share information on other potential targets instead. Taehyun hesitates, unsure where she is leading. She reveals the three warlords controlling Asia's demonic human underworld and politics. Nightwalkers identified one executive contact, Miyazaki Kenji, but risks remain high. Ah Hyung asks Taehyun what course he wants to take. Taehyun decides the warlords are acceptable, choosing them as a starting point. Ah Hyung agrees to investigate further, and Taehyun thanks her. She jokes that gratitude means buying her a meal after the games, and he agrees. Kimura suddenly shouts at Taehyun from the ground, enraged by being ignored. While Taehyun insists he never looked down on him, Kimura threatens to destroy the area unless Taehyun fights seriously. He activates domination of 5 senses to disrupt perception. Taehyun looks disappointed rather than alarmed. He notes he was sparing Kimura, questioning if he forgot combat rules. With no alternative left, Taehyun decides to get slightly serious. Ghostblade later informs the Holy Maiden of Kimura Ren's defeat. He claims Kimura kept repeating, "I will get serious and play with you," showing mental damage. Ghostblade concludes Kimura will need at least a month to recover fully. With his condition confirmed, Kimura Ren is ruled out and cannot join the exhibition matches. Yoshikawa notices Taehyun holds an unseen skill, brushing off Ghostblade's concern by noting points suffer without the Phantom Swordsman. The Holy Maiden calms her followers, claiming she foresaw Kimura's loss and prepared fresh bait already. After that reassurance, the two of them enter a sealed chamber together. Inside, Isaka Ryohei appears, restrained tightly against the cold wall. Yoshikawa informs him that it is time to repay her by doing some work. Far away, deep within an unknown region of the abyss, Philippine players struggle desperately against a Chinese national-level combatant. Shuishin faces Rakaya, who questions this cruelty despite their strength being enough to win. Shen shows no interest in games, refusing to entertain what he calls cowardice. He states he is only carrying out the Chinese Association chairman's request. Rakaya questions why the chairman ordered direct eliminations of other nations. She cannot tell if this is meant to provoke a larger conflict. The S-rank player orders her teammate to flee and warn others while she stalls. Unfortunately, their attempt ends in disaster. Both are eliminated by the overwhelming power of the Chinese national-level player. Shen remarks that the Singapore group under Chim Ming seems far more amusing. He then wonders who comes next, settling on New South Korea's Kim Tae-hyun. News reports confirm the Asian exhibition games will span a full week. New South Korea leads after day 1, with China and Japan closely pursuing. Broadcasts show live hunts, tracked movements, and edited footage from the field. Viewers are shaken by reports of deaths, surrenders, and teams vanishing inside the abyss. What everyone senses is clear. Something about these games feels deeply wrong. The Asian Exhibition Games Committee forms a special investigation unit. They probe the Singapore deaths and Philippine disappearances, requesting cooperation. Before regression, this chaos began later, making Taehyun uneasy at the timing. Taehyun recalls this path, knowing Chinese national players were behind it before. Aware the Saintess and enemies will not stop, Taehyun prepares to move faster. Late at night, a knock echoes at his door unexpectedly. He pauses, wondering who would arrive at this hour. Jang Jinsu introduces himself, revealing he traced Taehyun through the association. He asks Taehyun to step out for a serious discussion. Jang Jinsu criticizes Taehyun's solo actions during the host incident, despite success. He reminds Taehyun that he represents a team. not a lone fighter. The words feel familiar, stirring an old memory in Taehyun's mind. The buzzcut S-ranker admits disappointment, wishing Taehyun had shared intel. Taehyun reveals Kimura Ren attacked him earlier and was restrained successfully. His real concern is how Kimura tracked his location so precisely. Taehyun concludes there must be a traitor within the association. The claim leaves Jang Jin-soo frozen in shock, unable to respond immediately. He tries to defend himself by claiming Taehyun is the most suspicious, but Taehyun knows it is not that simple. Anyone with access to shared intelligence is a potential suspect, himself included. He explains that he started acting carefully after learning Wan Kai hid inside the Singapore Player Association. If foreign players were not killed by monsters or demonic humans, then a national force had to be involved, so grouping up would only reduce targets. For that reason, he chooses to move alone, seeing no reason to change tactics while leading. Despite Jin-soo trying to stop him, Taehyun walks away without hesitation. The S-rank player shouts his name after him. The moment Taehyun disappears from view, Jang Jin-soo completely snaps, rage boiling over. He curses, offended that a rookie dared to treat him this way. He swears Taehyun will regret this decision. Taehyun senses the hostility and quietly wonders if Jang is the spy. In his past life, he never uncovered the traitor's identity, but Kimura finding him proves someone leaked information. For now, he trusts no one. Until the truth surfaces, he decides to focus elsewhere. At that moment, Ah-young sends him intel regarding the 3 warlords. Taehyun picks up a double cheeseburger and drink at McDoria. He notices Miyazaki Kenji's subordinates seated nearby. They are disguised as ordinary high school students. A bag under their table catches his attention. Taehyun is convinced it contains illegal items. He sits elsewhere, deciding to tail them back to Kenji. He freezes when Isaka Ryohei suddenly sits beside him. Ryohei asks if he remembers him, shocking Taehyun, who believed he was imprisoned for East Point. Taehyun tells him to stop talking and leave immediately. The blonde man mocks him, saying stealth is pointless in this spot. He suddenly smashes the glass window. The crash draws every eye in the room. People quickly recognize the figures involved. Kenji's men panic and try to flee after spotting Taehyun. Ryohei drops everyone nearby unconscious in an instant. Taehyun wonders if Ryohei has grown stronger since East Point. Ryohei confirms it, asking if Taehyun targets Kenji and the warlords. He promises results if given time, claiming it will not be wasted. Taehyun restrains him with chains but agrees, sensing his confidence. He allows exactly 1 minute. Taehyun warns him there will be consequences if this is nonsense. Ryohei recalls his bitter past, believing his power has improved. Yet the pressure of the chains shocks him, realizing Taehyun grew far stronger. Taehyun begins the countdown, forcing the blonde man to speak without delay. He warns that even Kim Taehyun cannot face the 3 warlords alone. Chasing bait only leads into traps. As the count continues, Isaka insists he is different from the rest. He claims connections that can lead straight to Miyazaki Kenji and the warlords themselves. He insists the deal is fair and worth considering. The countdown hits 10 seconds. Tension thick in the air. Panic sets in as the blonde realizes Taehyun might be targeting the warlords. He scrambles to guess Taehyun's true goal as the timer ends and chains tighten. The pressure crushes him, forcing Ryohei to beg for survival. Taehyun admits the offer sounds tempting, but feels wrong for an enemy to help so easily. He activates hypnosis and commands Ryohei to speak truthfully. Taehyun demands his real objective and who stands behind him. Elsewhere, Ghostblade wipes out demonic humans with swift precision. He erases them in moments, leaving no resistance behind. The display only deepens the Holy Maiden's interest. The scarred man questions sending Isaka Ryohei, who already lost to Taehyun once. Rumors say Taehyun reached national force, making Ryohei hopeless even with holy orders. Failure risks binding Ryohei by the awakened oath to deliver Taehyun alive. Ghostblade prepares to act personally, but Yoshikawa stops him calmly. She says Isaka's victory or defeat is irrelevant. Her network confirms Taehyun is hunting the 3 warlords, and she leaked it already. Ryohei's ties to demonic humans and Miyazaki Kenji make him useful as bait. She admits Taehyun remains unpredictable and difficult to read. Ghostblade questions why, and she answers that mystery demands observation. They need his combat style, values, limits, and mindset. Whatever happens to Isaka, they will extract information from the outcome. Yoshikawa believes Taehyun has no path left but forward. Miyazaki Kenji asks Ryohei where the new South Korea brat went. Ryohei claims the strong devour the weak in this cruel world. He calls it a place without fairness or mercy. He advises Kenji to obey Kim Taehyun if he wants to live. Ryohei steps into the light, battered and worn. Taehyun drops in calmly from above, taking the stage. He agrees, saying survival means listening to the strongest presence. His gaze locks onto Miyazaki Kenji. Kenji threatens to kill Taehyun on the spot. He curses him for sneaking in like a child. In a flashback, Ryohei explains the Holy Maiden's oath, unsure how Taehyun controlled him. Ryohei asks about the plan as Taehyun plays along. He answers that everything proceeds as planned, leading straight to Miyazaki. Naturally, the blonde man is now tied to Taehyun, yet Ryohei curses him, swearing he will never help. He insists that the Saintess, Ghostblade, and the three warlords would erase him instantly. Taehyun calmly replies that he could just as easily end him right now. Remembering East Point, Taehyun says trash like him means nothing, yet still offers a chance. He proposes full cooperation during the exhibition games, followed by a lifetime of atonement. Taehyun promises protection from the Saintess and the three warlords. Ryohei doubts him, reminding him those enemies include national forces and a demonic cartel. He questions whether Taehyun can truly overcome such monsters. Kim Taehyun answers without hesitation, saying he will. The scene snaps back to the present. Isaka Ryohei trembles before Taehyun's overwhelming presence, calling him a monster. Taehyun grips Miyazaki Kenji by the face. He orders Kenji to open the gate leading to the three warlords, deep within the abyss, inside the stronghold of Tetsu, one of the three ruling warlords. Shueishin sits above him, warning Tetsu not to waste his time. Tetsu kneels deeply, lowering his head in submission. He offers a legendary ranked item kept overseas as a tribute. Before that, he asks Shen to eliminate a nuisance chasing him. Tetsu admits their traps may fail, and discovery is only a matter of time. Shen finds the idea of a feared man more amusing than the offered item. He asks who could frighten the three warlords. Suddenly, chaos erupts outside the hideout. The doors are blown open without warning. Isaka Ryohei steps in first, urging Taehyun to win. Kim Taehyun follows, calling Ryohei his partner and giving orders. Taehyun is surprised to see China's national-level player present. Shueishin approaches, asking if Taehyun frightened Tetsu, revealing orders to deal with him. Shen explains he chose to handle it personally. Ryohei curses Shen's presence, realizing he works with the warlords. Taehyun demands to know if Shen killed the other participants. Shen wonders if Taehyun deduced it from the association mention. Taehyun confirms his suspicion and knows South Korea was next. He remarks that the timing is fortunate. Taehyun declares Shueishin will die here, ending the threat forever. Their battle begins instantly. Tetsu is ordered to evacuate at once. Ryohei blocks him, questioning where a warlord thinks he is fleeing. Ryohei wonders if Tetsu fears Shen's defeat. He openly states the end is set, claiming Kim Taehyun will fall by his partner's hand alone. Aragai cautions Isaka not to flee, demanding the same resolve be shown back. Shen challenges him, asking if he truly believes he has time to look away. Mystic deity. Shueishin stands revealed, his presence heavy and absolute. He ranks highest in raw power among national hunters from the Asian exhibition games, a figure who crushed hundreds bare-handed. Yet the title Mystic Deity reaches far beyond abnormal physical might. His real threat lies in ghost-like technique, force so violent it eclipses muscle. That ability carries a name spoken with fear, Death Scythe. Death Scythe forms a manifested weapon, drastically boosting the user's stats. Its toughness surpasses even unique ranked equipment by a wide margin. The cost is severe. Every other skill rank drops by 1 in exchange. The clash drags on, tension tightening with every exchanged blow. Taehyun senses Osran fracturing, the weapon nearing its breaking point. Shen laughs at him, voice dripping with ridicule and dominance. Taehyun shifts plans, aiming to lock Shueishin in place. The Chinese national hunter snaps the chains, declaring a weakling stays weak. He makes it clear these tricks cannot bring him down. In his eyes, this gap explains why Taehyun never reached national rank. He lunges forward with full force, unleashing a decisive strike. High above, Tetsu watches the battle unfold in silence. To him, the outcome seems sealed at last. He admits Taehyun shows promise, yet believes no chance exists against Shueishin. Below, S-rank demonic human underlings overpower Ryohei. They spare him, planning to use him as leverage against Japan or the Holy Maiden. Still, Tetsu questions why Hisaka turned against them. Aware of the punishment awaiting him and the Holy Maiden's rage, he wonders if Taehyun was the reason. In the end, it means nothing to Tetsu. The battle already decided. He simply waits for Shueishin to finish things. Instead, he sees Shueishin seated on the ground. Shen struggles to understand how he ended up there. He recalls swinging to cut Taehyun, mana erupting from his blade, then stopping. Until that instant, victory had clearly been his. Evidence lay in Taehyun's weapons chipping with every clash. Realizing Taehyun hid his strength, Shen attacks in blind fury. The narration reveals Taehyun's Asuran and Talisman were only rare rank gear. Like the Taurus Queen before, channeling predation might overwhelm them with mana. That means pushing predation to its limit could secure victory. Taehyun offers to hand Shen his weapons. Instead, he chooses to end his life. With that moment, Shui Shen, China's national level hunter, falls defeated. Kim Taehyun's status rises, his rank now recognized as a national force level. The scene shifts to Chai Ming-min, China's national player, and warlord, Pinghua, resting in bed while discussing Shen and Tetsu. They recall how Tetsu asked for help in exchange for a legendary item, as Guo informs Ming-min and questions his next move. Ming-min states expectations are pointless now that Shui Shen is involved. The S-rank demonic human calms him, insisting a national hunter cannot fall to a brat from New South Korea. At that moment, Ming-min's phone begins to ring. The caller is Zhang Long, head of the Chinese Player Association, revealing Shui Shen's death. He immediately orders Ming-min to bring him Kim Taehyun's head, following Shui Shen's defeat. After the battle, Argyle attempts to activate predation on fallen targets. As expected, the skill only functions on living beings. Taehyun understands this is not the only requirement, and using predation on humans feels unsettling. He reminds himself criminals deserve no mercy, yet something else troubles him deeply. It is the voice heard when predation lost control that said, "I can't bear to watch any longer." Taehyun realizes he must better understand predation. Once Shui Shen fell, events moved smoothly. Kim Taehyun captures Tetsu along with the remaining demonic humans. Using Rosaria's hypnosis, he erases their memories of predation and hands them to the association. With Isaka Ryohei having no purpose left, Taehyun sends him back, causing Isaka to panic about the Saintess who reads memories. As Ryohei breaks down, Taehyun assures him calmly, stating the Saintess has no interest in him. He explains Isaka's oath was to bring Taehyun to her, ensuring Isaka survives for that purpose. Taehyun mocks Isaka, adding the Saintess never expected much from him anyway. Still, Taehyun knows the real threat lies with the remaining two warlords. Already aware, he hunts them. He decides to pause and think, taking a brief rest before moving again. Later, Kim watches reports on missing Chinese player Yui Shen and his own rise after capturing warlord Tetsu. He reasons Zhang Long likely knows Shen is dead, hiding it to protect his own position. That secrecy benefits Taehyun, granting freedom to pursue the warlords. Soon after, he receives a call from Zhang Jinsu, an Asian Games player. They meet, Jinsu admitting concern that Taehyun might not appear. Taehyun, however, wanted this meeting after the information Jinsu provided. He confirms with Jinsu whether one warlord remains inside the building. Jinsu confirms Pinghua is present, though he refuses to reveal his sources. He adds that Ping and her followers arrived last night and plan to stay until the game's end. Taehyun recalls this location matching one of Pinghua's hideouts from Tetsu's memories. Curious, he asks why Jinsu shared this intel despite openly disliking him. Jinsu calls him a dumbass, admitting he wanted to prove he was not a spy. Growing emotional, Jinsu says being attacked by foreign hunters makes anyone doubt allies, yet he refuses to live under suspicion. To earn trust, he gathered information meant to secure Taehyun's acceptance. Taehyun stands shocked, knowing deep down Jinsu is the spy. Before meeting Jinsu, Taehyun had already received another call. Yu Ah-hyung warned him directly that a spy existed within their team. With suspicion confirmed, Taehyun concludes that Zhang Jinsu is the traitor. Yu quietly tells Taehyun the truth. Zhang is leaking secrets for China. The reveal lands heavy and immediate. They dug up proof from years ago. Zhang haunted Chinese casinos, clearing gambling debt through a shady deal. Taehyun reels. He believed Zhang served Kimura Ren. Yu Ah-young admits a second spy serves Japan. Two traitors twist his mind. The association failed them. Yu Ah-young steadies him, saying he can relax. She intends to file everything with the association soon. Kim cuts her off at once, stopping the report before it leaves the room. He has two reasons. If Zhang Jinsu falls now, the Japanese spy disappears into shadows. Second, knowing Zhang is compromised lets Kim turn him into a controlled asset. Back in the moment, Zhang Jinsu plays friendly, promising Kim a perfect path to reach Pinghua safely. Jinsu already slipped. Inside, he calls Kim a freaking retard. He plans to guide Taehyun inside, knowing Pinghua is not alone. Cha Ming-min, the Chinese national player, waits there to erase Kim Taehyun completely. In that instant, Kim triggers his skill predation. The system hums as power surges. He mutters that his overall power output feels higher than before, sharper and denser. Kim answers with fire magic, igniting the structure. The building starts to collapse fast. Zhang Jinsu loses his shit, panic breaking through his fake calm. He asks if Kim is crazy. Kim takes control, saying the place is packed with demonic humans. Sneaking in works better. Kim smirks, deciding to level it all. Zhang quietly panics, calling him a crazy bastard. As the structure comes apart, Kim spots Pingwa buried under shattered debris. Weak but furious, she shouts at Jang Jin-soo, accusing betrayal, calling him a fucking gambling addict. Jang crumbles. Kim enjoys the moment, calmly asking what betrayal Pingwa means. Injured and breathless, Pingwa warns Kim that his laughter will not last. Against all odds, he already knows the chiming men are destined to end his life. Jin-soo freezes, disbelief hitting hard. He asks Tae-hyun how he knows. Tae-hyun coolly jokes about chiming min or being labeled a Chinese spy. Anger floods the air, and Jin-soo finally understands the truth. He was never trusted. The bald man lunges forward, arm cocked, ready to strike. Before contact, blood leaks out, pouring from skin and senses without warning. In that moment, Tae-hyun realizes the five senses domination is active, dulling perception and control. Tae-hyun's eyes, ears, hands, and mouth spill blood, his body betraying him all at once. Soaked in red, Tae-hyun stays impressed. Mingmin's five senses domination crushes even vision, absurdly strong despite predation resistance. Then Chai Ming-min steps out, admitting he never expected Tae-hyun to collapse the entire building. Chai admits curiosity about the one who killed Shui Shen, deciding Kim Tae-hyun is clearly unstable. Tae-hyun sneers at the Chinese player, saying he is no worse than a demonic human lover. He adds that only the skill matters to him. Nothing else carries weight. Elsewhere, the Saintess scans Isaka Ryohei's memories, finding them unexpectedly intriguing. She sees Kim Tae-hyun rise as a national player and personally bring down Shui Shen. As Isaka trembles in fear, the Saintess calmly asks why Tae-hyun chose to help him. She gently pats Isaka's head, tells him not to worry, and makes clear she has no interest in him. Just as Tae-hyun predicted, Isaka will lead him to her, though she dislikes how events slipped her control. A killing intent seeps out, and Ryohei nearly collapses under the pressure. With a twisted smile, the Saintess says she will meet Tae-hyun herself, the man targeting the three warlords. The story cuts to the past. Zhang Ling orders his players to accept 3 goals: win the Asian exhibition games, eliminate key rivals, and prove Chinese dominance by completing both. The evil Zhang plots to exploit their edge, locking dungeons and mana trade into a ruthless monopoly. He orders his players to commit any crime needed, including murder and torture, promising total erasure of consequences. Shushin feels alive when facing powerful foes. Strength alone fuels his excitement in battle. The rest show no hesitation either, killing without pause as if it were routine work. Deep inside, Chai Mingmin knows this group has crossed far beyond sanity. Still, reality leaves no room for denial. Chai has slaughtered countless lives to preserve his bond with Pingwa. Sanity was never his claim. This time, Jang demands Kim Tae-hyun's head. Failure means severe punishment without exception. Back to the present, Chai Ming-min lunges forward to strike Kim. Then everything shifts. His charge freezes mid-step as his instincts scream danger. He sees Tae-hyun's terrifying power. Predation manifests like a red blazing dragon. Fear grips him. The dragon roars, raw force flooding the battlefield without restraint. Ming-min's domination of 5 senses collapses instantly, leaving him stunned. Kim had already surpassed Shui Shen. He expected a national-level player, but this overwhelming might shakes him to his core. Che realizes Kim is beyond human limits, while Kim respects the deadly 5 senses domination. Kim admits without predation he would have struggled, smirking as he claims the skill. With no delay, Kim unleashes predation, his dreadful power swallowing Chai Ming-min whole. The system records domination of 5 senses as a newly acquired ability. Cha drops a dagger behind. Kim feels lucky since he lacked a proper weapon. He pulls the dagger free with a firm grip. Fortune smiles. The blade is a nationally prized relic of unique rank used by Chai. Kim has now defeated 2 Chinese national players. Only one opponent remains. Kim believes even the last one cannot catch up alone, no matter their strength. If he takes down Pingwa as planned, the exhibition game is effectively decided. Yet Japan's silence troubles him, and then the air shifts without warning. A helicopter appears overhead, blades cutting through the sky. From it, a woman dives straight down without hesitation. She lands with striking precision, leaving a memorable impression. The woman is Yoshikawa Tsurara, widely known as the Saintess. She possesses hyper-regeneration, restoring limbs, plus holy orders that calm minds and boost bodies. This earned her sainthood, but beneath it lies a hidden and unsettling truth. Holy order can rewrite memories, turning enemies into devoted followers. The two finally face each other in silence. Kim asks how she found him. Yoshikawa replies she never caught the warlords since she never knew their location. Kim feels uneasy, knowing she orchestrated everything just to meet him in person. Even so, Yoshikawa is surprised by how calm Kim remains before her. She believes her duty is to give people the will to survive this cruel world. She does this by making them worship her. Kim clearly grows tired of her arrogance. Yoshikawa boasts about being elegant, lovely, sexy, saying worship fuels life. She asks why the fuck Kim stays calm. Kim concludes without doubt that this bitch is completely batshit crazy. Even so, she believes it is her obligation to guide people like him toward salvation. And at that instant, the situation shifts. Crowds of ordinary civilians suddenly flood into the area from every direction. Taehyun immediately understands they are victims of mental control through her so-called holy orders. Yoshikawa corners Taehyun and reveals that despite probing his past and Ryohei's memories, she found neither his information source nor the skills he conceals. Because of that failure, the Saintess arrived fully prepared, determined to seal him regardless of how many skills or secrets he still hides. The brainwashed civilians surge forward and surround Taehyun without hesitation. Yoshikawa coldly declares Kim will either cut down her devoted followers or submit and accept her salvation. The situation turns grotesque as Taehyun is forced into a choice with no path of retreat. She deliberately tests him by turning innocent people into living shields. Meanwhile, elsewhere the scene sharply shifts away. Guildmaster Yu Ah-hyung's allies finally uncover the hidden base of the last remaining warlord, Shadow, revealing a lunatic level of preparation by concealing an entire zone. Only then do they grasp why he stayed hidden. The entire structure is completely invisible. As one associate asks whether the Guildmaster has been notified, he suddenly discovers the other associate lying lifeless on the ground. The killer is revealed to be Shadow himself. Shadow steps out from behind, recognizing pests from the Nightwalkers, confirming he is the malignant Guild Vice Guildmaster and one of the 3 warlords. He tears through the Nightwalker's associate without restraint. Shadow seethes with rage over how Kim Taehyun has been disrupting everything lately. The target meant to be erased through rival warlords, Kim personally ends Shui Shen. Meanwhile, his forces ready the portal, clearing the way for Master Shadow. This time, his resolve hardens, his focus locked on Taehyun. Shadow seeks to prove supremacy. Having seen true genius years ago, he steps into the abyss. Under control, civilians rush forward, throwing themselves at our guy. Yoshikawa recalls East Point, where Taehyun saved countless lives. She expects restraint. She plans to stall him, waiting for exhaustion to leave him helpless. That plan shatters instantly. He strikes them aside using stone skin without pause. Even Yoshikawa panics, accusing him of harming innocents. He answers calmly, "They attacked. She controlled them." Kim snaps his chain tight around the Saintess and drives in a crushing hit. A sharp kick lands across her face, stripping away her smug confidence. As blows fall, Yoshikawa accepts that her reading of him failed. She never imagined East Point's hero would act so cold. Still, she notices a crucial detail. His attack stayed weak, no deaths, proving it was deliberate misdirection. To test that thought, Yoshikawa scatters seeds. A massive tree erupts, branches threatening civilians. Kim lashes out, binding everyone with chains, pulling them clear. Even Taehyun freezes, suspecting the Saintess used regeneration on seeds. He never expected her to endanger her own controlled people. At that moment, Yoshikawa steps forward. She realizes his earlier brutality was theater, meant to devalue hostages. She mocks him for hesitating, then flicks her hand. People move like dolls. A woman in Kim's grasp turns, choking him. Disbelief hits hard. He cannot understand how they still move. Their numbers swell, movements wild, resembling mindless monsters. Yoshikawa declares they will not stop despite collapse or injury, demanding he accept her salvation. Kim refuses, condemning a Saintess who shows no guilt. Deciding she is beyond saving, he triggers domination of 5 senses. Yoshikawa falls under its effect. Her senses dull, mana flow fractures. She screams as blood seeps from eyes, mouth, and hands. She recognizes Chiming Min's skill, stunned that Taehyun wields it too. She grasps it is no coincidence, realization arriving far too late. Kim decides she needs punishment, no mercy held back. He attacks again while restraining the civilians. Chains tighten, locking them in place. Afterward, Kim notes her recovery speed with surprise. She endures thanks to hyper-regeneration. He is shocked she still breathes after that assault. Just then, Yoshikawa presses him about the domination of 5 senses skill, questioning what kind of monster stands before her. He admits quietly that he had been waiting for her to finally notice it. He tells Yoshikawa to attempt brainwashing him with holy order, stating she planned to do it anyway. Kim Taehyun intends to absorb her skill, a meeting he anticipated someday, just not at this moment. Holy order twists minds and memories, giving Yoshikawa access to his inner thoughts, making things dangerous. Sarara once saw his dream originating from East Point. She witnessed how Rosaria's attitude toward him shifted after seeing those memories. Inside Taehyun's mind lies the answer to predation, and he intends to dig through it himself. Yoshikawa's sudden laughter pulls Taehyun back from his thoughts. She asks if he truly underestimates her power, then allows him to take her abilities. In return, she demands that Taehyun worship her as his condition. Sarara activates Holy Order, and massive wings spread behind her. Unaware of his real scheme, she declares resistance useless once Holy Order takes hold. She foolishly attempts to seize his power and dominate him as her skill activates. Instead, she falls into a dreadful sea of blood stretching endlessly. Yoshikawa believes this blood sea is his mind, where someone sits upon a throne. The figure on the throne speaks, telling the saintess she should have thought harder. The presence rejects the intruder, and Yoshikawa realizes the throne's owner is not human. Terror grips her as the being declares Sarara utterly insufficient. Then it unleashes the horrifying predation skill, Devour. A dragon rises from the blood sea and swallows Yoshikawa whole. After the dark vision fades, Taehyun opens his eyes to find himself lying in a hospital bed. He immediately calls Yoshikawa's name, and at that moment, Hyung steps into the room. She says she feared the worst after he remained unconscious for an entire day. She explains he cannot speak with her right now. Yoshikawa was found unconscious as well. Jang Jinsu and Pingo share the same fate, while Chai Mingmin has vanished. She asks what truly happened down there, as Taehyun reflects that the attempt failed, though he never expected success. Even a national-level player proved insufficient to reach the secret of predation. His resolve hardens to uncover what sleeps in his mind and how strong he must become. Young grows overly affectionate, touching his face as she urges rest, while Taehyun tells her to stop. Go Tae-wook bursts in, panic clear as he checks on Taehyun. He urgently asks Guildmaster Hyung for Nightwalker's support. He states they must dispatch a search team into the abyss. Park Sung-joon and the rest of the new South Korea team are missing. Go Tae-wook is stunned when Taehyun says he will go alone. Taehyun believes sending more people would only lead to greater losses. They vanished deep in the abyss, and since Park Sung-jin and his team are veterans, this was clearly more than a simple monster encounter. Only forces at national-level strength could cause such a disappearance, narrowing down the true threat behind it. That certainty drives Taehyun to insist on entering the abyss alone. The HR deputy manager objects, arguing that a freshly awakened patient cannot be sent into danger. At that moment, Taehyun's uncle and aunt arrive at the room. Jae-young follows them in, all three visibly shaken after hearing he plans to leave. Young admits she called them, believing family must be present now that he is awake. Tae-wook joins Jae-hyung in protest, adding pressure as they try to stop him. Taehyun is struck by memories from before his awakening. He recalls being crushed repeatedly, met only with hatred and cold stares. But the present is no longer the same as that past. He smiles calmly and thanks everyone for their concern. Still, his decision remains unchanged. He states his allies are in danger, and only he can reach them in time. He reminds his family they raised him to never abandon comrades. Jae-hyung is deeply moved by his resolve. Young responds by hitting him, calling out his dramatic tone. She tells him to return safely, bringing everyone back with him. Deep in the abyss, Park Sung-jin is shown being overwhelmed by Liu Feng. Feng, a national-level player from China, acknowledges Sung-jin's strengths. Rather than ending him, Feng offers survival in exchange for loyalty as his servant. Sung-jin rejects the offer immediately, refusing to betray his friends and homeland. Bloodblade respects the pride shown in Sung-jin's choice. He then notices a South Korean teammate wavering behind him. Seo Hangul steps forward, willing to submit as Feng's servant. He believes resistance is pointless and submission is their only path to survive. Earlier, the Holy Maiden threatened him, demanding he serve as her spy. She warned him refusal would lead to consequences she alone would decide. Hangul knows he already betrayed his team once before. To him, betraying them again feels meaningless. Park Sung-jin grips his shoulder and tells him fear is natural. He promises to get Hangul out alive, even at the cost of himself. The blue-haired fighter says betrayal can wait until after his death, then prepares to fight. Kwangzung mocks Sung-jin, saying he talks boldly for someone barely standing. Emotion crashes over Hangul as reality sinks in. He apologizes to his teammates and chooses to fight beside them. Liu Feng assumes they still fail to grasp the gap between them. He admits he has been holding back until now. Feng decides to reveal the true difference in power. He activates his skill. The sudden turn leaves the South Korean players frozen, unable to process what just happened. Feng states coldly that their survival so far exists only because he allowed it. As his strike is about to land on Sung-jin and the others, Feng is abruptly struck by the domination of 5 senses. He recognizes the effect immediately as Chai Mingmin's ability. With Mingmin already dead, Liu Feng understands the source must be Kim Tae-hyun, the one who killed him, and he anticipates their meeting. Taehyun does not linger after making his move. He applies the skill once with precision, then disappears together with his teammates. The Chinese national rank player never expected a single strike and retreat, especially with battle ahead. Another Chinese player suggests pursuit, but Feng dismisses the idea. By reading the remaining traces, he concludes they are heading toward the Draconian Tower, the Abyss's infamous unclearable dungeon. Within the Draconian Towers, Park Sung-jin starts to argue his case, but Taehyun cuts him off, forcing a potion down his throat. Shang expresses gratitude, yet questions what Taehyun plans next. The Draconian Tower has crushed countless players, and escape is impossible without an exit gate. Taehyun says it cannot be avoided. He cannot fight and save everyone, but tells them to stay calm. He reminds them it remains a dungeon, and clearing it means freedom. Shang and Hangul stand stunned, doubting if Taehyun even heard the word unclearable. Kim Taehyun leads them deeper into the Draconian Tower, a dungeon long deemed unbeatable. The tower carries two defining traits that make survival nearly impossible. Endless traps fill every floor, alongside vast numbers of intelligent, resilient Draconians. Even so, Taehyun moves through the tower with ease, leaving everyone confused. The reason is simple. He survived this tower repeatedly before regression, armed with deep knowledge. The tower cannot be cleared, but escaping alive is still possible. A hidden exit exists midway, long before reaching the final boss. Though undiscovered, Taehyun believes trap knowledge and strength make returning achievable. The group watches in disbelief as the escape gate appears. Relief washes over them, knowing they do not need to advance further. Shang wonders quietly if Taehyun already knew this outcome. He denies it calmly, hiding the truth that he knew all along. He urges them to leave before monsters arrive, and everyone moves through the gate. Sungjin pauses, turns back, and thanks Taehyun, vowing to repay him someday. Taehyun feels honored receiving gratitude from Park Sung-jin, crediting teamwork. Because of that cooperation, everyone makes it out safely. With Seo Hangul exposed as a Japanese spy, that issue ends, leaving Ghostblade as the final threat. Just as Taehyun believes everything is finally under control, as he steps through the gate, cracks spread instantly, cutting off any chance of using it again. It becomes clear the tower's master, Kaiselin, has been watching his every move. Taehyun struggles to comprehend the sudden shift in events around him. A massive dragon appears, mocking the audacity of a brat wandering its tower. The creature reveals itself as Kaiselin, the Red Dragon, ruler of the Draconian Tower and SS rank. Dragons stand among the strongest species, with abyssal dragons divided into 4 tiers. Hatchlings sit near S rank, still immature, yet already overwhelming. Adult dragons reach S+ rank, feared by most players. Worms rise to SS rank, beings of absolute destruction. Above them exist mythical ancient dragons, entities beyond clear classification. Taehyun identifies Kaiselin as a worm, recalling the bone dragon came from an adult corpse. He gauges its strength and questions its appearance, finding no record in his prior intel, then tries negotiation. The enraged dragon rejects talk, ordering his death while calling him an insect. Taehyun accepts reality. Understanding dialogue has failed and combat is unavoidable. He activates every linked skill, knowing none can kill an SS rank dragon. He expects at least minor damage from the assault. The dragon remains unharmed and lunges forward without hesitation. Taehyun is stunned by its durability. Despite knowing its rank, he chooses to stall for time when suddenly, a polymorph manifests directly behind him. It strikes him with overwhelming force. The polymorph reveals itself as Kaiselin's human form, created through transformation. It grips Taehyun's face, locking him in place. He cannot react or analyze the situation in time. Draconic pressure overwhelms him. Resistance fails, and his abilities are heavily suppressed. Stone skin, invisibility, paralysis, Monarch's heart, Night King's roar, chains of bondage, and domination of 5 senses become unusable. The polymorph senses no flaw, focusing on the strange power that flared within the tower. And certain it is not human in origin, it tightens its grip. It demands the source of his power, insisting on knowing its owners. Taehyun loses composure, desperate himself to uncover that identity. Dark tentacles erupt behind him, shocking the polymorph. Argyne strikes, blasting the polymorph backward. Kaiselin reels in disbelief that a human presence pushed him away. A familiar voice echoes, belonging to the succubus queen. Rosaria appears, stating she needed a guard, allowing the polymorph to serve as her pet. The queen's mark activates as Rosaria questions Taehyun for delaying contact with her. Taehyun hesitates, questioning whether trusting a monster was truly wise. Elsewhere, the chairman erupts in fury upon learning Kim Taehyun has vanished. Shong and Hangul remain confused, recalling they crossed the gate together. Park Sung-jin causes an uproar, demanding to return to the abyss as Ah Young desperately restrains him. The chairman believes sending Sungjin back would only make the situation spiral further out of control. He chooses to hide the truth that the team is alive, unsure what Lu Feng or Zhang Lang might do next. Despite that decision, anxiety eats at him as the exhibition games reach day 6 and time runs out. Rankings no longer matter to him. Without Taehyun, they would not be here. He can only hope Taehyun lives. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, Rosaria clashes directly with the polymorph in brutal combat. Taehyun watches, convinced he could actually die here. The sheer power of both beings overwhelms his senses. He realizes waiting until now to summon Rosaria was the correct call. The contract granted him complete hypnosis and the Queensman skill. He avoided using Queensman due to one major reason: the extreme mana cost. Summoning requires constant mana to maintain, even with potions. It strains him heavily, but the true danger goes beyond mana consumption. Rosaria's overwhelming strength itself is a threat, so even bound by contract, Taehyun cannot fully control her actions. She could reduce an entire city to ashes. Still, her intentions remain reliable. The polymorph senses her presence as belonging to the succubus queen. That realization confuses him, questioning why an archduke aids a human. Rosaria mocks him, calling him a noisy red lizard. Taehyun focuses on the term archduke, realizing it implies service to the king she knows. That connection makes him desperate to learn what Rosaria truly knows. She calls him out, saying he lacks the right to answers and could do nothing with them anyway. Even so, she states that his path must continue regardless. The succubus queen warns that reality is far more complex than it appears. She notices mana backflow signs spreading through Taehyun's hand. The polymorph argues that despite her rank, she is still summoned by a human incapable of bearing such power. He threatens to incinerate both if she resists him. He launches his attack. Rosaria shields herself and Taehyun using her tentacles. She admits her power is restricted by Taehyun's limits. Using more strength or staying longer would kill him from mana backflow. She decides to leave him with a final gift before disappearing. She tells him not to die and kisses Taehyun. Complete hypnosis temporarily shifts in rank and activates. Inside Taehyun's mind, another figure identical to him appears. That version curses the succubus queen for leaving the aftermath to him. The polymorph stares in confusion, unable to grasp what stands before him. The shape is human, but the presence feels entirely different from before. It makes the polymorph doubt whether this thing is even alive. The figure states it has no interest in him, and orders him out of its world. The polymorph is forcibly expelled, returning to reality in dragon form, badly wounded and confused. Taehyun stands frozen, unable to grasp what just occurred. Watching Kaiselin stagger, he wonders if the dragon suffered something inside his mind. He quickly discards the thought. The dragon is weakened. This is the only opening. Taehyun charges forward without hesitation. This time, his strikes finally land with effect. He recalls Rosaria's warning and scoffs. There is no chance he dies here. He still needs answers about the king and that hidden power. He still carries vengeance against Asmodeus, who ended his life once. He never lived properly before. Now that he is, he refuses to fall here. Taehyun swears he will defeat the dragon and return alive. Predation activates. The dragon finally falls. Predation completes successfully. Its rank evolves alongside Taehyun's victory. Collapsing to the floor, he admits he nearly died and wonders if it is time to leave. Kim Taehyun of New South Korea officially rises to National Force level, his rank shifting from B to A. Day 7 of the Asian Exhibition Games arrives as officials calculate final scores. Japan finishes with 4,600 points, falling short of China's 4,800. The Ghost Blade shows clear dissatisfaction with the outcome. He sought revenge for Tsurara, but Taehyun's absence leaves Japan in second place. As managers urge him to stay for the closing ceremony, he turns away. He refuses, unwilling to remain part of this spectacle. The New South Korea Association chief stands disappointed as Korea settles into third place. After Taehyun vanished, their frozen score from Day 5 was quickly surpassed. Without massive mana resources or an SS rank kill, recovery was impossible. The chairman blames himself, burdened by guilt over his limitations. Zhang Lang and Liu Feng approach, mocking him with open contempt. Jang jeers about his excitement over New South Korea's rising talent, only for that talent to meet a miserable fate. Feng notes Taehyun is only missing, but Jang laughs, claiming entry into the Draconian Tower equals death. The chairman clenches his fist, rage boiling as they mock a tragedy they caused. Jang smirks. He claims the weak deserve no truth before walking away, leaving the chairman shaking. In that moment, he understands how crushing weakness truly is. Jang continues basking in his hollow victory when suddenly, a warp gate forms behind them. The entire crowd freezes, stunned by what unfolds before their eyes. Taehyun steps out of the gate with calm swagger. taunting why the association head bows to China's thugs. The chairman breaks down in joy, tears falling as Taehyun stands alive before him. Feng and Jang stare back with undisguised hatred burning in their eyes. Elsewhere at Jae Young's home, the boy lies on his bed as his mother asks about the games. He refuses to answer. The games mean nothing without Taehyun, empty and pointless to him. He sulks in silence until his mother tells him Taehyun is appearing live on television. Shock leaves him speechless. The broadcast announces that something unbelievable occurred on the final day of the games. The submitted item from Kim Taehyun is an SS rank monostone from Kaiselin, marking the first confirmed kill. Regulations grant 1,500 points for such a stone, leaving Sungjin, the team, and Ah-young stunned. New South Korea adds those points to reach 5,600, claiming first place and victory. Cheers erupt as the crowd celebrates Taehyun's return. Zhanglang seethes, believing Feng had already resolved the problem. He cannot accept that Taehyun still lives. Liu Feng stands in disbelief, never expecting survival from the draconian tower. Taehyun reflects that events nearly turned far worse. Kaiselin's strength was overwhelming, and without the intact monostone, victory was impossible. Yet Taehyun knows Zhang and Feng will not retreat as he plans his next move. The chairman pulls him into a tight embrace, sobbing openly. Whether from gratitude or relief that everyone returned safely, no one can tell. The association head weeps for a long time. Thus, the 7 days of the Asian Exhibition Games conclude in dramatic reversal. Reporters and cameras swarm Taehyun instantly. The new Korean players celebrate his return, sharing stories of survival. At the Singapore Player Association headquarters, Haley welcomes Taehyun warmly. She thanks him for coming despite his schedule and proposes forming an alliance. This outcome is exactly what Taehyun expected. Just like before his regressions. In his past life, Singapore sought alliances after losses, only to be blocked by Jiang Leng and Liu Feng. Taehyun asks Haley to continue once the uninvited guests are handled. She looks confused. Then the doors burst open. Liu Feng enters with his forces. Feng no longer cares how Taehyun escaped the draconian tower. He announces that Taehyun will die here tonight. Taehyun calmly reminds Haley about the uninvited guests he mentioned. They have arrived. Before Haley can react, the glass window explodes outward without warning. Park Sungjin storms in alongside the rest of the team. He scoffs at the Chinese players for daring an attack in daylight. Seo Hangul declares he will repay the debt he owes Taehyun. An Hyun-soo loudly reassures the Singapore Association head, telling her not to worry. Shung mutters that the guy is insane, asking Taewook if bringing him was wise, and the deputy answers that Hyun-soo is reliable. Taehyun calls out Feng for claiming he no longer cares, saying the same applies to him. Zhang snarls, declaring Taehyun will die tonight. In a flashback, Taehyun explains Liu Feng's coming move to Haley, the chairman, and others. Ah-young struggles to believe assassinations could happen after the games already ended. Taehyun insists Zhang Lang will not retreat, aiming to erase rival associations and monopolize dungeons and mana stones. The chairman trusts his words and asks what Taehyun intends to do. Taehyun responds that villains like them need to be taught a lesson. Back in the present, combat erupts across the hall. Sungjin announces they are evacuating the association head. Haley moves with them as Ah-young agrees, saying it is exactly as Taehyun planned. An Hyun-soo boldly claims he will protect Haley, making her quietly question his sanity. Liu Feng is informed that Haley is being evacuated. As he attempts to intercept, chains of bondage seize him, cast by Kim Taehyun. Taehyun asks where he thinks he is going, saying their game is not over. Feng mocks him for fleeing in the abyss, asking if he is ready to fight now. He sneers that Taehyun seems confident after defeating Chai Mingmin and Sui Xin. Feng boasts he already witnessed all Taehyun's abilities, until Taehyun cuts him off. In an instant, Feng's arm is severed. He cannot comprehend how such an injury is possible, especially at the hands of Taehyun. He remembers Taehyun being weaker in the abyss. Rage burns in his eyes as he wonders what changed in mere days. From the ground, Feng demands to know what Taehyun did. Taehyun steps closer, certain of victory after predation and Kaiselin. Even so, defeating Liu Feng still surprises him. The strongest competitor of the Asian Exhibition Games. Suddenly, Meng laughs. He realizes why Mingmin and Xin fell, admitting he never thought he would use an archduke's power here. He stares at Taehyun, who is momentarily stunned. Meng asks if Taehyun truly believes he is the strongest. He activates the skill Blood Rampage. Elsewhere, Ah-young finishes dealing with the remaining enemies. Sungjin rushes to her and pulls her toward where Taehyun is fighting. The battlefield becomes sealed by a barrier resembling flowing blood. Inside it, Feng revels in battle, displaying the full force of his awakened power. Taehyun scoffs, calling it nothing more than a bloated mass of blood swinging wildly. His confidence falters when the wounds rapidly regenerate. He questions the origin of such destructive strength, and wonders if this is truly the same Liu Feng as before. The surroundings warp into an abyss-like space as Feng's ability spreads, recalling it being called an Archduke's power. Kai Salin used the same title for Rosaria, confirming there are other beings known as Archdukes. Taehyun realizes the succubus queen clearly had ties to the king through that rank. He begins to question whether Liu Feng did as well. Feng suddenly grabs him, mocking his slow reactions and asking if he is stunned by true power. He declares resistance meaningless, revealing he was chosen directly by an archduke. Taehyun interrupts, asking one final question before Feng dies, demanding what he knows about the king. Feng hesitates, confused by the word king, assuming Taehyun means the archdukes. He explains they are untouchable beings, far beyond mortal reach. That confirms it. Liu Feng truly does not know. As confusion lingers, Feng senses an overwhelming surge of power. Taehyun realizes he must reconsider everything about the archdukes. Feng rages upon learning Taehyun hid his strength, but believes it is already too late. Convinced the fight is finished, Liu Feng is defeated. Predation completes as Taehyun reflects on Liu's ignorance. Feng knew of archdukes but not the king, suggesting Rosaria may be different. Taehyun confirms there are multiple archdukes beyond Rosaria. If they rival her strength, none of them can be treated as allies. Suddenly, Liu Feng's blood converges as a voice echoes out. The sound catches Taehyun completely off guard. The speaker sounds disappointed, calling Feng's fall inevitable and humans feeble. It addresses Taehyun, asking if he killed its contractor, revealing itself as an archduke, the vampire lord of the abyss, Igmun. Taehyun realizes the presence before him is no longer Liu Feng. The immense mana confirms it is an archduke of the abyss. Igmun decides to test him and activates blood blades. Taehyun barely avoids the attack. He questions if these resemble Feng's blades, noticing the vast difference in scale. Taehyun braces himself against Igmun's pressure. There is no doubt, this power rivals Rosaria's. He knows approaching recklessly would mean death. Taehyun questions why such a being appeared now. Survival takes priority, forcing him to use everything he has. The narrator explains that every summoned being is bound by the strength of its contractor, their power filtered through that bond. If the summoned entity overwhelms the contractor, the body collapses, and the summoning breaks apart. Taehyun connects the clues, concluding that Igmun's contractor Liu Feng is already dead, his corpse used as a medium. That means the summoning cannot last forever. Time itself is the enemy now. Knowing this, Taehyun chooses to delay, buying seconds until the bond snaps. The vampire lord admits Taehyun exceeds his contractor. That much is undeniable. Even so, he declares that resisting him is meaningless. The moment hangs heavy. Then he strikes Taehyun with crushing force, power flooding the field. In his eyes, borrowed strength means nothing. Taehyun still has not learned his place. Suddenly, Igmun's bloodstorm twists, the flow reshaping mid-air. It blooms into a familiar presence, and he instantly understands. Rosaria appears amused, noting her contractor always summons her at curious times. Taehyun thought this was the end. The vampire lord finally grasps it, shocked that the human's contractor is the succubus queen herself. He warns Rosaria to abandon the human or be buried here as well. She brushes it off, calling it grief from losing his contractor. The succubus queen remarks that he is still beautiful as ever. When Taehyun asks who he is, she stays, revealing Igmun, a vampire lord and fellow archduke. And right now, her enemy. The clash between archdukes ignites, power tearing through the space. Taehyun coughs as mana returns, wondering if fighting Igmun after Feng broke his limits. He realizes he can barely sustain Rosaria, let alone support her battle. Despair creeps in, until she tells him not to crumble yet. She reminds him her limits mirror his own, and an archduke cannot fall without true strengths. She asks him to endure just a little longer. Taehyun feels her words strike deep. She reminds him why he raced through life, not to die here. She tells him to witness an archduke's real power, a wall he must one day surpass. Igmun senses his time running out, deciding this meeting ends now. He tells her that if she survives, they will meet again. He unleashes his final and strongest move. Rosaria meets it head-on, blocking with all her power. Taehyun slips into darkness. His mana drops to 0. Stress reaches 100. Health falls below 10%. Taehyun recalls how often this scene repeats: S rank, national force, even archduke. Each time he grows stronger, a new enemy rises, and he wonders when this cycle ends. A voice echoes in his head, calling him pathetic, cold, and relentless. The presence inside Taehyun mocks him, accusing him of wasting the king's powers. It warns him that hesitation has no place here. If Taehyun refuses to go all in, it will seize his body instead. Taehyun jolts awake, ripped out of the dream. Confusion floods him as he tries to grasp what just happened. He recognizes the voice from before, linking it again to the king. He looks up to see Sungjin, a young, and the others piling onto him, crushing him with relief. Yu Hyung explains the barrier vanished in a sudden flash of light. Inside, they found Taehyun unconscious, surrounded by signs of a brutal clash. Liu Feng's assassination failed thanks to the strange sword, and Feng, Zhang Lang, and new Korean players fell under International Player Association investigation. Taehyun recovers safely, haunted by thoughts of archdukes and his double leaving the hospital. The closer he gets to the truth of the king and predation, the more tangled it feels. He checks his status window, relieved to see his rank increased. Then he notices blood rampage locked, its condition tied to consuming powerful blood. Later, Taehyun sits with Yu Hyung at a restaurant as she checks on him, and he admits he feels better. The green-eyed woman confesses he scared her badly, then wonders what comes next. Taehyun says he plans to tackle unexplored dungeons in Japan and China. She protests, reminding him about the promised date, while he insists it was only a meal. Hyung cuts in, doubting he can enter the dungeon easily despite holding the rights. She explains dungeons fuel wealth through mana stones, making them fiercely guarded. Taehyun replies that even delays give him time to handle other priorities. He admits he has identified his own weaknesses. He explains Blood Rampage gave no response, no change, no activation, despite repeated attempts. He suspects the skill needs a special condition without Igmun's blessing. Despite being a strategic asset, he was helpless against an archduke, forcing a hard truth. To face archdukes and uncover the king's secrets, he must grow stronger. Taehyun stands before Bang Chesu's closed brewery on the outskirts. Ignoring the signs, he steps inside anyway. An old voice greets him with mockery, calling out clueless youngsters and announcing the place closed. The old man orders Taehyun to leave at once. Taehyun says he came not for business, but to ask about skill fusion. The man freezes, shocked that Taehyun knows such a thing. Taehyun introduces himself as a national-level player and the man's only chance. Bang Chesu, dying brewery owner on Soul's Edge, listens in stunned silence. He possesses the unique S-rank skill, Fragments of the World. Chesu chose brewing over combat, while his son urged him to aim higher. Having lived as an E-rank awakened, Bang still believed differently. He could not ignore his only son's wish. And so he attempted to merge skills using the enemies his son brought home. They never understood why every recruit died or broke from reversed mana flow. Then Chesu's son fled in fear, forcing the old man to swear off his skill forever in regret. Bang Chesu asks how Taehyun could possibly know all of this buried history. He grows more confused when Taehyun still asks him to continue, despite knowing the consequences. He orders him to leave, saying rank and strategic value mean nothing anymore. The old man admits he has already ruined enough lives with his own hands. Yet, Taehyun calmly reassures him, saying there is no chance his skill could ever break him. Chesu questions whether such confidence can even be real. Taehyun tells him the reversed mana flow was never his fault. He explains the skill was simply too powerful. The fused abilities exceeded their bodies, and his own stats can endure it without weakening. Bang Chesu is stunned to learn his awakening and skill were never a curse. He believed he had destroyed countless lives. That belief shatters instantly under the words of this young man. He starts to wonder who Taehyun truly is, as if he came from another time. Taehyun says no one knows he is here, so even if he dies, no one will trace it back to him, making the old man panic and scold him. Before Taehyun regressed, the truth about Bang Ches was found only after 10 years. By then, Chesu had died from alcohol abuse, crushed by guilt and the loss of his son. Without Taehyun coming now, he would have died again believing he was to blame. Taehyun silently thanks fate for arriving in times. Chesu reels as he senses 3 combined skills within one body, unable to believe a human can endure that, just as Taehyun expected. Chesu cannot detect skills with unclear origins, like predation. Taehyun tells him to proceed, assuring him he can handle it. The skill combination begins processing. At the same time, inside the USA Players Association headquarters, Kevin Lee gathers S-rank players and executives in a sealed meeting room. Gregor Gale asks if the moment for war has finally arrived. Dylan Gray cuts in, telling him to show restraint. Ricky Hollies questions why conflict is always the answer, turning to Cody for insight. Cody Wood says they are not children, and rankings are only symbolic. Kevin moves the meeting forward. He brings up the Chinese national players from the exhibition games. Montel Roman asks if he means Yue Xin, Chai Mingmin, and Liu Feng. Nick Rowan says he heard 2 died against the 3 warlords, another during an assassination attempt. Kevin says China officially declared all 3 dead. New intelligence shows they were all killed by one person. Liu Feng even contracted an Archduke of the Abyss through the vampire Lord Igman. The room falls into stunned silence. Cody asks who could possibly defeat them. Kevin names Kim Tae-hyun of New South Korea. He adds that despite killing Liu Feng, Taehyun may be weaker than them, yet they urgently need intel on him. The skill fusion finishes, the process locking into place without incident. Taehyun does not reach SS rank, instead rising to AA rank. At New South Korea's airport, Marcus Gore, 8th ranked player, arrives alongside Gregor. Gregor complains about crossing oceans because of Taehyun, eager to teach him a lesson. Marcus tells him to calm down, reminding him they are not here to fight, at least for now. Taehyun steps out of the elevator. He recalls the successful fusion and plans to test the results immediately. Checking his status window, he decides testing here would cause chaos and considers the abyss. Marcus Gore calls out, saying he has waited a long time for him. Gregor bristles, doubting this kid could really be the one who defeated Liu Feng. Taehyun did not expect American National Force players, wondering why they came. Marcus sits across from him, saying they only want to talk. Before that, he asks for a moment and activates Ziggurat, Marcus Gore's skill. The ability reads target data, including stats and skills, and even checks mental state and emotional condition. Marcus is stunned, seeing an AA rank for the first time, judging Taehyun's stats too low, and probes deeper. Ziggurat fails to identify the target's skills. The result leaves him frozen in shock. Taehyun tells him to stop spying, saying Marcus already has enough to judge him. The 8th ranked player cannot grasp how Ziggurat was blocked, something never seen before. Keeping his composure, he now understands Kevin Lee's interest in South Korea's first national force. Taehyun asks what they truly came for. Marcus explains they want to share the rights to the uncleared Chinese dungeon he earned, seeing Taehyun's confusion. He adds that details are limited, but their association head wants that region explored. They know Zhang Lang will sabotage Taehyun since Liu Feng fell by his hand. Marcus proposes cooperation, blocking Zhang's interference and helping clear the dungeon, benefiting both sides. Acceptance gives the American Association a new ally. Refusal still proves they are not enemies. Taehyun declines, thanking them, saying he does not need assistance. Marcus accepts the answer calmly. Gregor storms in, telling Taehyun not to mess with them. He grabs Taehyun's collar, furious they crossed continents for that reply, as Marcus orders him to stop. Gregor ignores him, believing force works better on brats, while Taehyun questions his behavior. Taehyun senses Marcus wanted peace, unsure what drives Gregor. Then he meets Gregor's eyes. He recognizes that stare from before he was a player, filled with denial. Gregor cannot accept they stand on equal ground, a feeling Taehyun knows well. But things are different now. If Gregor wants agreement so badly, Taehyun decides words alone will not be enough. He treats the situation as a rare chance to measure his power in a real fight. The scene shifts to the massive undivided guild stadium standing in full view. Secretary Kim freezes in shock after hearing the guildmaster plans to use their own stadium. Kang Hyuk sees it as perfect publicity. While Hyein warns the building might not survive, she questions how the structure could endure a clash between national force-level fighters. Gregory Gale reacts with clear excitement at the idea of battling inside the stadium. Taehyun quietly hopes the outcome gives him the answers he is seeking. The 10th-ranked American player reassures him, boasting his love for slaughter shows, then transforms and departs. The focus shifts fully to Kim Taehyun. The stadium faces destruction the moment the clash begins. Kwon stares in confusion, unable to process the sudden appearance of a werewolf. Marcus explains it is the heart of the wolf, its reveal leaving Kang Hyuk stunned. He states that pushing the heart of the wolf to its limit reshapes the body and amplifies strength. Marcus regrets failing to bond with such talent, yet watches the man who defeated Liu Feng. Gregor sees Taehyun as reckless, knowing Gore never fully tested his abilities. He judges Taehyun's stats inferior to his own, except for mana capacity. With the heart of the wolf active, his physical power surges even higher. He becomes convinced Taehyun stands no chance against him. He seizes Taehyun with a claw, convinced the fight has already ended. Taehyun expected no less from America's 10th-ranked player. He calmly confirms that his test proves he will not die here. Without warning, a black barrier seals the entire stadium. Marcus stares in shock, unable to identify the barrier. The narration reveals Kim Taehyun gained 3 new skills through combination. The first is World of the Monarch, formed from domination of 5 senses and Monarch's heart. This skill weakens enemies while reinforcing the user's overall combat stats. The second ability is Shadow Skin, born from Stone Skin and Stealth. It retains defensive reinforcement from Stone Skin. It also allows seamless disappearance and controlled reappearance through Stealth. The final skill is Aura of the Monarch. It is created from Night King's spirit, combined with Paralysis. With enhanced effects, Taehyun commands Gregor Gale to kneel without resistance. The battle ends as Marcus Gore stands frozen in disbelief. Taehyun considers the encounter satisfying and worthwhile. He hopes to meet the same opponent again in the future. The crowd sees nothing through the barrier and wonders who claimed victory. Marcus struggles to grasp how the fight ended instantly within that space. See, Gregor Gale forces himself upright and demands to know who Taehyun thinks he is. He declares the fight unfinished, turning violent, refusing defeat, threatening Taehyun. Park Sung-jin, Yoo Ah-young, and Kwon Kang-yuk step forward, blocking him completely. The Nightwalker Guildmaster steps in, reminding him this wager was never meant to spill into brutality. Kang Hyuk ends it coldly, telling Gregor to accept what already happened. Sung-jin adds that pushing further breaks the line of a friendly bet, ordering him to stand down. Our boy pauses, wondering how long they have been watching this entire clash unfold. The chairman enters, calmly revealing they observed the fight from the very start. He admits he planned to stay silent, but things spiraled too far, telling our guy to leave it to them. Gale burns with rage at the Korean Player Association blocking his path. He sneers at them as insects, his killing intent barely restrained. Marcus Gore cuts in sharply, ordering him to shut up at once. He warns that Cody will intervene if this escalates, reminding him what happens when Cody acts seriously. Gregory visibly stiffens, fear flashing at the mention of Cody. He curses under his breath and storms away, frustration trailing behind him. The 8th-ranked American player bows deeply, offering a sincere apology to Kim Tae-hyun. He admits his words may sound ridiculous after this chaos, yet he speaks anyway. He asks if our guy would consider joining the United States Player Association. The room freezes, shock spreading through everyone, Gregor and the chairman included. The chairman bristles, offended that Marcus would propose this before him. Marcus presses on, promising any conditions, even clearing the Chinese dungeon with his assembled team. Taehyun accepts it as praise, then states his next destination is Japan, not China. He explains this choice comes after receiving urgent news about the Saintess of Japan. Yoshikawa Tsurara has finally awakened. The Holy Maiden appears locked in place, her body unable to move. She struggles weakly, restraints holding her fast. Her mind screams for it to stop, desperation flooding her thoughts. A familiar voice echoes, the sound of Taehyun's doppelganger reaching her. It tells her she began this herself, yet still dares to beg him to stop. Yoshikawa jolts awake from the nightmare, breath ragged. She screams again, trapped in the same dream once more. This nightmare started after she fell into a coma peering into our boy's mind. Each escape ends with a figure shaped like Taehyun, and she wakes after dying again. She wonders if this torment will last until real death finally comes. Guild members urge the Saintess to rest, but she demands to see Ghostblade instead. Her body trembles as she steps outside, forcing herself forward. She witnesses Ghostblade attacking Kim Taehyun in a frantic assault. Taehyun evades calmly, reminding him he did not come here to fight. Shinji refuses to listen, convinced Taehyun seeks the Holy Maiden, vowing to repay her shame. He responds by activating Soulbringer. Soulbringer, a white mana blade, is said to cut even souls. Our guy notes that fools who refuse to listen only learn through pain. He answers with a full force kick, smashing Ghostblade square in the face. The impact sends him crashing hard into the wall, dust and force ripping through the space. Ardut steps forward, stating 2 reasons for appearing. First, to question Yoshikawa about what she saw inside his mind. His second purpose is stopping the greatest dungeon break ever recorded, set to erupt soon. In Japan, the Player Association Uncleared Dungeon Watch team surveys a storm-shaped dungeon entrance. One observer explains rumors of a gate inside the storm, mana leakage shaping the violent formation. With no confirmed break signals, they assume safety, believing their presence alone is sufficient. Suddenly, one member spots movement within the storm through binoculars, doubting his own sight. Deep inside the dungeon, the army of Kenthazanath, servant of Archduke Orgel, reports preparations complete as ordered. After decades of gathering strength, they finally shatter the sealed gate and enter this world. Now assembled, the forces wait in silence for their commander's next command. Kenthazanath selects one of his own kind without hesitation. He devours it, reminding all that consuming others sharpens their power. He declares a single path forward for his son and Archduke Orgel to leave and consume humans, beginning the Festival of Blood. Yoshikawa explains what she saw in Taehyun's mind, a being resembling him, neither human nor monster. It matches Taehyun's suspicion, the figure from his dream, confirming it was never a simple illusion. Even without using predation, he senses lingering predation magic within Sarara's body, suspecting it as the source. Argyle extracts the remaining mana, assuring the nightmares will cease, leaving the Saintess confused by his aid. Taehyun states plainly that this is not mercy, but an act to halt the dungeon break. Without warning, the ground begins to tremble beneath them. The Holy Maiden wonders if the shaking signals a natural disaster. Taehyun identifies it as a dungeon break and orders Yoshikawa to awaken Nakata Shinji. At that moment, the Japanese Player Association chairman comes into view. Alongside him approaches Matsuda Kuro, a former National Force-level player. Once a legendary fighter, Matsuda Kuro later gathered the Holy Maiden and Ghostblade, rising as president while valuing results over lives. Taehyun asks if the chairman knows about the dungeon break and offers his assistance. The chairman confirms awareness from constant reports, questioning why Taehyun involves himself. He explains Taehyun's authority ends once a break occurs, stripping him of all rights. Matsuda adds mention of trouble caused by Korean players, noting how bad it would look if Taehyun intervened. He chooses to detain Taehyun temporarily, citing the assault on their players. Yoshikawa attempts to argue for reducing damage from the dungeon break. The chairman silences her, warning that he already ignored her abuse of mind control. He threatens to eliminate her and the Ghostblade if she sides with the brat. He orders Kim Taehyun detained, knowing resistance would place the chairman in a difficult position. Choosing restraint, Taehyun cooperates, telling the Saintess to bring Nakata Shinji and stop it. The chairman praises his decision, promising release if innocence is confirmed. Taehyun interrupts, warning him against arrogance and stating refusal of help carries responsibility. The chairman dismisses the statement as meaningless. Japanese players struggle desperately as monsters flood out from the broken dungeon. They know if the line breaks, the field collapses, and every remaining life ends. They lack a way to stop it. Monsters flood non-stop, each one rated A or S rank. Kimura Ren decides the stand must happen now, because hesitation means extinction. That resolve shatters when Kanthazanath seizes him without warning. The monster chooses him first, treating the moment like a casual feast. Kimura accepts the end, believing this fall drags everyone with him. Ghostblade cuts through the moment, her strike tearing the creature's arm away. Fallen Japanese players begin to recover, wounds closing as confusion spreads. Yoshikawa Sorara arrives, relieved they still breathe, restoring them with steady focus. Shinji worries for the Saintess. She answers calmly, telling him she is safe. The strange mana is gone, her strength reduced, yet she can still back Shinji fully. Ghostblade understands now. Kim Taehyun was the one who aided her. Kanthazanath grows thrilled, surprised by prey of such rare quality. He plans to feed Ghostblade and the Holy Maiden to his son. Nakata steps forward, meeting the monster head-on without retreat. The Saintess asks the others to clear the swarm. They will face the core threat. Nakata Shinji expected this from an SS rank foe, Kanthazanath. He knows one error could cost him arms, or worse. With rapid regeneration, normal wounds mean nothing. Past raids failed for this reason. Ghostblade alone can sever him now, her blade already within reach. 5 years since the last raid, he trained without pause, sharpening himself to kill. Now, backed by the Holy Maiden's healing, he steps forward. Strength, speed, and endurance surge through his body at once. The Saintess warns Shinji she cannot endure. They must strike now. There is nothing the white-haired Japanese National Force player cannot cut. In the end, Kanthazanath falls, slain by Ghostblade alone. Cheers erupt across the Japanese Player Association headquarters. Matsudo swells with pride, convinced his 2 elites stopped an SS break. He tells our guy bluntly that he was never needed. Taehyun feels relief at Kanthazanath's fall, yet doubt shadows his voice. He recalls South Korea's break that jumped from C rank to A rank. He adds that France and Russia saw S rank turn into S+. Old calculations are failing. Taehyun asks why this break is only SS. Elsewhere, Nakata spots another presence, a new monster emerging. It reveals itself as Kanthamian, master of Japan's uncleared dungeon, SS+. Ghostblade freezes, staring at the creature rising from Kanthazanath's corpse. The monster begins to consume the remains, moving with silent intent. Ghostblade dismisses it. To him, a monster is still a monster. He advances and triggers his skill. Eliminate, without hesitation. His blade halts mid-strike as Kanthamian grips it with ease. It crushes the foe, fully aware the man before it killed its father. The memory fuels its advance. Nakata is hurled across the field, his body skidding far before crashing to a stop. Yoshikawa is pinned under the SS+ monster, its weight sealing her escape. The creature tells her not to fear, saying it will consume everyone here. Panic detonates inside the Japanese Player Association headquarters, confusion tearing through the halls. Unsure if the Saintess and Ghostblade survived, one voice mutters, "This rank has never appeared before." Taehyun already expected this, realizing the uncleared dungeon master Kanthamian has emerged. Kanthamian, true ruler of Japan's uncleared dungeon, holds SS+ rank, growing stronger by devouring monsters and humans. He knows this threat eclipses all before it. If Chairman Matsuda asked for help, losses could shrink, but pride blocks it. Association members wait for orders, their chairman still drunk on glory from defeating an SS rank foe. Then they witness the SS Plus monster with their own eyes. The chairman hesitates, unsure whether to seek aid from another hunter association. He concludes that if the Holy Maiden and Ghostblade failed, outside help would change nothing. He weighs casualties, city damage, and his political standing with cold precision. In the end, he chooses escape over responsibility. A member asks about players still fighting outside, but Matsuda says it is too late for them. He insists that if national-level hunters failed, survival means running now. Taehyun interrupts him with a crushing blow, snapping the restraints around his wrists. He tried to avoid violence out of respect for Korea's chairman, but restraint finally breaks. Arguments erupt. Taehyun declares his purpose clearly. He is here to stop the dungeon break. He offers them a choice: flee as ordered, or place him under arrest. Either way, Taehyun vows to save the players and walks out. As he plans Kanthamian's defeat and sealing the dungeon break, his thoughts sharpen. Someone suddenly calls out his name. The voice catches him off guard. He wonders why that person stands here. Shinji and Kimura Ren lie defeated, their strength spent. The Holy Maiden realizes endless regeneration means nothing now. Kanthamian looms closer, ready to devour her. Her struggle fades. Exhaustion overtakes her will. Yoshikawa recalls Kim Taehyun's words, convinced only he can end this. She remembers the enemy who chose to help to stop the dungeon break. When she first awakened as a player, she wanted to protect others. Somewhere along the way, she strayed without noticing. She wonders quietly if returning is still possible. The SS Plus monster moves to consume hers. Taehyun arrives and pulls her from death. Shocked, she admits she held her ground longer than expected. The Saintess stares at him in disbelief. Japanese Player Association members rush in to recover their fallen players. They apologize to Taehyun and focus on evacuating the wounded, knowing they cannot fight beside him. Our guy decides this is already more than enough to proceed without hesitation. With that resolve, his gaze locks onto the one target left standing. Kanthamian stands before him, heavy presence filling the space. Yoshikawa reaches out, trying to warn him that fighting alone is suicide. Taehyun suddenly calls out to Lima Young by name. A massive wall of ice rises, sealing Kanthamian and our guy inside. Ah Hyung hesitates, asking if he is truly confident in this choice. She admits this battle was never part of her original purpose. She explains Chairman Jin Hui ordered her to retrieve Taehyun at all costs after learning of his arrest. As a core asset of New South Korea, they could not abandon him there. That decision is why Lima Hyung was sent here, and our guy realizes she came for him, not the dungeon, yet urges her to assist anyway. Taehyun feels relief, sensing the chairman's trust behind her presence. Kentamayan cannot grasp why Taehyun trapped himself and refuses escape. To him, Taehyun should be nothing more than prey before that monster. Our fellow counters coldly, saying Kenta is the one mistaken about who gets eaten. Association members evacuate the wounded and urgently call for the Saintess. She watches the sealed battlefield silently, eyes fixed on Taehyun versus Kanthamian. Inside the barrier, our guy continues exchanging blows with the monster. He quickly notices the creature regenerates from most damage almost instantly. He also cannot tell if his stealth is being detected or ignored. As time drags on, Kanthamian's attacks grow sharper and more calculated. Realizing this, our boy activates one of his chained combination skills. The SS Plus monster concedes he is decent prey, but still insufficient. Our dude unveils predation, daring the monster to withstand it. Taehyun knows prolonged combat only tilts the odds further against him. Even if predation drains all his mana, he must finish this now. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes, stating this power does not belong to him. In an instant, our guy is pulled into the depths of his own mind. He first suspects a dream, then accepts this place is undeniably real. He confronts his double, demanding its identity and its purpose. The doppelganger smiles, claiming he wants Taehyun to reach his level. To do that, he says Taehyun must stop drowning in borrowed power. He must clear trials alone, declaring this encounter a test. Overwhelmed, our boy snaps back, telling him to fuck off. An unknown force activates, canceling predation and locking it completely. Monarch Spirit, Monarch Realm, Shadow Skin, Chains of Binding, Queen's Man, complete hypnosis all vanish. Taehyun is left without a single usable skill at that moment. He returns to reality just as Kanthamian lands a brutal strike. A chilling shift unfolds, leaving our guy utterly exposed and powerless. Without warning, Kanthamian tears into Kim's mind space, striking before he can react. Lima Hyung screams Taehyun's name, her voice cutting through the chaos. She strains to keep the ice barrier intact, her strength slipping fast. The air tightens with dread as Kanthamian crushes Kim, blood spraying as he falls. His thoughts lock on the moment that creature devoured his skills, claiming power never his. The truth is brutal. Kim Tae-hyun was never truly awakened. He was only selected, marked by the creature known as the King. Lost in thought, he wonders why he fought when this end awaited. Lim Ah-hyung steps ahead, shielding him from the SS Plus monster. She chooses to stall, trading her safety for seconds. She orders him toward the sane test, telling him to recover. Knowing she cannot win, he urges her to escape. Ah-hyung answers calmly, admitting she already understands. She states Tae-hyun alone can bring this monster down. She reminds him he must stop the dungeon break. Death here ends everything. Clarity crashes into Kim Tae-hyun in an instant. He drops regret over lost skills. Cheats or not, reality will not bend. He knows failure means everyone here dies. He searches for a path forward, forcing his mind to move. Broken and skillless, he realizes one ability remains, unused since the start. The name rises from within him, Blood Rampage, heavy with consequence. Tae-hyun scans the field, hunting for powerful blood to trigger it. His eyes fall on Kinthasanath's lifeless body. Lim Ah-hyung is struck down, unconscious under Canthamian's assault. The monster turns toward her, planning to consume her first. A massive presence suddenly floods the area. Tae-hyun's ruined body regenerates as the powerful blood is accepted. His stats surge, all values climbing to 250. Canthamian recoils, sensing Archduke mana, stunned by what Tae-hyun is. Blood Rampage activates, power roaring through his veins. The figure on the throne observes, silent and calculating. He recalls weighing whether Tae-hyun should wield one skill or two. That concern proves pointless in this moment. The creature watches Tae-hyun, realizing consuming Igman was like devouring a monster. It decides this agony is his growth, forcing him to grasp this power's true nature. This path is how Kim will eventually reach that person. Meanwhile, the battle resumes without pause. Tae-hyun lunges forward, driving his force into Canthamian. One of the monster's arms is torn away under the blow. Even Canthamian is shaken, Archduke power erupting from a man who stood dying. Even so, the enemy reaches a firm conclusion. Kim Tae-hyun must die regardless. To restore its severed arm, it seizes nearby corpses, draining strength and mana. Canthamian ignores how Tae-hyun gained power. This is Archduke Orgel's domain. If this body fails, it will consume more flesh and mana to tear him down completely. At the same time, the guide notices Lim Ah-hyung and exhales in relief. She is still alive, her breath faint but steady. His focus shifts to Archduke Igman's blood rampage, realizing its overwhelming force. Kim's blood feels like it is boiling, his heart pounding violently. Pain floods his body, twisted by the monstrous form he now bears. He knows this state cannot last, yet his body feels lighter than ever as thoughts race. Canthamian finishes regenerating and charges Kim, swinging massive axes, declaring the end. Tae-hyun slips past the strike with ease and keeps moving. He leads the monster on, forcing it to chase until its movements slow. Canthamian realizes none of its attacks connect, and it is being driven back. Still, the monster misunderstands the situation completely. It believes consuming bodies made it stronger, yet Tae-hyun's terrifying power defies logic. In the next instant, Tae-hyun launches himself forward. With one decisive leap, he tears through the towering monster. In that clash, the most striking change is Kim's crimson eyes, burning brighter than before. Unlike earlier, he now sees mana flow, focus points, and the enemy's next move. Every action of the monster becomes clear to him. Tae-hyun even spots the mana stone, the core of monsters, revealing a fatal opening. He drives his claws straight through the exposed mana stone. Canthamian, fading fast, asks Kim what he truly is. Kim answers coldly that he will learn in hell, as the mana stone shatters. A blinding surge erupts, tearing the monster apart as the battle finally ends. With Canthamian defeated by Kim Tae-hyun, the Japanese dungeon break is resolved. The Japanese Player Association moves swiftly to aid survivors and restore order. Matsuda Kuro, who rejected outside help for profit, is taken into custody. Lim Ah-hyung suffers no lasting harm, only minor wounds, leaving her quietly confused. The chairman feels genuine relief knowing she survived. As for the Saintess and the Phantom Swordsman, their fate is sealed. Both confess to their crimes and abuse of power, admitting they abandoned their duties. Yoshikawa fully accepts her brainwashing acts and agrees to face punishment. Meanwhile, at the American Player Association, reactions spread quickly. The chairman is stunned that Kim Tae-hyun solo killed an SS rank monster. He once believed only Cody could achieve that, but Tae-hyun has surpassed expectations. Analysis of the red aura confirms it carries Archduke-level power. The chairman regrets they cannot recruit talent like Tae-hyun to the United States. People like him cannot be bought. They move by belief, not power or wealth. Asked if a decision is made, the chairman replies they must act now, ignoring that kid. In the end, Every move they make is justified as progress for humanity. Without warning, the chairman shifts form, becoming angelic, flooding the room with king-like light. The focus snaps back to Taehyun, still locked out of predation. Once Blood Rampage ends, his monstrous body stabilizes and returns to normal. However, the sealed skills remain inaccessible, unchanged by the battle. Only Blood Rampage and Archduke Igman's authority remain usable. He also retains Monster's Eyes, Crimson Eyes, yet Sangik's potions fail completely despite repeated attempts. Alchemist Sangik specializes in advanced potion crafting. His work uses mana stones and rare additives to achieve effects beyond standard alchemy. Even so, none of it works, leading Taehyun to sense a deeper curse. Taehyun realizes the doppelganger within refuses to release the seal. Asked his next move, Kim answers that he will seek answers in the United States. His goal is to meet America's second-ranked player. That player is Ricky Hollis, the world's most powerful curse lifter. Elsewhere, Ricky confronts Zhang Lung as a World Players Association investigator. She accuses him of assassinations and illegal experiments near Chinese dungeons. Ricky calmly demands cooperation, while Zhang Lung hints at violent refusal. From Taehyun's view, he hopes to meet Ricky before she disappears. Information surfaces about two newly discovered dungeons. One is the Japanese storm dungeon cleared by Kim Taehyun. The other is China's unconquered dungeon, known as the Grey Pit. Near the site, strange mana readings and hidden laboratories are detected. Suspicion falls on Zhang Lung as the one running secret experiments. Taehyun urges Ricky to uncover the truth behind it all. Returning to the present moment, Ricky unleashes her power, shaking the entire area with pressure. She intends to force the truth out through sheer dominance. Zhang Lung expects her strength, yet her mana overwhelms him, sparking his interest. Amused, Zhang Lung chooses to play along. He claims resistance is pointless and agrees to cooperate publicly. Ricky is unsettled by the sudden compliance. Her unease deepens when he invites her to see the laboratory herself. With malice barely hidden, Zhang Lung insists she witness the experiments. The setting shifts to Player Hotel China. Ricky remains disturbed by the strange laboratory invitation. She doubts his sincerity, knowing cooperation is out of character. Ricky proceeds cautiously, unsure of Zhang Lung's real intentions. Her thoughts break when Kim Taehyun appears unannounced in her room. Though annoyed, she stays calm, already expecting to meet Korea's rising star soon. Taehyun cuts the tension, stating bluntly that she will die here. The blunt warning hits her hard, leaving her visibly shaken and off balance. Because Kim comes from the future, it is known Ricky ranks second in the United States. She holds global fame, best known for a skill that nullifies even awakened oaths. Right now, Taehyun can only use Blood Rampage and Crimson Eyes, making Ricky essential for future dungeons. Taehyun knows she never bargains with anyone outside her command. He remembers that before regression, Ricky died inside a Guangzhou dungeon. Believing she wants to live, he speaks up, but her strange smile gives a chilling reply. Trying to shock her with hidden knowledge fails completely. Ricky counters sharply, saying players face death constantly and power carries responsibility. Kim asks if she truly has no desire to save herself. Ricky mocks the word human, releasing power to prove her point. She states she could erase everyone in the building effortlessly. That is why players need something anchoring them to this world. She turns the question on him, asking what keeps him grounded. Ricky probes deeper, testing whether Kim controls himself, or if he is simply another monster ruled by desire. Kim remains unmoved, unaffected by her pressure. Still, her words surprise him, as he admits humans lose themselves through battle. He states plainly that she is stubborn, but so is he. That honesty cracks her composure, and Ricky smiles, sensing his motive. Kim admits he needs Holly's canceller skill since his abilities are sealed, shocking her. Kim believes her true goal is saving future victims in Guangzhou and offers help. Ricky doubts his usefulness at first. Despite hesitation, she agrees to give him a chance. Later, Ricky approaches Zhang Lung's laboratory with Kim Taehyun as her guard. Even the staff react with interest at his presence. Disguised, they enter the laboratory unnoticed. Only Ricky was invited, so another high ranker could not enter openly. Kim hides his identity, known worldwide for clearing Japan's dungeon. Zhang Lung is surprised she brought a guard, questioning her caution. Ricky replies calmly that caution is always necessary. Kim observes Zhang, the future architect of countless tragedies. Before entry, Zhang's men demand an awakened oath. Ricky dismisses it, claiming the oath means nothing to her. Kim is unsettled, frustrated by her earlier talk of humanity. Her overwhelming aura leaves him stunned. Zhang waves the oath aside, admitting nothing can restrain her. With that settled, Zhang begins the laboratory tour. He reveals the project aimed at creating S-Rank Awakened. Ricky sees humans in tubes and rushes forward, realizing reality exceeds her fears. The Chinese chairman explains they artificially create S-rank awakened by injecting monster mana, praising this defiance of the world's order. Ricky loses control, and Taehyun warns her to restrain herself, or innocent people will suffer. Janglung coldly directs them toward another awakened nearing completion. He claims Ricky and her guard should feel honored to witness such a process. The moment of birth draws near inside the containment chamber. The subject's heartbeat spikes violently as the process accelerates. Soon, the cube becomes soaked in blood. Jang dismisses the outcome as a failure without hesitation. He shows no regard for the human life just lost. That cruelty ignites Ricky's fury as Jang crosses a final line. She releases her power without restraint. Taehyun knew Ricky possessed other abilities. Even so, he never imagined power capable of shaking the entire laboratory as she threatens Jang with judgment. Jang argues society is never fair. Claiming rank decides a player's worth. He insists no one accepts the bottom, believing he granted their desires. Ricky rejects his logic outright and declares it ends now. She condenses energy, sending a focused sphere straight toward Janglung. Zhang responds by revealing a far deadlier counter. He activates Black Hole, erasing Ricky's attack instantly. The black hole nullifies surrounding skills, massive orbs spreading through the lab. Taehyun is stunned, questioning how Zhang mastered such a difficult technique. Zhang mocks Ricky, saying mana alone means nothing. Revealing Black Hole came from a scroll, hinting at another surprise. He adds that he hopes she enjoys what comes next. The sudden shift leaves everyone unsteady. Taehyun senses danger and sprints toward the center. He realizes the lab is underground because the Grey Pit dungeon lies beside it. He deduces the lab siphons dungeon mana, much of it already claimed by him. Janglung smiles, regretting Ricky never understood his malicious intent. The old man calls out Kim Taehyun, saying a debt remains between them. The revelation darkens everything. Taehyun freezes as Jang exposes his identity. Jang orders the gate sealed, ignoring concerns for staff and test subjects. He claims they have no further use for any of them. He considers eliminating everyone a fair exchange. The gates slam shut. Taehyun realizes they have walked into a trap. Ricky finds her skills suppressed, enraged by a restriction she never faced before. The ground trembles as panic spreads through the lab. An orc monster bursts out from the dungeon below. The researchers mistake it for a standard orc. A violent energy surge reveals it as a parasite-infected orc. The parasite orc releases a sickly green aura, spreading infection the moment it touches humans. It becomes clear that once infected, a human is stripped of thought and driven only to attack. The parasite keeps jumping hosts, multiplying as it spreads through the panicking crowd. An infected researcher assaults survivors while the parasite orc targets Ricky directly. Frozen in fear, she hears a researcher warn that contact with the aura means instant infection. Taehyun charges in without hesitation, shielding Ricky by activating Blood Rampage. Ricky stands stunned, unable to process what she just witnessed. She cannot understand how Kim can still use his abilities. Around them, more people fall as the infection continues spreading. Taehyun refuses to let any more lives be taken by the parasite. He focuses on stopping the parasite from escaping the orc at any cost. So he quickly realizes eliminating the controller will end the chain infection. Activating Monster's eyes, his vision sharpens instantly. Taehyun locates the parasite embedded deep within the orc's brain. The orc reacts fast, narrowly dodging his strike. It flees toward fleeing humans, seeking fresh hosts. Taehyun moves to block it, determined to cut off its escape. He slams the orc with overwhelming force. Expecting damage, he presses forward. Instead, the creature endures the blow without faltering. The parasite attempts to infect Taehyun as the green aura engulfs him. Ricky sees him standing still and assumes he has been infected. Panic grips her. Knowing an infected Taehyun would mean absolute disaster. Her fear proves misplaced as nothing changes. Taehyun smirks calmly through the spreading haze. It becomes clear he has been baiting the parasite all along. In one decisive motion, he strikes. Taehyun tears out the Mana Stone and turns away like a legend reborn. Even Ricky Hollis is left speechless by his composed dominance. The restrained aura around him feels terrifyingly controlled. He asks Ricky if she is ready to capture Janglung, his tone unwavering. The view shifts outside the laboratory complex. One of Zhang's men asks about the survival chances of Ricky and Taehyun. He notes they are nationally ranked players, not ordinary opponents. Zhang dismisses the concern, confident in the laboratory's construction. He explains it is built from advanced materials designed to restrain monsters. The structure can endure nearly any assault. A reinforced door seals the elevator exit below. Zhang believes sealing it ensures their deaths inside against dungeon hordes. His confidence shatters when something monstrous suddenly pierces the massive doors. He slips free in one clean motion. Moving like this was routine. It is Taehyun, arriving with clear intent to crush Zhang. The old man freezes as Kim smashes through the unbreakable walls, shattering his certainty. Kim calmly throws the old man's own words straight back at him. He states they still have a score to settle. With no pause, our guy lunges with a punch, proving Jang cannot fight alone. The momentum snaps when their hands collide mid-strike. Jang halts Taehyun's blood-fueled assault using only one hand. The old man counters hard, driving a heavy blow into our boy. Taehyun is forced back, drifting through the space, and then it happens. He activates the monster's eyes, uncovering the source of Jang's strength. The truth is clear. Jang fused monster power into his own body. Taehyun realizes the old man is now half monster. Things worsen when he grasps that Jang willingly experimented on himself. Young suddenly grins and says he never wanted to do this himself. He adds that these insects left him no choice. He suddenly rushes at Taehyun, aiming for his face, yelling angrily. Our boy only smirks, trusting someone else to act. At that exact moment, the tide shifts. Ricky intervenes, binding Jang with electric strings that lock his body. The old man struggles as the bindings drain his remaining power. Ricky apologizes for being late, saying she could not jump out like Taehyun. She explains she had to clear obstacles first, regardless. The second-ranked player, Ricky Hollies, praises Taehyun for fighting in the black hole and breaking the wall. Our guy stiffens awkwardly under the sudden praise. Ricky guesses Kim has more skills, noting he asked her to use Canceller, and wonders how he will surprise her next. Enraged, Jang shakes the field, furious at being ignored. He tears through the strings, declaring he will not fall here. Taehyun notices Jang still retains strength. He concludes the old man is stubbornly hard to kill, like a cockroach. The Chinese fighter launches forward in a monstrous leap. Ricky snaps at him not to rush her like an idiot, calling him an uncultured bastard. Ricky tears off one of Jang's arms in a single motion. Taehyun follows through, driving his claws through the half-monster's remaining arm. Ricky freezes briefly, staring at our boy. She realizes his power is far beyond that of a normal player. Still, the old man refuses to collapse completely. As a half-monster, Shang regenerates his arms and surges forward. He strikes Ricky with raw force, smashing her into the ground. Our guy shouts her name as the impact lands. He charges straight at the Chinese leader, now fully restored and ready to clash again. Zhang Ling's defining monster trait is relentless bodily regeneration. He laughs with a warped echo, saying Taehyun's strikes mean nothing, every wound closing without end. Taehyun regrets taking the blow head-on. His arm trembles. Doubt creeps in about stopping Zhang Ling's next strike. The old man shows interest in Kim's power, saying killing something this rare would be wasteful. Zhang Ling makes a shocking proposal, asking Kim to work under him, noting they both serve an archduke. Our hero freezes in disbelief, shocked that Zhang Ling even knows about his archduke contract. That is when Zhang Ling reveals his true stance, claiming ranks and titles hold no meaning. To archduke contractors like them, ordinary humans are nothing but expendable insects. The old man calmly urges him to take his hand. Locking eyes, our guy tells Zhang Ling to cut the nonsense, saying he trusts no traitor. At the same time, Ricky unleashes the final move she kept hidden. She places her faith in Taehyun and unlocks his Monarch's spirit ability. The Monarch's overwhelming force shakes Zhang Ling down to his core. Taehyun sneers and asks the old man if he still wants to team up. In that instant, the deadly skill predation awakens. A dragon surges out to seal Zhang Ling's fate. Our guy declares they are not the same, then activates predation. A red dragon erupts and lunges for the old man, death looming as massive fangs close in. Zhang Ling realizes he is about to be consumed. Disbelief and agony clash as he faces defeat by Taehyun. Even evolving humans with monster power meant nothing. Craving Taehyun's strength, Zhang Ling refuses to end here. Suddenly, a black monster crawls from Taehyun's back, seeking to seize his body. The winged horror radiates crushing pressure, its presence alone suffocating the area. It releases a stream of corrosive acid that even eats through the floor beneath them. The humans plunge down into the depths. Acid scorches their faces as they fall. The monster hovers above, Ricky shaken, thinking she has seen many monsters before. This one feels far beyond them, as she weakens from the acid and starts to collapse. Taehyun rescues her just in time. Taehyun realizes everything has fully unraveled now. We learn that the master of the unexplored Chinese dungeon, Grey Pit, is this very creature, the Grey Venom. The dungeon's sudden expansion shocked the world. Grey Venom used it to control countless human pawns. Zhenglong went beyond experiments, surrendering his body entirely to the Grey Venom. Taehyun urges Ricky to leave immediately, her mana depleted after using the skill canceller. Kim insists he will hold it off, telling her to call other players. Ricky worries about leaving him alone. Our guy reassures her calmly that he will survive. explaining he cannot fight properly while protecting her. The Grey Venom suddenly speaks, intrigued that an Archduke contractor would defend humans. Addressing our boy, the monster claims a contractor must obey an Archduke, asking why Kim uses that power for humans. Driven by curiosity, Grey Venom darts straight toward Tae-hyun without hesitation. It says that after possessing Young and seeing his memories, it will learn everything once it possesses Kim as well, the claim sounding absurd. As the monster lunges in, Tae-hyun activates Predation, the dragon surging out to block Grey Venom. Our guy scoffs at the noisy pest and targets its speed first, using Predation and Monster Eyes that evolve into high-grade Monster's Eye. Meanwhile, Ricky continues fleeing the laboratory. As she runs, memories of her conversation with Tae-hyun resurface. She knows staying would not help, yet leaving him alone against that monster feels dangerous. Still, she prays he survives until help arrives, the scene snapping back to the clash as Predation strikes rain down. Grey Venom evades every blow with lightning-fast movement. In an instant, the monster launches a sudden ambush on Tae-hyun, but Predation sharpens his senses. He detects it and mutters that he can see everything. That clarity comes from Kim's high Monster's Eyes now active. To him, Grey Venom's movement slows to an advantage. With Predation layered over eyes that track all motion, his perception becomes overwhelmingly sharp. This gives our boy confidence that Grey Venom can be brought down. Moments later, the monster retaliates with its corrosive acid. Tae-hyun refuses to fall for the same move again. The Predation Dragon turns the acid back toward Grey Venom. Without pause, our guy lunges forward with another Predation strike, intent on finishing it. The laboratory trembles under Predation's pressure, cracks spreading everywhere. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts, wiping out the entire structure. After the brute exchange, Tae-hyun's mana drops near empty, unable to block every assault. He wonders if that finally ended the monster, believing it might be over. Grey Venom's return instantly shatters that hope. The monster praises him as an Archduke contractor, while Tae-hyun reels, realizing he cannot fight with drained mana. The flying monster slams him hard into the ground, clamping his neck. Tae-hyun coughs blood, sensing the creature is faster and stronger now. His vision blurs, thoughts slipping as his strength fades. Grey Venom starts absorbing dungeon mana, filling the air. This makes our boy realize the area has already become a dungeon. Unable to break free, Grey Venom begins invading Tae-hyun's body as well. Dark energy spreads everywhere, Kim's body freezing as fear of death grips him. Then our fella remembers he has faced death countless times before. In that instant, Predation reacts, the dragon tearing off one of Venom's arms. It has no real effect, as Grey Venom bursts into laughter. It mocks the devouring dragon for shrinking after mana loss. The monster declares that human power cannot match this body's regeneration. Against all expectations, our boy rises, even though he thought death had claimed him. A trace of suspicion creeps into Grey Venom's thoughts as something feels suddenly off. Without warning, Tae-hyun's Predation Dragon rushes forward through the air. Our guy has figured something out. The flying monster realizes the dragon that bit it is channeling its mana. At that instant, a chilling, murderous focus hardens across Kim's face. He thanks Grey Venom for the mana, then absorbs it in bulk, his presence surging to a new height. Grey Venom grows irritated by these tricks, convinced nothing Kim steals truly matters. As long as the dungeon remains, the monster believes its mana is endless, until Tae-hyun speaks. Tae-hyun stands firm beside the massive devouring dragon, completely unfazed. He challenges Grey Venom to test whether that so-called infinite mana still applies here. In a split second, a raging crimson aura erupts from Tae-hyun and engulfs the monster entirely. To everyone's shock, Grey Venom awakens inside Kim's inner mind realm. Kim's doppelganger appears, irritated by the arrival of insects, openly mocking Grey Venom. Grey Venom freezes, realizing this presence is not the man it fought before. A sinister pressure fills the space. The monster demands to know who stands before it. The being within Kim calls Grey Venom an insect of Beelzebub and denies it any right to question. Offended by the casual mention of its master, Venom asks if this figure is an Archduke too. The figure tells the monster to stop wasting foul breath and orders it to leave immediately. Grey Venom refuses, claiming its contractor chose the wrong path. It declares itself the Grey Venom, able to corrupt anything, even within an Archduke's domain. The insect severely underestimates the doppelganger's true authority. Reality strikes as an unseen force completely blocks the corruption. Terror grips Grey Venom as chains snap shut around its legs, sealing its movement. The monster spirals into denial, unable to accept what is happening. Every power granted by Beelzebub proves useless against this unknown entity. The sinister presence chuckles quietly as Grey Venom hangs restrained and humiliated. The scene shifts away from the laboratory. Outside, the 5th-ranked U.S. player, Mondel Roman, senses the violent aura and stands stunned. His assignment was guarding Ricky Hollies, investigator of the World Player Association. Ricky had refused his escort earlier, stating she already had protection. Now over an hour has passed with no movement inside the facility. The surging mana alarms Mondel Roman, forcing him to consider acting soon. Suddenly, the wall explodes outward. Ricky escapes from what has become a dungeon, breaking into the open, injured and shaken. She leaves Roman stunned to see someone of her rank harmed. Ricky explains that illegal demonification experiments were taking place inside. She adds that victims were lost after being struck by the corrosive attack. As Roman suggests retreat, Ricky refuses, saying someone is still trapped inside. Kim Tae-hyun of South Korea. As they stand there, the urgency thickens in the air. A cold pressure swallows the air. Something unnatural unfolds without warning. A dungeon break detonates into reality. Endless monsters surge out from the gray pit dungeon. Chaos grips them. Mondel Roman fires genocide bullets without hesitation. Mana weapons flood the field at his command. Mondel lands hits, slowing the monster advance. He cannot grasp why Ricky was with Kim Tae-hyun, yet knows survival odds are near zero with the break active. Monsters keep pouring out. Mondel curses himself for not calling backup sooner. Ricky supports Roman with her remaining mana, fearing the monster truly reached Kim Tae-hyun. The swarm grows thicker. Hope thins in the monster tide. Then he arrives, crashing down from the dungeon, unscathed, carving through monsters. Ricky breaks into a relieved smile. He is alive. Argy tells her Grey Venom is dead, then wipes out the remaining monsters. After the collapse of the unexplored dungeon, Storm of Kenthazanath, the truth behind the Grey Pit dungeon break emerges, an event that nearly spelled disaster for all of Asia. Stopped by a single player, Kim Tae-hyun, the world witnesses his overwhelming force. Attention shifts beyond Asia and the U.S. player associations. The entire world now tracks Tae-hyun's every move. Elsewhere, the World Player Association debates the rise of a new system tied to Tae-hyun, as players continue hunting and defeating SS-rank demons, a threshold beyond the limits of S-rank. The scene plunges into the abyss. Shadow watches, intrigued by someone growing this fast. The man who erased the monsters admits he formed a contract with the Archduke, Beastmaster Orgel. Shadow praises him, saying such power suits a ruler. Shadow's presence signals trouble beyond the abyss. The man realizes something is wrong outside. Shadow nods, murmuring that much changed during his absence. The young man is revealed as Min Yong, leader of the Malignant Guild. Weeks later, after the Chinese Grey Pit dungeon is cleared, the scene shifts to a remote island in South Korea. Ricky Holly breathes in the ocean air, finally resting after a long ordeal. The man who brought her there reminds her this is not a vacation. Ricky keeps enjoying the moment anyway. She testified about illegal monster experiments as a World Player Association investigator, but Zhang Long vanished. The dungeon break erased most lab evidence, leaving her testimony weak. None of the test subjects were saved, and Tae-hyun knows the weight on Ricky's heart. Still, he thinks this outcome is better than his past life. In the future, Kim remembers, Ricky Hollis vanished after falling into Zhang Lung's carefully laid trap. Venom was never stopped early, and an unknown illness spread worldwide, drowning people in suffering. Still, Kim seeks Ricky to unseal his spells, never expecting such an unexpected benefit. Suddenly someone cuts in. Yu Ah Young appears, jealous that Kim left with Ricky to an island, calling it a date. Kim insists it is not, while Ricky finds it amusing and assumes Yu Ah Young is clearly upset. Kim teases her calmly, asking why she came here without an invitation. Young fails to hide her motives, behaving like a suspicious girlfriend watching closely. She claims ownership of island facilities. Kim counters he paid already, forcing her to admit curiosity. Ricky interrupts their bickering, telling Tae-hyun he has become quite popular. She decides to proceed with his request quickly, wanting it done and over with. Later, Yu Ah Young leads them out, saying the alchemist rated this wall strong against SS-rank monsters, perfect for secrecy. She adds the site was never used before, then questions why Kim insisted on this place. Kim explains his skills are unsealed now, but that alone is not enough. His doppelganger could stop him, or worse, seize control of his body. The risk is high and could trigger at any moment without warning. Tae-hyun refuses further danger, deciding to crush the parasite here before fighting again. He admits suddenly that he could lose control and go on a rampage. His skills might overwhelm him, stripping away his sense of reason completely. Kim asks Ricky and Ah Young to stand with him through this. If everything collapses, he wants them to stop him without hesitation. Young looks exhausted, wondering what chaos truly fills Tae-hyun's thoughts. She assumes Ricky must already understand more than she does. Ricky recalls Kim's skills from the lab, especially when she used cancel on him. One power felt deeply wrong, leading her to suspect Archduke influence. Still, Ricky agrees to help, sensing she might gain something important. Taehyun begins quietly, staring at his reflection on the phone screen. He activates complete hypnosis on himself. This choice becomes his cleanest and most precise move. So soon, his consciousness sinks into the inner realm where the parasite waits. The doppelganger praises Kim. Impressed, he entered here willingly. Kim states calmly that he came to face the parasite inside his body. The creature mirrors Taehyun perfectly, an identical presence. Kim calls it a doppelganger and demands its identity. It answers that it serves him, expecting no cooperation. Kim refuses to keep a ticking threat inside himself. Taehyun orders the parasite to leave his body immediately. The doppelganger smirks, asking what happens if it refuses. Kim shifts into combat mode at once, ready to force it out. The doppelganger claims such an act is impossible. It summons the devouring dragon from the Blood Sea, shaking the realm violently. Outside, Yu Ah-young panics, thinking a massive earthquake has struck. Ricky looks toward Taehyun and calmly states that the process has already begun. Cracks spread beneath Taehyun's feet, splitting the ground where he stands. Crushing pressure builds like it will erase everything ahead. Ricky warns her to brace herself. This will not end gently. Inside Kim's mind, he clashes with the doppelganger using predation. Devour meets devour, and Kim knows it will fail. Taehyun pauses briefly, searching for another approach. The parasite grins, reads his thoughts, and assumes Kim will rely on his own skills instead of the king's power. The doppelganger reveals those skills were never Kim's alone. The space twists instantly as the parasite activates its hidden move. Monarch's spirit manifests, a massive sword forming above Taehyun, ready to bring him down. The fight turns sharply against Taehyun. This outcome was never part of his calculations. The parasite mirrors his abilities. The doppelganger presses forward, hunting Taehyun without pause. Kim realizes even his weapons were born from the king's authority. His weapons fail completely, unable to harm the parasite. Taehyun maintains a calm expression despite the pressure. He admits quietly the parasite is powerful, stronger than enemies he once failed to defeat. Disappointment sets in. All his preparation feels meaningless now. The parasite stands far above Kim in raw strength. The doppelganger urges surrender, hearing Kim's thoughts and calling every attack pointless. Chain bindings rush toward Taehyun, and he narrowly evades. He understands clearly this fight was never meant to be easy. Taehyun refuses to fall back, determined to exhaust every plan he prepared. Yu Ah-young stands stunned, overwhelmed by Taehyun's rampage and massive mana flow. Ricky observes calmly, thinking incredible does not even describe his mana. She judges it rivals her own, the greatest magician alive, possibly surpassing it. Ricky decides to intervene now. Before the battle drags further out of control, she informs Ah-young of her intention. Suddenly, Taehyun lunges forward. Losing control, he turns his attack toward them. Ah-young panics. Unsure how to respond, Ricky tells her to stall him while she casts. As time is barely held back, Ricky feels excitement rise within her. She admits she always wanted to face Taehyun directly, at least once. Ah-young blocks Taehyun using her spell. The moment mirrors the Grand Phoenix incident, when Ah-young once lost control instead. Now the roles reverse, and she must knock sense into Taehyun. She strikes him with a fully charged spear. Meanwhile, Ricky gathers power, forced to prepare her ultimate trump card. Mana concentrates rapidly as she pushes herself further. Ah-young struggles to hold Taehyun back, her arm already numbing from the clash. Just as their strength begins to drain away, exhaustion creeps in fast. Ricky yells for her to move, telling her to run along the branches forming nearby. Young freezes briefly, stunned by Ricky's spell control. The skill is known as Portal, opening a path beyond this space. It summons a demonic flowering tree pulled straight from the abyss. Argyle is also caught by the twisted branches. The tree reacts to dense mana and drains it until nothing remains, releasing only when reserves are empty. A terrifying technique. Young stares wide-eyed, realizing Ricky opened the abyss and bent a monster to her will. The overwhelming strength of Ricky Hollis, second-ranked player in the US, is fully revealed. After some time, they assume the flower drained Taehyun dry and the rampage ended. As Ah-young rushes toward him, Ricky pauses, deep in thought. She realizes his mana kept rising even while being drained. A delay longer would have caused disaster. She regrets thinking his request was simple and plans repayment. Without warning, Taehyun bursts free from the demonic flower branches. One branch lashes out, cutting across Ah-young's chest. Ricky calls out in alarm as she sees her hurt. Taehyun's voice turns cold and distant. He praises Ricky's clever use of the demonic flower tree, then states it cannot absorb more than its limit. Ricky reels as Taehyun moves freely, despite his mana being drained. He feels like a different being. Claiming he is no longer Kim Taehyun, the doppelganger takes control, mocking human weakness. Ricky confronts the parasite, demanding to know what happened to Taehyun. The doppelganger smirks, saying Taehyun lost and this body now belongs to him. Ricky senses it clearly. The pressure matches an SS rank monster. The air turns heavy. She keeps him talking to gain an opening, then attacks, knowing he is an enemy regardless. With a single strike, the doppelganger casually deflects her energy construct with bare hands. Ricky is thrown into shock, her confidence shattered instantly. A sinister presence spreads as the doppelganger breathes this world's air again. He lunges at Ricky with overwhelming speed while Taehyun lies unconscious within his inner realm. Inside, Kim is overwhelmed, defeated without resistance, beaten badly. Taehyun realizes how vast the gap remains, questioning the true nature of his doppelganger. He knows it is not the king he once met, realizing it is something planted inside him. He pushes aside unanswered thoughts, driven by the need to stop the parasite. Yet the problem remains. How can he do that? The parasite controls his body, and Kim must escape his mind realm. Outside, the doppelganger grips Ricky by the throat. She declares she is still a national player, refusing to yield. He dismisses such human titles as meaningless to him. He tightens his hold, demanding she prove her worth as a national player. At that moment, Yoo Ah-young grabs Taehyun's hand, trying to awaken his conscience. She presses him to release Ricky, insisting he is not that kind of person. The heartless parasite violently yanks her hand away and strikes her without pause. The impact sends her drifting backward, body forced away through the air. The parasite sneers, calling her an insect daring to lay hands on him. The doppelganger turns calmly and tells Ricky that it is her turn now. Ricky steadies herself, knowing Kim Taehyun cannot be brought back yet. Ricky Hollies steps forward, showing the parasite the power she still holds. She explains that even with the demonic flowering tree gone, mana remains. The doppelganger barely reacts, noticing her condensing mana into one point. As the energy gathers, Ricky knows releasing this monster would be worse than a dungeon break. She resolves to stop it here and apologizes to Taehyun for joining him in death. With resolve hardened, she charges her skill, pouring in everything she has. In the blink of an eye, the situation collapses. Her only chance is swallowed instantly by the parasite's predation. Ricky Hollies reels in shock, eyes wide, senses thrown into chaos. The truth hits her hard. She cannot stop this monster after all. The doppelganger shifts focus and activates predation directly on Ricky. That instant breaks when our guy reverses it, dragging the parasite back to the realm. The reversal strikes deep, and the doppelganger erupts in fury. He realizes Taehyun used predation on himself to force him back. Taehyun pieces it together. The doppelganger wants him to reach something, not die, muttering it will be troublesome if he dies here. The creature mocks him, calling it a pathetic threat, saying he does not care about a trivial vessel like Kim. Our guy snickers, saying he came running pretty quickly when predation was used on himself. The parasite warns him not to get cocky, saying regression will not happen again, a once-in-a-lifetime miracle to reverse the gears of his life. He remembers dying once, clear as steel. This life is a granted return, not a dream. Taehyun would rather fall again than watch everything collapse without leaving proof he mattered. As the consuming force closes in, cornered, the doppelganger finally confesses a fatal misread of Kim Taehyun. The parasite accepts the outcome. This round belongs to him. Still, it warns him. His survival exists only because his ambitions refuse to fade. It pushes him forward, demanding he keep advancing until he reaches the king. The doppelganger issues a final threat. The moment Kim falters, it will consume him without pause. Then the parasite sinks into the crimson flood, and Taehyun declares he will not be easy prey. Soon after, control returns to him. His power breaks past AA and climbs straight into S rank. He steps back into the real world. Ricky, bloodied and shaken, smiles in relief when Kim returns, holding her close. He understands his own actions caused her wounds. Ricky reassures him that Yoo Ah-hyung is no longer in danger. She admits Taehyun is terrifying, a truth she hid until now. Even so, she thanks him for saving her and chooses silence as repayment. Ricky says she trusts him completely, believing he will guard her back. Taehyun answers with a gentle smile and a quiet promise. At the hospital, it is confirmed that neither Yoo nor Ricky suffered lasting harm. They still require observation, and burdened by guilt, Taehyun refuses to leave. He stays close, serving them like a devoted caretaker. Taehyun feeds Ah-hyung fruit, and her joy is impossible to miss. She feels a bit lonely after Ricky leaves early, but he assumes she is busy. That is when you recall the upcoming SS rank license acceptance. Ricky is involved, and Yoo grows excited as the World Player Association prepares a spectacle. She warns Taehyun not to stir chaos at an international event. He bites into an apple in panic, answering plainly that it is beyond his control. World Player Association President Vincent Chang addresses the assembly, recalling the era when extinction loomed from the abyss. He credits global unity and elite players for reclaiming gates and pushing monsters back. Humanity now stands in a phase of steady expansion. Riding that momentum, veterans and new powers emerged, forcing the association to abandon outdated rankings. The era of SS ranks officially begins. The association unveils the first 10 heroes to earn the SS rank title. The names include Cody Wood, Montel Roman, Ricky Hollies, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergei Karamzin, Thomas Prawane, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Baiju, and lastly, Kim Tae-hyun of New South Korea. The association expects these players to uphold world peace. As Chairman Jinwei watches with national pride, Taehyun pauses, absorbing the reality that he has finally arrived. From the moment he wished to awaken, from the struggle to reach S rank, to standing now as a nationally ranked player. That was the ceiling before his fall, the peak he once reached. The SS rank standing alone. Back then, this outcome never crossed his mind, not even once. Still, satisfaction escapes him. The license feels like only one step. What he seeks is the truth. The Archduke, the doppelganger, the king who sent him back, and this twisted world. To uncover it all, he keeps advancing without pause. Chairman Jinhui beams with pride, lightly smacking him as our boy mutters it hurts. Tae-wook says the chairman has never been happier, because someone like him was born from their land. A powerful player lifts the nation with him. The deputy manager sees a future of major achievements. The chairman says many depend on him now and thanks him since the Asian Exhibition Games. Taehyun answers that he only did his duty. Ricky Holly walks over, smiling at the lively scene. She asks how he has been, and he freezes for a beat. He rushes to her, asking if she is fine. She says she is sore everywhere, saying he went too rough on her back, leaving her small body aching. He knows she is teasing. The chairman and Tae-wook listen closely. Tae-wook looking worried for Ah-young, wondering if their story already ended. Ricky tells Taehyun someone wanted to speak with him today. That person turns out to be Cody Wood. Cody steps forward to thank him, extending his hand for a handshake. Facing him feels heavy, realizing SS rank places them on equal ground. If players had a single symbol, many would speak Cody's name. The man who always stood at the front against the abyss. The strongest player alive, Cody Wood. Taehyun feels tense, only managing to shake his hand. He says the pleasure is his. The American SS rank says they will work together now, and welcomes it. The association manager interrupts, calling for everyone's attention. He announces that they have important news. The World Player Association accepts the proposal from American head Kevin Lee, backed by the SS rank license. A massive conquest party is forming to clear every remaining dungeon on Earth. The scale is unprecedented. All American SS ranks already agreed. The weight of it chills the room. With America involved, that alone counts for half of all SS ranks. The World Association asks everyone to think it over, saying it is time to aim for lasting peace together. Chairman Jinwei senses bad timing, questioning whether this alliance is truly what it seems. With half the SS ranks American, he feels they are flexing control over the World Association, even if dungeon rewards are tempting. Outside of Kim Tae-hyun, their strength still falls short. Jinwei knows resistance is impossible for now, so they follow along. The US and UK associations and Daniel Harrington join. The French Player Association also agrees. Russia steps into the alliance as well. Then our guy raises his hand and refuses. He says they will act on their own, first. The room falls silent, stunned. Even Ricky and Tae-wook are shaken, before Tae-wook sides with his player. Aboard the aircraft, tension hangs thick in the narrow cabin. Cody and Ricky sit together. Ricky clearly frustrated they failed to secure Taehyun during the Marcus and Gregory incident, and even now, he slipped away. Cody asks if she is disappointed. She says he would have been a huge asset to the conquest party, but Cody presses her, asking the real reason. Ricky admits she is interested in Taehyun and asks what Cody truly thought of him. Cody answers calmly that Taehyun is strong enough to explain her reaction. The blonde woman feels validated hearing that from the world's strongest player, though Cody adds that titles like World's Strongest mean little, especially when Taehyun is bound by contract to an Archduke of the Abyss. Ricky is caught off guard by that answer and wonders if she should question Taehyun differently. Calling him another Archduke contractor, she asks if he still felt powerful. The SS rank player says he will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, the new Chinese Player Association leader, Ryu Zine, fumes in his office. He rages that no one pays attention to China, confused by this SS rank system and the conquest party hype. In his anger, he pins everything on Kim Tae-hyun. He decides to rely on the data barely recovered after the Grey Pit disaster. Though he feels Zhongleng escalated matters needlessly, he remains grateful for what was gained. Suddenly, Ryu hears noise echoing beyond his door. As he questions the disturbance, his unease grows. He watches Min Ji-hong, malignant guild leader, enter after effortlessly eliminating the guards. Ji-hong apologizes for the late visit, saying he just returned from the abyss and is still jet-lagged. Ryuzine stands frozen, overwhelmed by fear. Elsewhere, inside the Nightwalkers Guild building in New South Korea, Yoo Ah-hyung looks visibly upset by Tae-hyun's refusal to clear dungeons with other nations. She wonders what drove him to make such a bold decision. She admits the chairman is also placed in an awkward situation because of it. While acknowledging his strength, she says he should consider the burden on others. Tae-hyun explains that is why he refused. New South Korea cannot depend on him forever. Others must grow, and the unexplored dungeon offers that chance. Ah-hyung agrees in principle but worries he is pushing too fast. Tae-hyun answers that time is running out. He explains that from now on his main battlefield will be the abyss. Players are classified by activity zones, similar to the Asian game system. Some pioneer new regions for humanity, exploring unknown abyss zones. Others defend Earth, battling monsters, villains, and dungeon breaks. Kim Tae-hyun operated mostly outside the abyss, earning his SS rank promotion. But entering the abyss immediately after promotion feels dangerous to Ah-hyung. Tae-hyun knows the truth about the king lies in the abyss, not on Earth, and staying planetside will stall his goal. Still, Earth will face threats while he is gone, so empowering others is his solution. The Nightwalkers Guildmaster finally sighs in defeat. She admits she cannot understand Tae-hyun, saying he feels like someone from another world. She notes he carries too many secrets, mentioning the rampage skill from before. She knows it was no ordinary ability. Leaning closer, Ah-hyung quietly asks Tae-hyun who he really is. He feels uneasy at first, tension rising as the weight of her question settles in. After a pause, he says he has no intention of telling her right now. The green-eyed woman refuses that answer, saying she is serious, but he knows she would not understand even if he spoke. Because of that, he decides to explain everything when the timing is right. Yoo Ah-hyung says she will not need an awakened oath from him, and he assures her he will keep his word. Still, she asks why Tae-hyun met her first after returning to New South Korea, and he admits he wanted her in his party. She replies that she is busy, thanking someone sarcastically, saying her fractured arm has kept her from working. Tae-hyun asks her to recommend someone to take her place. The question clearly annoys her. She answers there is only one choice, her sister, guessing he wants her approval and calling it cute. Tae-hyun admits he planned to recruit her sister whether she agreed or not. Kwon Kang-hyuk appears, having reclaimed his title as Korea's top tanker after the Saintess restored his arm. He stands beside Park Sung-jin, who feels swept into something massive and remains a core S-rank player. Seo Hang-il and Kwak Si-young are there too, both improved since the Asian Games. Every player representing New South Korea now gathers in one room. Among them is Lim Ah-young, doubting whether she deserves to stand in for her sister. Tae-hyun thanks everyone for answering his sudden call so quickly. He says they all know why they are here. He declares they will form his new party to conquer unexplored dungeons. Park Sung-jin feels honored by the choice of an SS rank, yet questions if this is possible. He says he heard unexplored dungeons are SS rank and higher, while everyone present is only S rank. Kang Hyuk agrees, but says seeing them closely changed his view. He believes everyone here has the potential to become nationally ranked players, even SS rank players, and beyond. Tae-hyun points to Ah-hyung, telling her she can do this. He makes it clear he is not saying that just to comfort them. In his past life, everyone here reached SS rank eventually, and with time shortened now, plans must move faster. Kang-hyuk feels fired up by those words. Tae-hyun cuts the mood, saying they will die if they enter the dungeon like this. He announces they will enter the dungeon in 1 month. Until then, they train under him. His presence hardens as he says he will work them relentlessly, silencing the room. 1 month later, inside the French unexplored dungeon, the Opera House, American players push forward, steadily clearing the dungeon. Cody Wood stands out as always, dominating the battlefield. Other SS ranks struggle to keep pace with him. They are confident this dungeon will be cleared today. Marcus informs them that New South Korea and Tae-hyun have also begun their run. Gregor mocks them, calling it foolish to enter with S ranks and unranked players in such dungeons. He says Tae-hyun will lose people to arrogance, and he looks forward to it. At the same time, in the Greek unexplored dungeon, the Snake Pit, New South Korea's players fight to stay alive. Every one of them feels it clearly. If they keep fighting like this, death is certain. Panic spreads and they sprint forward, chasing survival with everything they have. Kang Hyuk shouts for them to keep pace, warning that falling behind means facing our dude. Tae-hyun watches closely, noticing their movements growing sharper and more confident. He can tell the brutal training is finally sinking in. Their advance halts when strange stone-like shapes block their path. They soon realize those are not stones, but players who vanished in this dungeon. Without warning, the ruler of the Greek unexplored dungeon reveals herself. Medusa appears, mocking them as foolish mortals drawn to their end. She declares that her collection will grow larger today. Our cocky fella fires back, saying they will see who collects who first. He casually mentions always wondering what a snakeskin wallet would feel like. Lim Ah-young recognizes the snake pit owner and panics along with the others. Fear hits hard as they face an SS rank monster far beyond their comfort. Taehyun steps in, calling out to all of them. He reminds them of the past month, saying limits only exist if they accept them. The words hit home. Sungjin agrees, believing their training was meant to break ceilings. Even if the enemy towers over them, they are ready to bring it down. Kang Hyuk orders everyone to follow the plan exactly as practiced. At his signal, they charge Medusa together in a single wave. The SS rank monster sneers, saying their attacks barely feel like a touch. She prepares to strike back with lethal intent. Kang Hyuk blocks her advance using the blessing of the beast. Medusa lashes out again, pressing her attack. Her arm suddenly freezes mid-motion. It shatters apart from Ah-hyung's ice smash and Sungjin's drawn strike. Watching from afar, Taehyun notices their attacks are actually working. Kwak Si-young and Seo Hang-il bombard her from range, blinding her repeatedly. Kang Hyuk holds the front line, shielding everyone as the tanker. Lim Ah-young and Park Sung-jin strike together from her blind spots. No fatal blow yet, but the damage keeps stacking. Medusa refuses to endure this quietly. She snaps in fury, saying the game is over. As she prepares to wipe them out, she senses one presence vanish. Kang Hyuk suddenly reappears, bored of waiting, activating the blessing of the beast, Minotaur Queen form. That moment reveals their hidden trump card. Every player unleashes their skills at once. The combined assault finally brings Medusa down. Hang-il stares in disbelief at their victory, while Kang Hyuk roars with excitement. Taehyun praises the team calmly, saying he trusted them to pull it off from the start. Kwon snaps back, telling him to stop acting smug, asking how he could stand aside while acting certain the dungeon was finished. Taehyun replies that it would have been nice if that were actually true. In that moment, something new crawls out from Medusa's remains, taking dragon form. Confusion spreads as the players fail to understand what they are seeing. Then the truth hits them all at once. This dungeon has a second layer. The true ruler, Historia Basilisk, appears, puzzled that Medusa fell at all. Her presence alone crushes the air, an SS plus rank monster standing before them. The players freeze in place, bodies locking into stone like the statues earlier. Only Kim Tae-hyun remains unaffected. He walks forward, and Historia assumes he defeated her gatekeeper alone. Taehyun corrects her, saying the players were the ones who killed her minion. He adds that her servants grew lazy and untrained, since they were not impressive. He wonders aloud if she will prove any different. Historia answers by lunging straight at him. Taehyun vanishes, striking back from above using predation in wings form. He says he will test which of them is truly inferior here. Historia snarls as her attacks miss, ordering him to stop running. She mocks him, calling him a small insect. Taehyun dodges again, wounds her, and asks if she cannot catch an insect. He calls her a lizard crawling on the ground, asking who is inferior now, wielding a unique rank relic and the SS rank license reward, Valhalla. Historia explodes in rage, saying he thinks too highly of himself using Igmund's power. She warns him not to grow arrogant, saying he is not the only one blessed by an archduke. She unleashes the true authority of Jormungand, the archduke above archdukes. Jormungand's power, Mahai, surges endlessly, crushing everything in its path. Historia is certain Igmund's power cannot stand against it. Taehyun calmly says this force is not the power of archdukes. He says it is the authority of the king himself. With a final strike, he brings Historia Basilisk down. The players return to normal as the dungeon master falls. Kang Hyuk looks around, asking where that lizard bastard went. Taehyun tells them he handled it while they were turned to stone. With that, the unexplored Greek dungeon finally comes to an end. Ah-hyung realizes Historia surpassed SS rank, yet Taehyun defeated her alone. Kwon grabs Taehyun in frustration, complaining he should have warned them about the double dungeon. Taehyun asks how he could know, while Si-young claims he always knows everything, though she cannot explain how. Taehyun says none of that matters now, since everything ended well and he did his part. He tells them they all performed well, even better than he expected. In truth, he knew this was a double dungeon and chose it deliberately, because he wanted them to feel what it means to stand on the edge of death, which, with that settled, he says he looks forward to fighting beside them, certain their strength will rise, soon enough. They will be dependable enough to guard this land while he is gone. News reporters swarm the World Association officials, voices overlapping in chaos. One reporter announces the Paris dungeon, stalled for years, was cleared, asking the director behind it to speak. Vincent Chung tells them calmly that there will be time for questions. He asks everyone to slow down and listen. Suddenly, the reporters erupt after receiving urgent news from New South Korea. Gregor assumes the report must be bad news. Marcus Gore corrects him, saying New South Korea cleared the unexplored dungeon. The words hit Gregor hard, leaving him stunned. He thinks Marcus is joking, convinced Kim Tae-hyun could not clear Snake Pit with only S-rank players. Then more details surface, revealing the Greek dungeon was a double dungeon. Not only did Taehyun survive unharmed, no one was injured, making Marcus question their true strength. Kevin Lee watches the broadcast in silence. He complains that Taehyun stole the spotlight, saying this moment should have favored the US. Because of that, he decides to accelerate their plans. As news of Taehyun and the new South Korea conquest squad spreads, the US and World Association race to clear dungeons. Regardless of each player's original motives, the world rapidly begins to regain its lost stability. Elsewhere, player Lee Jung-soo, president of the Taesum Group, makes his move. He storms into the Malignant Guild building, disposing of every minion blocking his path. He pushes straight into the inner chamber. The Shadow remarks that this place was not meant for casual visits. Jung-soo cuts him off, calling them shameless and useless. He brings up their first agreement, to eliminate Kim Taehyun. Now Taehyun stands at SS rank, beyond their reach, with his conquest squad drawing attention. The 4 major guilds circle him, leaving no room for Taesum. Even his son, meant to inherit everything, is now powerless. Frustration boils over as Jung-soo asks how long he must endure this. The Shadow acknowledges his anger, but reminds him of what was said before. Taesum has its eyes on far greater prey. With that, the Shadow restrains all of Jung-soo's followers. He says Taehyun's growth was unexpected, yet their resolve remains. They will meet him again. Before that happens, he proposes they discuss business. He reveals an item recovered by the Malignant Guild leader from the Chinese Player Association. It is test data from their labs, and the Shadow says Jung-soo knows how to use it for Taesum. For the first time in a long while, the president of the Taesum Group smiles, convinced they are finally aligned. 1 full year has passed since the World Player Association vowed to erase every unexplored dungeon. New South Korea now enters the final unexplored dungeon in Mexico. Once this falls, Earth has none left. Park Sung-jin, now nationally ranked, admits he never believed this ending was possible. Kwon Kang-hyuk, also nationally ranked, laments there are no more dungeons just as he found his rhythm. Kwak Si-young, Seo Hung-yul, and Lim Ah-hyung have all reached national rank as well. Taehyun believes that at this pace, SS rank is only a matter of time for them. Taehyun himself has grown stronger, his stats rising through non-stop raids, and he decides it is time to meet Bang Chae-soo. Bang Chae-soo greets Taehyun with visible relief. He congratulates him on becoming the head researcher of the Player Association. A man who once lost everything now lives on, allowed to atone for his sins. To him, the situation still feels unreal. He believes all of this happened because of Taehyun. Bang Chae-soo, now a master of skill fusion, after meeting Taehyun, turned himself in after experimenting on villains. But through Taehyun's request and the chairman's trust, he was recruited to support Korea's Awakened. Bang asks why the busiest player alive would come here, knowing it cannot be a casual visit. Taehyun says he has another request. Bang is shocked he can still be useful and immediately agrees to help. Taehyun tells him he wants to fuse more skills. Bang is confused, saying the fusion is already complete. Taehyun argues that even fused skills can be fused again, stunning Bang who never attempted it. Bang warns him about mana flow reversal when power grows too fast. He insists Taehyun is strong enough already, and pushing further is dangerous. Taehyun interrupts, saying there is something he must do, and his current strength is not enough. Only Bang can help. He assures Bang that his body can endure the strain. In the end, Bang gives in, unable to refuse him. Taehyun enters the fusion chamber, built from cutting-edge alchemy, powered by a massive mana stone, his first time using it. Bang warns that once the process starts, there is no stopping and asks if he is ready. Bang activates his skill and begins the fusion. Taehyun sees the king, who believes choosing him was the correct choice. Still, the human body has its limits. The king decides to intervene, just slightly. An unknown force descends. Taehyun's rank updates. Vast power awakens as new skills register. The system restructures everything, adding more, and Taehyun wonders if it sensed his rank change. Go Tae-wook rushes in after hearing the disturbance. He finds Bang Chae-soo staring ahead. Bang says they are witnessing history as he looks at Taehyun. Taehyun gets scolded afterward, the chairman warning him not to damage association property again. Still, Jinwi says he will handle it, impressed by Taehyun stacking combination skills and asks if he feels different. Taehyun admits power is surging through him, and he wants to head to the abyss immediately. He senses more Archduke-related skills awakened, but ignores details, wanting to test them right away. The chairman drops the idea of checking. Jinwi recalls a pending request from the World Player Association and asks Taehyun how to respond. It turns out Taehyun was invited to serve as the new SS rank exam examiner. He realizes the time has come for new SS rank candidates. The SS rank hopefuls stare in awe at Kim Taehyun, the only player said to rival Cody Wood. Vincent Chang greets and thanks Taehyun for arriving on time. He also welcomes Thomas Prowing and Cody Wood, declaring the three as official SS rank representatives. The World Player Association manager explains the exam will use a point-based evaluation system. Taehyun interrupts, questioning whether such complexity is necessary. He activates his power without hesitation. He states that real players need strong minds and bodies, so pressure them until they break, then check their skills. Vincent finds the approach excessive when Cody steps in to join Taehyun, clearly intrigued. The president grows uneasy, expecting Taehyun's behavior but not Cody's involvement. The SS rank examinees feel dread, questioning if this difficulty is even reasonable. It is announced that the exam will proceed under the examiner's authority. The candidates are ordered to split up accordingly. The first floor goes to Taehyun, the second to Thomas, the third to Cody. A player named Jeffrey fumes at the three, angered by their early rise to SS rank. Sarah tries to calm him, but he argues SS rank only existed last year, claiming they achieved nothing impressive and could be beaten one-on-one. He tells Sarah she cannot stay under her master forever. He declares he will knock the SS ranks down today, with Taehyun as his main target. Taehyun welcomes the examinees and introduces himself. He announces he is in charge of the test by World Player Association authority. He states the first rule, simple and clear: land a single hit on him. The candidates think the task sounds easy. Taehyun knows even that will be beyond them. He tells them to attack him all at once. Jeffrey curses and charges forward at full speed, confident he will strike. As he closes the distance, Taehyun drops him with a single punch, knocking him unconscious. Sarah grows frustrated, warning the others not to rush blindly and to stay calm. Ignoring her, the rest charge forward recklessly, planning a group assault to force an opening. Every challenger falls, unable to land even a single scratch on Taehyun. That result stands despite them attacking him all at once. None meet his standard. He thinks the ones who hesitated were better than those who rushed blindly. Still, he tells them that standing frozen will change nothing. Sarah suddenly forms a plan and shares it with the others. She steps forward alone, power activating as she walks straight at him. Taehyun recognizes the skill but doubts it justifies such confidence. Curious, he decides to test it and throws a punch. Sarah blocks the strike and holds it in place. That alone surprises Taehyun. She calls out, ordering her teammates to attack with her. Taehyun wonders if she plans to hold him at the cost of herself. The remaining players rush him together. Taehyun activates Apocalypse, Monarch's Heart, Monarch's Spirit, Monarch's World, Chains of Bondage, and all lower rank skills activate at once. The players collapse under pressure, senses dulled, gravity crushing, bodies bound, survival impossible without something special. Sarah alone continues to stand. She speaks of her master's lesson, never give up. The chance will always come. Taehyun notices her absorbing ambient mana, converting it, even stealing mana from others to block him. Suddenly, the chains of bondage shatter. Sarah seizes the opening to strike, just before her fist lands. Her body locks up and she collapses unconscious, though her punch never connects. Taehyun acknowledges her resolve and counts it as a hit. He approves her alone. Sarah McQueen. Sarah McQueen, bearer of Terraform, later known as the Hope of the United States, just as Taehyun expected. As he recalls the master she mentioned, Cody Wood arrives on the scene. Taehyun congratulates him on his student's success. The World Player Association president receives word that the exams are finished. Shocked, he demands results, learning only Sarah McQueen passed, none from Cody or Thomas. The realization leaves him shaken, sensing disaster. With Taehyun's rise and New South Korea's victories, U.S. prestige fades. This exam meant recovery, yet only one passed, making him regret the rush. A staff member urgently informs Vincent that Taehyun and Cody requested the highest-level training room under a dual excuse. Chang is left speechless. Taehyun knows Cody did not come only for his student and asks his true reason. Cody says Taehyun must feel the same hunger that no one here can satisfy. Calling them alike, he proposes a match between comrades. Taehyun expected to fight him someday, but never like this. Even without knowing why Cody acts this way, Taehyun stays calm and observant. He sees no downside. He wants to confirm his current level now. He also wants to test himself against the strongest alive. The World Player Association grows uneasy, watching first and second ranks collide. They hesitate, unsure whether to intervene or wait for presidential orders. Vincent decides they cannot stop it. Orders recording the fight. The SS rank exam failed, so this has value. He states they will gather data on both players and maybe gain promotion. Vincent accepts responsibility and commands them to proceed. Taehyun and Cody are told facility access is approved and everything will be recorded. None of that matters. Once they move, all control becomes meaningless. Taehyun never expected Cody to come seeking combat. The blonde player sees it as necessary, aiming straight for first place. Taehyun answers calmly. He can take that seat whenever he wishes. The strongest player notes the sharp tongue as a weapon, but trusts it will fail. They collide instantly, trading blows with no hesitation. Just as Taehyun predicted, their strength and speed are equal. Victory will be decided by skill alone. Taehyun activates Apocalypse. Cody is restrained, overwhelmed by crushing force. No one warned him Taehyun possessed such an ability. Taehyun tells him there is much he still does not know. The American SS rank player urges him to use everything today. Only then, he says, will Taehyun have a chance to win. Cody activates Holy Night. The power shatters Apocalypse restraints with ease. The battle continues without pause. Their hearts pound harder than ever before. Both know the man before them is truly the strongest. World Player Association managers watch in disbelief. Confusion spreads. Cameras are destroyed. Someone suggests calling facility staff inside. The president decides to personally inspect the situation. Top-ranked training rooms were built to withstand many SS ranks at full power. Vincent realizes these two have surpassed all others. Taehyun thinks the building will collapse before either falls. Cody agrees, telling him to stop hiding power and end this. Taehyun replies he has been fighting at full strength already. The blonde calls him out, mentioning the unused Archduke power. Taehyun freezes, shocked that Cody knows this. Cody reveals he knows the Abyss secret too. He is an Archduke contractor. Still stunned, Cody asks what monster Taehyun contracted with. He believed Archduke contractors existed only in China and never imagined Cody Wood was one. Cody mentioned Archdukes only, not the king, so Taehyun hides his deeper cards. Taehyun reveals his Archduke is the vampire lord named Igmun. Cody answers by revealing his own Archduke, the fallen angel, Lucifer. Both advance at once, deciding this clash will end everything. Vincent Chang enters the duel room, finding total ruin, smoke flooding the space, vision blocked. Cody senses new presences entering the battlefield. Taehyun suggests ending it as a draw for now. Cody agrees, saying they will finish this inside the Abyss next time. Vincent looks uneasy and asks if either of them is injured. Taehyun reassures him, apologizes for the destruction, and asks him to handle cleanup. After that, Taehyun leaves as the association president tries stopping him. Taehyun insists on going. He must enter the Abyss immediately. Elsewhere, deep within the Abyss, Rosaria Castle is under assault by the vampire lord Igmun. She wonders if this signals war, noting his wicked nature never changed. Igmun says war sounds fine, but suggests an easier way, asking her to summon her contractor. She questions his motive, suspects petty grudges, disappointed by such shallow behavior. Igmun snaps back, reveals Taehyun uses his power without consent, something he cannot explain. The succubus queen laughs, understanding his silence, saying his power fits Taehyun better. Igmun grows serious, knowing she hides something, demanding she speak. Rosaria mocks him, saying his way of asking favors is crude. Igmun wonders aloud if this even counts as asking. She orders her subordinates to retreat, deciding to punish the rude vampire today for daring to intrude upon her castle. The battle begins without hesitation. Igmun unleashes blood blades across the field. Rosaria reminds him they share the same origin. She says he is disgracing himself instead. Tentacles seize his leg, yanking the vampire lord off balance. He is driven into the ground with crushing force. When defeat seems certain, Igmun activates the blood field. The sudden shift catches her completely off guard. Igmun asks if she has already forgotten his power. He pins a spear to her neck, ordering her to reveal everything, but she counters calmly. She reveals her own abilities, turning the situation around. He realizes she trapped him inside personal space, a virtual illusion realm crafted solely to deceive him. The succubus queen reminds him this is her domain. Her power peaks here, unlike before, and asks if he truly believes a mere clone stands a chance. The vampire lord bristles, warning her to wait until his true form arrives. She cuts him off, asking if he really wants the truth, then speaks anyway out of old ties. She explains the reason lies in his memories, recalling a human who forced all archdukes to kneel and stripped their power. Igmun understands instantly, yet disbelief grips him. Rosaria confirms it, saying his contractor has become the key. Elsewhere, Taehyun enters a room and finds the chairman standing with Marcus Gore. The sight confuses him. While Marcus admits he has long wanted this meeting, Taehyun asks directly what this is about. The American player chooses honesty without delay. He reveals the United States Player Association is formally requesting assistance. Taehyun senses something serious has occurred. Marcus explains a player vanished during Abyss reconnaissance. Even joint rescue efforts failed. The rescue team of 4 SS ranks, Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bijou, and Aidan Simon, all fell in action. Taehyun stands frozen as the report sinks in. Gore adds that the missing player status remains unknown. Cody entered alone to avoid further losses, fearing Cody is also in danger. Marcus asks Taehyun for help. Taehyun recalls a past life event where 4 SS ranks died in the Abyss. Details now feel different. He asks who the missing player is. Marcus answers, it is the SS rank player Ricky Hollies. The name shocks Taehyun, realizing the massacre became a rescue mission because Ricky was involved. Taehyun knows Ricky Hollies should not exist here after Jianglang trap. The one who altered that fate was Taehyun himself. Marcus says Ricky and Cody are not only US players but vital to humanity's future. With 4 SS ranks dead already, they cannot afford more losses. Marcus offers alliance and support, but Taehyun cuts him off, asking where to go. Chairman Jinwei stops him, urging careful thought. With many SS ranks fallen, he advises cautious preparation. Taehyun argues delay risks their lives, declaring he must leave now. He remembers Ricky once trusting him to protect her when danger came. Taehyun says he is going because he owes a debt. Taewook urges faith in Taehyun, noting he always surpasses expectations. The chairman acknowledges this, yet he also remembers the cost of blind trust. The deputy manager says Taehyun is not like that man. Jinwei agrees, saying his caution remains. Deep within the abyss, Cody continues cutting down monsters without pause. No matter how many fall, the swarm never ends. Then he hears Taehyun's voice, suggesting they end it together. Taehyun approaches, telling him he came to help. Cody wonders if Marcus sent him. He would call it overreaction, but this moment allows no ease. He tells Taehyun that the help is appreciated, keeping his focus forward. Arfala now understands why they summoned him, despite sending America's strongest. Dense magic floods the castle. He never expected the place Ricky vanished to be an Archduke castle. Cody explains she was deployed here, a newly discovered zone deep in the abyss. Back then, no one realized it belonged to an Archduke domain. Taehyun asks if she lives. Cody sensed her mana on arrival. It pulls toward the basement. Taehyun weighs meeting an Archduke ahead, knowing survival odds fall below reason. The blonde urges speed, asks if Taehyun can keep pace. He answers without hesitation. They move while cutting through enemies without pause. Taehyun wonders if this is the same Cody who once struggled in such fights. America's Strongest explains he no longer holds back with Taehyun beside him. He recalls their promise to fight again in the abyss, not as enemies, but allies. Taehyun finds it acceptable, even trusting strength from someone unreliable. Together, they stand as humanity's strongest remaining cards. With both present, rescuing Ricky becomes possible. They arrive at the castle's central chamber. The path downward must be close now. Cody suggests separating to cover ground faster. Before finishing, a violent strike slams him into the floor. Taehyun instantly attacks the unseen intruder. His dagger is blocked. The man says he finally meets someone famous. He identifies Taehyun as South Korea ultimate trump card. Taehyun demands to know who this man is. The intruder mentions Jinwei, mocking that the old man stayed silent. Min suddenly grabs Taehyun's face. He drives him into the ground with force. He introduces himself as Min Ji-hong, malignant guildmaster and Taehyun's predecessor. Cody lunges at him without restraint. Ji-hong slips aside, avoiding the strike cleanly. He now understands why Cody ranks first, worldwide. Taehyun notes the name. Cody confirms he recognizes him, an international criminal. Cody grows uneasy, questioning why such a man waits here. Min mocks them, asking why a mere human waits inside an Archduke castle. Realization strikes Taehyun all at once. The malignant guildmaster is also an Archduke contractor like them. Ji-hong proposes they enjoy killing each other as fellow contractors. Elsewhere, Ricky senses Cody and Taehyun's presence and calls out. Cody feels dread, realizing the villain leader is an Archduke contractor, explaining his long escape. Taehyun says figuring out his type can wait. An Archduke contractor showed up, meaning the Archdukes already know they arrived here. He judges the Archdukes stayed away. Either pride kept them distant, or they are trapped handling matters elsewhere. No matter the reason, Ricky must be pulled out, so they choose to move as one unit. Cody takes the front with relentless offense. Taehyun anchors the fight with steady support. Ji-hong tilts his head, unsettled by how direct and simple Cody's opening attack looks. He stays calm, convinced the strike is obvious enough to evade without effort. The instant Cody swings, our guy triggers Apocalypse at the same moment. The blonde swordsman feels nothing on impact, still swinging freely without resistance. Then the truth hits. His blade shatters, the realization landing too late. The corrupted guildmaster slams a full-powered kick into his face. The force hurls him across the space, smashing him hard into the wall. Jihu reels in confusion. Cody knows his identity, yet seems ignorant of his abilities. The clash drains his interest, the fight offering nothing challenging. Taehyun watches closely, every detail burning into his focus. He sees Cody's sword pulled inward, Apocalypse collapsing mid-activation. The skill fails completely, refusing to respond. That confirms it for him. The phenomenon from Zhonglang's lab was a black hole that erases skills. Ben stiffens in surprise, caught off guard that the secret is known. Our guy explains calmly, he once struggled against a scroll infused with the same effect. The guildmaster admits scroll trading paid well, especially skill-nullifying ones favored by the unawakened. He enjoys watching the powerless struggle, despises weakness, hates arrogant strength more. With that choice, Min Ji-hong tests whether Kim Taehyun stands apart. He unleashes the black hole skill directly on Kim Taehyun. Believing our guy helpless, disappointment settles in as he expects nothing. Then the fight snaps sideways. Events break from every expectation. Our guy slashes with his dagger, wounds him, exposes how badly they misjudged him. Black holes fail against an Archduke's power, letting Taehyun land that strike. He challenges the guildmaster, asking who still wears the crown of arrogance. Ji-hong admits the hit landed, his first clash with an Archduke contractor. He claims this is proper combat. then awakens his Archduke power. Cody never knew black holes cannot absorb Archduke skills. He complains Taehyun should have spoken sooner, frustration spilling out. Min sees the risk clearly. Handling both opponents will be difficult. A voice notes, "Low life's mana is hard to sense here." A presence arrives. The arrival tears through the castle. Walls crumble. Floors collapse to rubble. Ji-hong admits overreach. Chances like this rarely present themselves. He concedes wasted time, apologizing to the being now standing before him. The newcomer reveals himself. Orgel the Beastmaster, Archduke of the Abyss. Taehyun and Cody freeze in silence, words failing them completely. Before them stands a supreme Archduke. Orgel addresses his contractor. This fails to excuse defeat despite granted power. Min snaps back that Orgel shorted him on power and demands more, his nerve flaring. The Beastmaster burns with rage at the defiance. The Beastmaster answers by driving his contractor hard into the ground, force crashing down, dominance made clear. He presses the point, asking if Min truly thinks he stands anywhere near a place to demand favors. Even so, the Beastmaster pauses, weighing the moment, deciding to entertain the thought for now. He turns to address everyone, voice cold, announcing that the games have ended. He orders them to fight for survival against him. No mercy promised, only pressure closing in. Taehyun shouts Cody's name, cutting through the chaos as danger tightens. He warns Cody they cannot win against Orgel, reminds him of their mission, and urges him to move. Taehyun barely slips past Orgel's gaze while fleeing. He is not here to fight. He is here to find Ricky Hawley and charges ahead. He notices her skill in the distance, a faint sign cutting through the castle. He wonders if the skill is guiding him, pulling him forward through the danger. He finally reaches her and tells her he came to repay the debt he owes. Ricky admits he is reckless to enter such a place for a debt, but says a promise must be kept. Taehyun frees her from the cuffs and supports her. As she asks where Cody is, he says Cody is searching the opposite side of the castle. Explains time is short since the Archduke is moving. Taehyun asks if she knows about him, and Ricky answers that she is an investigator for the World Player Association. She explains the castle's master, Archduke Orgel, holds mana reserves deeper than any monster she has faced. Taehyun thinks she understands now why escape matters. He slowed Orgel briefly and asks if she can walk. Her legs give out, and Kim steadies her body as they push to escape. Ricky studies him and notes how, since the incident at Zhonglang's lab, every moment she thought death was certain. She saw him and felt hope return. She thanks him for saving her. Orgel's voice rolls through the space, cutting their relief short. He asks if they truly believed they escaped him. Orgel sneers that he kept Ricky alive as a spare, impressed by her grasp of mana for a mortal. With her taken, he says it was obvious where Taehyun would run. Taehyun realizes Orgel followed anyway, unscathed by predation, as the Beastmaster calls him intruder and challenges him. Kim responds without hesitation and unleashes predation once more. The sight convinces Orgel this power belongs to the king. He admits he thought his eyes were lying to him before. Yet he notes the power is far weaker than when the king wielded it. Taehyun understands then that predation has no effect on Orgel. He switches tactics and forms Bloodblades instead. Power borrowed from Igman surges through the strike. He follows with Dragon's Fury, aura and mana erupting outward in a violent burst. Orgel wonders if this is the Dragon Lord's power as Taehyun's attack lands. Taehyun activates Monsterification, forcing his body to mirror monsters. Orgel's power looms heavier as the clash escalates. Watching it all, Ricky cannot believe a human and an Archduke are fighting like this. It leaves her questioning what Kim Taehyun truly is. In a flash, Orgel clamps onto Kim's arm, thrill surging through him. It hits him hard. This spark has been missing for ages. He watches the kid channel stolen powers, the same aura the king had. Yet 1,000 years have crawled by since the king vanished. Orgel lived to battle the strong. Then the king vanished and boredom stretched forever. At last he declares a real fight, the first in countless years. He yanks Taehyun closer, orders him to show everything, calling him the king's key. Taehyun realizes predation, and borrowed Archduke powers fail against this beast. With options gone, he commits to the last card he holds. He completes the summon and calls Rosaria forth. The Beastmaster lays eyes on the succubus queen. He knows she stands as the king's most loyal servant. Taehyun admits he hoped to finish alone, but choice is gone. Rosaria fixes Orgel with a cold, intimidating stare. Taehyun truly wanted this battle done without summoning Rosaria. A contractor-summoned Archduke cannot beat a true Archduke. Worse, the risk spikes. His mana flow could reverse again. He might also be dragged into the clash between those two. Even if he lives, Ricky may not, and now is no time to dwell. Orgel admits the succubus queen stands with the key, asking when their summoning pact began. Then it clicks. He recalls sensing nightmare mana, realizing Taehyun is not Igmoon's contractor but hers. Rosaria warns him he will regret learning this so late. She is nothing like that weak vampire. Ironically, this is exactly what the Beastmaster wanted, a truly powerful opponent. Turning to Taehyun, the succubus queen tells him to treat his wounds, asking if he can manage alone. Taehyun believes blood rampage will be enough to handle it. Before he can add more, he is pulled into Rosaria's authority. A sealed personal domain, an artificial space cut off from reality. She provoked Orgel, but for her contractor, she can only shelter him here and buy time. Time is short. She orders him to heal first, Orgel later, and Orgel asks if she can summon someone else. Ricky is summoned almost instantly. She panics in confusion, then hears Kim's voice. He tells her to get off him. Ricky quickly moves away and apologizes. Taehyun explains this is a temporary Archduke shelter. Escape comes first. Outside, the Beastmaster senses the key's mana vanish. He suspects Rosaria concealed them. She feigns ignorance, mocking that his beast brain would not grasp it anyway. Orgel demands she spit them out. He launches an attack on her. Ricky realizes while the Archdukes clash. Escape and perspective matter more than fighting. What she cannot grasp is how a succubus contractor wields other Archdukes' power. She senses it clearly now. Those skills and the earlier rampage broke every rule. Nothing about that power felt normal or restrained. She finally asks him directly, wondering if he is even human at all. The doubt heavy, but controlled. Taehyun calmly brings her back to their first meeting, his voice steady despite the pressure. Back then he said they needed a bond to this world, since others might see them as monsters. And his answer never changed. He is stubborn enough to carry promises until the end, especially ones made to friends. Ricky recalls those words and understands them now, as he explains he is human, only able to absorb others' skills. That truth clicks instantly, explaining how he wielded so many abilities without hesitation. She still believes the skills are excessive, but he trusts Ricky with this secret. Confident she will protect it. Even so, one truth remains sealed forever. His regression can never be shared. He shifts focus fast, suggesting tactics the moment Rosaria authority starts to shake. Even now, beyond this space, Rosaria is still fighting, trading her strength for precious seconds. Taehyun admits every skill failed to stop Orgel, then asks Ricky if she has any idea left, sorting through her abilities. One option rises above the rest. Portal, a gate that connects to fixed coordinates and tiers, space open. He chooses escape through it, but Holly hesitates. She has only summoned monsters through it, never herself. A human mana gate lacks stability. Unlike warp gates, it can collapse without warning. If it fails, they risk drifting forever between dimensions, lost in the void. Ricky suggests another plan, but both know there is no alternative left. The moment demands a choice. Hesitation costs lives. Taehyun tells her simply he believes in her completely. Reality crashes back around them without mercy. They witness Rosaria fall, defeated by the Beastmaster. Even then, she orders her contractor to run. Orgel notices the king key and mocks him, asking if hiding behind Rosaria will save him. Disappointed, he claims this is not how a king acts. A king destroys all opposition. He taunts that anyone holding the king's power should fight the same way. His words cut short as Taehyun uses predation, and Orgel doubts it could ever work on him. Kim ignores the rant completely, and orders Ricky to open the portal immediately. She activates the portal without delay. The Beastmaster declares he will not allow their escape. Taehyun tells him to wait and clean up properly. He promises to return soon enough to finish things. Ricky still doubts the choice, fearing failure. When Taehyun admits he believes only in the world's greatest mage, he steps through first, waiting for her beyond, and both successfully cross the gate. Relief floods Holly as she realizes it worked. They escaped, becoming the first humans to cross a man-made portal. Taehyun always knew she could succeed. Ricky exhales in relief, until something sudden interrupts the moment. Orgel hand bursts from the portal and clamps onto her without warning, dragging her back. Taehyun screams her name, already moving, but the distance closes too slowly. She is already trapped in the Beastmaster grip, pressure crushing her body. Her scream cuts through the air, raw and uncontrollable. Orgel mocks him, asking where he thinks he is going, declaring the battle has only begun and ordering him back. He releases Ricky, and Kim catches her before she falls. Her body is broken, bones shattered, internal damage spreading fast. He knows she will not survive much longer without immediate aid. Panic floods him as he searches his skills for anything that could save her. Blood rampage crosses his mind, then Rosaria, but both options collapse under doubt. He forces his thoughts forward, refusing to stop thinking. Ricky speaks softly, telling him it is all right. She always knew this could happen. Taehyun answers firmly, saying he will not abandon her and that he promised to save her. Holly tells him he has already done enough and that going back is impossible now. She asks him for one final favor. She recalls his ability to absorb other skills and asks if he can take hers too. She says this is the only way she can still serve humanity. Taehyun hesitates, heart heavy, then accepts her wish, as Ricky Holly feels peace knowing she lived without regret. Except for one small regret, never asking him out on a date elsewhere. Min Ji-hong and Cody Wood continue fighting as Min blood surges with excitement. Cody decides he must end this quickly. He cannot afford this delay. Min questions where Cody plans to run, hurt that his opponent thinks of others mid-fight. He says if Cody worries about Taehyun and the prison woman, he should give up. Orgel already caught them. He claims their mana vanished long ago, leaving him puzzled. Ji-hong feels disappointed. He wanted another fight with Taehyun. Then Cody's sword strikes him. Cody calls it a lie, saying he still believes in those two. Min prepares to answer, saying the truth will be revealed soon. The ground trembles suddenly, cutting his words short. Orgel's voice echoes, commanding him to come immediately. The malignant guildmaster replies that he is busy restraining an intruder. The beastmaster warns him once more, forcing him to leave, calling Cody lucky. Min declares this is only the beginning, claiming the world will burn in endless flame. He announces himself, Min Ji-hong, the spark that will ignite it. Cody wonders what Orgel calling him away truly means. He returns from the abyss to find members of the U.S. Player Association waiting. He asks if Kim Taehyun and Ricky returned, leaving them confused. Then they notice someone approaching from the distance. It is Taehyun, standing there with Ricky Holly held carefully in his arms, bloodied silence surrounding him. The sight makes Cody understand instantly that she is gone. No chance left. He asks quietly if her end was peaceful. Taehyun confirms it was, apologizing that he failed to save her. The association members grow emotional, and Cody tells him it was not his fault, believing Ricky died honorably for humanity. Because they were too weak. Cody offers to take Ricky's body and thanks Kim Taehyun, but he refuses and asks to carry her himself, requesting to be taken to the United States Player Association. He believes it is his responsibility to deliver what Ricky entrusted to him. At the United States Player Association headquarters, Kevin Lee greets them, thanking Taehyun for bringing Ricky back, saying they all owe him greatly. He admits they lost many valuable players and are overwhelmed dealing with the aftermath. Because of that, he hopes the reason Taehyun summoned them is truly important. Gregor snaps that they are too busy to listen to nonsense, calling Taehyun a failure. Cody asks if that insult includes him as well. As the argument rises, Taehyun tells them they will soon know if this was worth their time. Shock spreads as they sense Ricky's skill activating from Taehyun, confirming it is truly hers. A skill that replays recorded memories. Taehyun decides to let them hear her final words, revealing he obtained 3 skills from Ricky. One was high-level Monster Heart, forming a mana stone inside the body and allowing free mana control, the source of most her abilities. That power likely shaped her obsession with the line between humans and monsters. Another was Portal, creating a warp gate at fixed coordinates, the method used to escape Orgel, enabling dimensional travel once set. The last was Memorize, a skill that reveals memories connected to what is observed. This was why Ricky served as investigator for the World Player Association. Kevin knows Memorize was unique to her and questions how Taehyun can use it. Taehyun explains Ricky mastery of mana allowed skill transfer, though he hides the truth about predation. Cody asks what Taehyun intends to show them with Memorize. The memory reveals information Ricky gathered while investigating Orgel Castle. Data about the monster language remained undeciphered, but when Ricky saw the painting, she immediately recognized those seated beside Orgel as archdukes. Beastmaster Orgel, Queen of Nightmares Rosaria, Vampire Lord Igman, Demon King Beelzebub, Dragon Lord Hazard, Beast King Jormungand, and the fallen angel Lucifer. These 7 archdukes fought endlessly for territory, maintaining a fragile balance over the abyss. As Ricky wondered who ruled above them, she was discovered by Orgel. The room absorbs this truth, leaving Kevin Lee stunned as he realizes Orgel, Igman, and Lucifer were part of this expedition. Their true strength was unclear before, now confirmed by the cost paid in player lives. They understand a single archduke could already erase Earth, yet there are 7, and possibly something even more powerful beyond them. Deep in the abyss, Ji-hong asks Orgel if the chaos is finally over. He still struggles to accept that an archduke was wounded and needed his strength. The Beastmaster calls it an accident, says he would heal alone, adds he hates waiting, then warns he will crush Ji-hong if spoken to that way again. Min stores the threat away and asks why Kim Taehyun was hunted so obsessively. Orgel explains he holds a rare authority, one permitted only by a chosen existence, leaving Ji-hong confused about who allowed it. Orgel speaks of the being who climbed above all others in the abyss, the ruler who united the archdukes and waged war on the upper realms, the king of the abyss. Yet that king is no longer the same as before. The Beastmaster issues fresh commands to his contractor, ordering him to return to Earth and hasten everything. He demands the world fall into disorder and the Abyss King's key be delivered. With the key, Orgel plans to seize the abyss and stand at its summit. Ji-hong kneels in words alone, pledging obedience and reporting that the plan advances smoothly. Kim confronts the president of the U.S. Player Association, asking what move comes next. Kevin chooses discussion first, admitting results are far from guaranteed. Taehyun argues this has outgrown national control and now threatens humanity's future, so the truth must spread. Lee warns that revealing it all could drive the world into chaos. Taehyun counters that chaos can forge unity, reminds them Ricky never served one nation, urges them to honor her intent. After a pause, Kevin agrees to release the data through the World Player Association once they prepare. Taehyun then asks about the strange light beneath the building, seen through Ricky's memories using Memorize. The president reels at how much he knows, while Marcus treats him as a trusted ally. They guide Taehyun down into the basement. Kevin reflects that history proves humanity changed forever after first touching the abyss. Awakenings and abyss resources fueled growth. At least that is the story told. But a hidden truth remains. The abyss appeared first, a lethal realm humans could not survive. Everything shifted after something was hauled from the Pacific depths. Kevin reveals awakenings began only after contact with that being. He presents their savior to Taehyun, the force that updates mankind, called No Name. Unofficially, it is treated as a god, though never acknowledged as such. Taehyun sees a figure sealed in glass, wonders if it is the king, asks how this secret stayed buried. Kevin insists progress must be led by a single nation and a chosen few within it. Despite decades of study, No Name yielded nothing since the first awakening, to Kevin or any predecessor. Recently, subtle signs emerged, as Taehyun watches closely and notices the being stir. Its eyes open, the pale entity awakens at last. Shock freezes everyone in place. For the first time ever, No Name has opened its eyes. No one knows if this moment signals salvation or ruin. As the chairman urgently calls for researchers, Taehyun feels sudden clarity. No Name has never awakened before. Now it stares at Taehyun and speaks, saying he is different, as expected from one who regressed with the king's power. Taehyun stands wide-eyed, realizing the being knows his regression and addressed him directly. As Kim struggles to comprehend, No Name declares that the chains of reincarnation are ready to unlock. The chairman frets over the facility, the strongest research site the U.S. possesses. His aide urges immediate evacuation, sensing danger growing fast, but the chairman refuses, claiming this reaction is the most activity seen in decades. Argyle snaps that the warning was clear, as the creature draws Taehyun in, offering truth if he releases his mana, the king's power. Taehyun calmly announces to everyone present that he is not leaving. The group panics, warning Kim that even an SS-rank player is not safe here. Taehyun begins releasing his power. Energy surges as the chairman shouts at Kim, demanding to know his intentions. Kim responds evenly, saying he only wants to confirm something. Marcus explodes in anger, questioning why this moment was chosen. Cody orders Marcus to fetch the president, sensing Kim Taehyun is acting with purpose. Once the others withdraw, Taehyun fully releases his power. He asks the creature to reveal the truth it promised. A blinding light suddenly floods everything. Taehyun is pulled into the creature's domain. The being calls him the brave key of the king and begins answering him. Questions crash into Taehyun's mind, yet he first asks what this being truly is, wondering if it is God. The creature explains that human ideas of God differ from reality, yet no better word exists. Argyle mocks the idea of a captured God, prompting the being to reveal it is only a fragment, severed and powerless alone. It says it only holds a direction, leaving Taehyun confused about what that means. The creature admits that direction points to its complete self. Taehyun reels, realizing a true God exists somewhere, and No Name is the path. The creature reads his thoughts and confirms his conclusion. It reveals awakenings began for the same reason Taehyun awakened: contact with the king, leaving him stunned by the power he carries. Overwhelmed, Taehyun demands to know why the king forced his regression and asks where God is now. Without warning, the scene shifts to a gate break in New South Korea. Taehyun senses something deeply wrong. The creature explains this is not Taehyun's world, but the king's original realm. Taehyun realizes he is witnessing the king's past. As a man flees a monster inside a dungeon, the fleeing man suddenly begins to glow. The creature explains the king was born carrying one of God's scattered fragments, cornered by death. The child awakened and moved on instinct alone. Argyle watches the white being rise, recalling the same image from a dream. The creature explains the king later conquered the abyss and ruled beside 7 archdukes. Taehyun watches in disbelief, unable to link God's pull to subjugating 7 archdukes. The creature reveals that ruling a lower dimension is required to advance further. The next step is an unavoidable war with the upper realm. Only victors of species wars earn the right to challenge God. Thus, the king led his archdukes against the upper realm. Yet the upper realm holds beings far closer to God than any below. The king could never cross that gap, even after endless regressions, because he began as human. The king's mind slowly twisted, until he realized he was unfit to continue and needed a successor. That successor would become the king's key, the true meaning behind the title. A vessel to continue the mission, end the endless war, and reach God. Taehyun remains shaken, his thoughts racing with unanswered questions. He asks why God scattered fragments and why the king was obsessed with reaching him. Most of all, he demands to know why he was chosen as the key. The creature answers that such truths lie beyond its capacity to comprehend. Taehyun understands he must uncover them himself. As the creature clarifies, he holds the king's power, not God's. His future is not bound to their path. He may live freely during his regression. The choice to move forward is left entirely to Taehyun. Outside the realm, the chairman regrets retreating too soon. He believes staying might have revealed knowledge to aid humanity. Marcus fears for Taehyun, while Cody trusts he never acts without purpose. Moments later, Taehyun steps through the portal using Ricky's ability. He calmly informs the president that No Name vanished. Taehyun adds that absorbed is the more accurate description. The president nearly collapses in shock. Cody admits he respected Taehyun's actions until now. This time, he says, Taehyun crossed a line and owes them answers. Tension thickens as Taehyun approaches Cody. Taehyun explains he heard a voice, followed its guidance, and absorbed No Name. But Cody doubts him and demands what was discussed. Taehyun states plainly that he cannot reveal that yet. The president panics, accusing Kim of hiding secrets and claiming No Name belongs to the US. Cody cuts him off and asks Taehyun what he plans to do next. Taehyun answers that he intends to learn what he is now capable of. He delivers Ricky's final message and declares his return to South Korea. The president orders Cody to stop him, but Cody does nothing. Cody knows Taehyun has already surpassed him, beyond any restraint. The president assumes it is because Taehyun absorbed No Name. Cody corrects him, stating countless failed attempts were made. No Name was never absorbed. No Name chose Kim Taehyun. Cody warns against provoking someone chosen by God, admitting they are now chasing Taehyun's pace. Soon after, the World Player Association announces Ricky Hollies and 4 SS rank players are dead. They also reveal the existence of 7 Archdukes ruling the Abyss. The world mourns fallen heroes while trembling at the Archduke's threat. Later, Chairman Jin consoles Taehyun, saying the ordeal was not his fault. He apologizes for pushing him during such chaos. Hearing from Yue Yang, Jin assumes Taehyun plans to work in the Abyss due to the Archdukes. Taehyun refuses, stating the Abyss needs him now more than ever. Elsewhere, Go Tae-wook prepares to speak with Taehyun. As the chairman tries to stop Tae-wook, he explains the boss hid this from Kim, but since Kim will work mainly in the Abyss, he deserves to know. Go Tae-wook reveals that during Kim's absence, a strange plague spread worldwide, causing gray skin marks and high fever, and asks if Kim has seen it before. Kim falls silent, realizing these are the same symptoms from his past life, the disease that tormented humanity after Venom died. Truth hits hard. Kim believed killing Venom early stopped it. As Tae-wook adds, pathologists confirmed the disease is not natural. Tae-wook states the disease was created by humans within South Korea itself. He adds that evidence links the Malignant Guild to it, striking Kim with another brutal revelation. Tae-wook says the Malignant Guild is not weak, yet lacks means to create such a disease, suspecting outside cooperation under investigation. He explains the Malignant Guild operates globally but is based in New South Korea, while the association moves to erase them. Kim asks the president about something else, revealing he met the Malignant Guild leader at Orgel's castle, named Minji Hong, demanding to know who he is. Tae-wook reacts in complete shock at the name. Kim adds that Min now works for Orgel and seemed familiar with the president. Chairman Jinwee shows disgust, knowing Minji Hong sided with monsters, as Tae-wook asks if he should reveal the truth to Kim. The chairman refuses, calling it his burden, saying he never meant to hide this from Kim. Jin explains that, 20 years ago, while still active, a dungeon break erupted in the countryside. He arrived too late, finding all monsters gone. At the site, he discovered an awakened child who had lost his parents. Unconsciously, that 7-year-old child stopped a B-rank dungeon break alone. That was Jin's first meeting with Minji Hong, sensing both his rage and talent. Jin felt responsible for failing to save the boy's parents. He decided to take Minji Hong in. Jin trained him harshly, trying to prevent hatred from consuming him, hoping he would save New South Korea. Min's talent exceeded expectations, mastering training easily and becoming one of the strongest before high school. Looking back, Jin realizes all his care only pushed Min further into darkness. Kim asks where everything went wrong. Tae-wook explains that entering the Abyss now requires conditions. Back then, no such limits existed. Even children like Min could act as players. Many players sought to form parties with Minji Hong. Despite his strength, every party faced repeated disasters, prompting an association investigation. The investigation revealed Minji Hong deliberately drove teammates to their deaths. Kim asks for the reason behind it. Tae-wook reveals Min claimed he could not fight monsters while protecting the weak, saying survivors would thank him, exposing clear malice. From then on, the association deemed Min dangerous and attempted to erase his records and kill him. Min killed everyone sent after him and vanished, becoming an international criminal. Chairman Jin says Min is deeply mistaken, believing tragedy creates strength and forcing it on others to save the world. Jin admits he believes he is the one who drove Min into madness. Kim agrees that Jin bears part of the blame. Kim says if Jin knew Min was twisted back then, he would have beaten him down, because that is what fathers do, promising to bring Minji Hong back and give Jin another chance. Kim rejects Jin's contempt for the weak, knowing the pain of losing everything while powerless. Afterward, Taewook asks Kim to join them. Kim agrees to join them later, stating there are matters he must settle first. After No Name's appearance, a new status window surfaces, clouding his focus, resembling an unavoidable quest. A countdown appears, signaling the race war's imminent start. Later, Taehyun returns to the abyss, arriving at the succubus castle. He finds Rosaria there, Argyle watching as her wings are torn, while she asks calmly if she looks that terrible. Taehyun blames himself, realizing the clash with Orgel inflicted deeper damage than expected. Rosaria calls it a fortunate result, surviving a battle against an archduke's true form. Taehyun asks what became of her castle. Rosaria explains Igman attacked before Taehyun fought Orgel, adding archdukes are no allies, and blaming her strong contractor. Taehyun promises she will never be humiliated like that again. Rosaria feels her condition already improving. Still, she senses something unfamiliar within Taehyun, realizing he has changed. Taehyun admits he encountered God and learned the truth of the king. He warns her that the race war will begin soon. Disturbed, Rosaria asks how he managed to meet God. Taehyun explains that a fragment of God existed in his world, and he spoke with it. He reminds her she once said knowing the king changed nothing, but assures her that has changed now. Rosaria stares at him in disbelief. She is stunned he met God earlier than expected, unsure if fate or chance guided it. She admits Taehyun's meddling accelerated events, as silence falls, and she says he must know his fate now. Facing him, Rosaria expects an answer from Taehyun. Taehyun recalls No Name's words, that he is not bound like them and can live freely. The choice to continue was left entirely to him. No Name asked what he desired. From Taehyun's perspective, he first sought enjoyment, repaying years of frustration as a powerless human. Then he sought strength, believing power would bring true happiness. He became the strongest human alive, wielding Archduke powers. Yet as he uncovered abyssal truths, he sensed a reason behind the king forcing his regression and granting him such power. He recalls the king praising his resolve and persistence. Taehyun realizes the king needed someone to shoulder a burden too heavy to bear alone. Taehyun declares he will walk the same road as the king. This choice includes Earth, a thorn-filled path chosen to protect his world. He intends to seize control of the coming war. Taehyun asks Queen Rosaria for her strength, promising to raise her higher. Rosaria is impressed but reminds him he is the key, not the king. With much still ahead, Taehyun reveals his power to her, leaving even Rosaria shaken. She demands to know how he became so powerful. Taehyun reveals that when he chose the king's path, the fragment of God was absorbed into him. The queen smiles softly, fully convinced by Taehyun's resolve. She admits she once opposed the king's plan to pass on his power, believing no one else could endure that burden. Now she accepts that she was mistaken. She confesses this feeling is what she truly missed, the presence that reminded her of the king. Rosaria declares she no longer stands above him and recognizes Taehyun as an equal ally. With the race war nearing, she asks how much he truly understands about it. Argyle only knows the upper world attacks after territorial wars end. Taehyun adds, No Name shared little beyond that. Rosaria realizes Taehyun lied about his knowledge, as he drinks calmly, admitting she would not have cooperated otherwise. She calls him a cunning leech, then decides to reveal the truth anyway. Once territorial wars conclude, the race war begins, as the upper world refuses to allow lower realms to grow strong. Simply put, the king of the upper world seeks to prevent that outcome. Taehyun learns there is also a king ruling the upper realm. Rosaria reveals he mirrors their king, an abyssal monster bearing a fragment of God. The first to reach the upper realms and meet God, the demon dragon king Baal. Argyle freezes, recalling Baal as the dragon the king fought in his memories. Taehyun concludes fragment bearers compete to reach God first, but Rosaria explains Baal already met God and betrayed that fate. Baal sought God's throne, while the king opposed him to restore balance, prompting Taehyun to ask why the upper realm delays its attack. Rosaria explains a restraint binds them, preventing action until conditions are fulfilled, likely crafted by the king himself. Taehyun realizes he must defeat every archduke and raise forces to oppose the upper realm. Understanding why the archdukes must fall, Rosaria proceeds to explain the powers and domains held by each archduke. She then asks Taehyun where he intends to begin. Without hesitation, Taehyun chooses Orgel, settling an unpaid debt, to avenge Ricky's death. Yet Orgel controls the largest territory, risking attrition and drawing other archdukes into the conflict. Suddenly, a maid rushes in without warning. She delivers a letter to the queen, carrying urgent news from the Western territories and Makairan. Rosaria senses the stage is set and asks Taehyun if he will help her rise higher. She challenges him to prove his earlier promise. It is revealed Rosaria's western lands are being overrun by the vampire lord Igmun. In the dry desert, the grand succubus knight Makarin battles to defend their land against Bloodia, a triple S rank monster dispatched by Lord Igman. Bloodia mocks Makarin's weakness. She sneers at Queen Rosaria, known as the weakest archduke. The grand succubus knight warns Bloodia to stop insulting their queen. Bloodia overwhelms Makarin with ease, declaring that the abyss rewards only the strongest. She proclaims all succubi, along with their queen, will submit to Bloodia and her crimson archduke Igman, claiming the desert as his territory. At that moment, Taehyun cuts in, stunning Bloodia, who questions why a human stands in her domain. Argyle reveals himself as the mercenary she despised, a sworn blade of Queen Rosaria. It is explained that most abyss-born monsters lack true intelligence. They exist only to consume, rest, and destroy by instinct alone. Yet rare mutants emerge with heightened power and awareness. These beings are selected by nature itself, born with the right to dominate others. Like humans with ranks, monsters are bound by levels. Those levels inevitably force clashes between equals. The abyss follows one rule: only the strongest survive. Bloodia always survived, crushing self-proclaimed leaders until none remained nearby. That changed when she met the apex predator, the vampire lord Igman, an archduke. Igman crushed Bloodia so completely that her past victories became meaningless. For the first time, she realized there were beings far above her. Igman made her acknowledge the unbridgeable gap between them. A monster's limit is set at birth, and Bloodia had reached hers. Igman revealed the only path forward was borrowed power, then asked her to serve him. Humiliated but desperate, Bloodia accepted. The power gained through that submission was overwhelming and worth the shame. She believed obedience and growth could one day elevate her to archduke. Yet she could not endure the truth that even with that power, she was defeated by a servant of weak archdukes, a mere human. Enraged, Bloodia lunges at Taehyun. Taehyun catches her strike with a single hand. His power erupts, layered with Rosaria's authority. The pressure freezes Bloodia mid-motion. Taehyun cuts her down cleanly, declaring his victory. He echoes her creed of survival, naming her his prey, though he has no taste for monsters. Taehyun condemns her trespass and decides she will not leave alive. Knowing she serves Igmun, he orders her to summon her master. Bloodia refuses, denying she is anyone's servant. She claims she will rise to the abyss's peak herself. As the SSS monster leaps again, Taehyun consumes her instantly through predation. Wounded, Makarin realizes Kim is Rosaria's contractor. Taehyun recalls struggling against SS plus foes, now trivial after fusing God's fragment. He checks his status window, seeing skills tied to Archduke and summoning powers. A new adjustment feature appears, and Taehyun senses predation will let him face remaining archdukes. Blood begins to pool across the land. From it, Lord Igman takes form. He states calmly that he expected little from Bloodia. At the very least, her actions succeeded in drawing Taehyun out into the open. Taehyun finds the timing strange, yet it works in his favor since he was already hunting Igman. Lord Igman welcomes the encounter, mocking Taehyun as the king's key. The scene shifts away to Chairman Jinwei. Lost in memory, he reflects on his younger years. While staring quietly at an old photograph, suddenly, Go Tae-wook bursts into the room. He reports that the Nightwalkers spotted activity near the suspected malignant guild base. The team awaits the chairman's command to move. Jinwei orders Tae-wook to summon all nationally ranked players immediately. He also decides to personally join the operation. Tae-wook hesitates, warning that Kim Tae-hyun is still unreachable in the abyss and asks if they can proceed alone. Jinwei questions when the association began depending so heavily on one man. He concludes they must end this themselves. Recalling Kim said he had matters to handle, Jinwei reflects that Taehyun walks a path meant only for him. He resolves to support Taehyun properly by doing what must be done on their side. Back in the abyss, Igman formally introduces himself as the Vampire Lord and Archduke. Argyle introduces himself as Rosaria's contractor and the King's Key. Igman scoffs, saying that claim better be true before making an offer. He tells Taehyun to sever his contract with Queen Rosaria. Igman promises unmatched power under his rule, offering Taehyun conquest of the abyss and leadership of the territorial wars. Taehyun sees through the scheme immediately. He recalls Rosaria warning that all archdukes would covet the king's key to crown themselves. Taehyun challenges Igman's lies, prompting a threat that force will be used if persuasion fails. Igman notes Taehyun distrusts him, but not Rosaria, scoffing when Taehyun calls them equals. Igman insists the abyss knows only rulers and the ruled, as proven by the king's reign. Argyle states he never denied using force, showing mercy only to those who beg. Taehyun counters by offering Igmun a chance to serve him and prove himself in the coming race wars. Igman laughs, mocking Taehyun for being only the king's key. He dismisses Taehyun as an arrogant child. Igman unleashes blood swords toward Taehyun, closing in instantly. Taehyun shatters them effortlessly without exertion. The sight leaves Igmun momentarily stunned. Taehyun warns this leniency ends now, declaring the time for awakening has come. Argyle wields Igman's authority as the Archduke counters with the same power. Igman laughs, amused that Taehyun handles Archduke authority as if it were his own. He taunts Taehyun, asking if his theft will end only in death. Amid the clash, Taehyun admits an Archduke surpasses SS ranks and considers calling Rosaria. Still, he chooses to test his own limits first, fully synchronized with the shard while facing an Archduke. Taehyun commits fully, launching forward and gliding through the air on spread wings. He rakes Igman with his claws, carving damage and shattering the Archduke's shard. The Vampire Lord recoils, realizing Taehyun is wielding abilities taken from others. Taehyun shrugs it off, saying it is far too early for surprise, since authority is not all he has. He triggers Blood Rampage and Monsterification, smashing Igmun's weapon into fragments. Igman freezes as he recognizes the skill, the same power once used by Orgel. He grasps that Taehyun is blending the abilities of multiple Archdukes at once. Anger flares as Igman presses in, meeting Taehyun head-on. Taehyun batters the blade again, forcing it closer to collapse. Igman seethes, realizing the human once shielded by Rosaria has grown this strong. As an Archduke clashes with a human, the succubi watch in disbelief as Igman is pushed into a real struggle. The Grand Succubus Knight questions if Taehyun is human. As the battle mirrors Archduke combat, Taehyun mocks Igman, asking how it feels to lose to a child. Igman warns him not to overreach, saying Taehyun has seen only a fraction of true authority. He scoffs that such power is wasted on Taehyun, then readies his blood sword. Taehyun answers with Dragon's Fury, releasing a mana-charged aura that surges outward. He charges through it, telling Igmun he is the one who understands nothing. Taehyun drives his claws into the Vampire Lord, pressing the attack further, and unleashes demonic fluids, infusing mana with corrosive poison. Blood swords collapse and dissolve, dripping away across the battlefield. Taehyun hesitates, questioning whether he truly finished it. Igmun admits Taehyun exceeded all expectations. The Archduke accepts defeat, but the surrender proves false. In an instant, Taehyun sinks into a vast sea of blood. As Igman claims forcing him, Sirius was already a loss. Now Igman vows to repay the humiliation in full. Taehyun demands to know where he is, as Igman reveals the true blood field, the core of his power. Panic sets in as Taehyun calls for Rosaria. Igman mocks him, saying to call if he can, since all mana is gone. Taehyun realizes the field is draining his mana without pause. Argyle understands he misjudged everything and pushed too far. Igman declares Taehyun will drown in blood, slowly and without escape. The blood engulfs Taehyun, his breath fades, and consciousness slips away. Finding it troublesome, Igman reaches out to inspect the king's key. Taehyun vanishes without warning. Then the truth strikes with crushing force. Taehyun reveals Igman is wrong. This realm is not Igman's at all, it belongs to him. Igman scoffs, saying Taehyun speaks as if another owner exists. That is confirmed as a second Taehyun appears. Kim's doppelganger welcoming Igman inside his realm. Igman demands to know if this dark Taehyun is the true key. The doppelganger sounds tired of the same demand, telling Igman everyone asks but never listens, then asks if he is any different. Lord Igman summons his blood swords, declaring his status as an archduke, mocking the doppelganger for daring to speak truth. Dark Taehyun scoffs, unable to grasp why every archduke acts as if they stand alone at the top. With sharp contempt, he reminds Igman that there is always someone standing above them. Pressure thickens as both sides manifest blood swords in silence. Without warning, Igman's blade vanishes, swallowed by a creature erupting from the blood field. That creature clearly belongs to the doppelganger. It thanks Igmun calmly, saying the blood sword provided much-needed mana. The Vampire Lord burns with rage, insulted by a parasite daring to mock the Lord of Blood. Igman decides to crush the doppelganger first, claiming explanations can wait. Dark Taehyun remains unfazed, unimpressed by the same hollow method Grey Venom once used to invade another inner world. Still, he expected nothing less from an archduke. Then adds, there is something the original never realized. The blood sea trembles as its flow twists unnaturally. The doppelganger explains that a field can counter another field. He activates Apocalypse and moves. A brutal punch crashes into Igmun's face. The Vampire Lord is sent flying as the doppelganger curses Taehyun for wasting such a powerful ability. He admits he meant to stay hidden, but Taehyun is still too reckless to be left alone. Taehyun drained his mana and forced the doppelganger out, crying Rosaria's name, making this intervention unavoidable. The doppelganger orders the foolish archduke to rise and learn what real combat means. He strikes Igmun relentlessly, battering him without pause. Blood spills as the doppelganger unleashes everything he has. He wagers Igmun has not suffered such humiliation since becoming an archduke. He knows the archduke is now truly enraged. The doppelganger shields himself and charges forward. Something makes him stop short. Igmun, barely standing, swears vengeance, promising not even flesh will remain. At that moment, Dark Taehyun notices Igmun's banishing sword, a blade that traps what it cuts. He realizes Igmun planned to steal the king's power with it. bound to Taehyun's body and lacking full control. The doppelganger hesitates as Igmun surges forward. He senses the original Taehyun has awakened. The doppelganger tells him Igmun is weakened enough. Now finish it. Control shifts instantly as Taehyun strikes from blind range. He activates Predation, Devour. Igmun's body is torn apart. The Archduke stunned at losing to the king's shadow. Taehyun gasps for breath. Rosaria arrives, checking on her contractor. Igmun stares in disbelief that even Archduke Rosaria stands with a human. Choosing survival, the vampire lord withdraws. He swears the king's key will soon sit in his grasp. Igmun withdraws with cold resolve, already planning a decisive return. Rosaria exhales in relief, seeing Taehyun standing unharmed before her eyes. Had she known Igmun was part of this chaos, she would have appeared without hesitation. He tells her to drop the guilt, since he never summoned her to begin with. Taehyun leans against the queen's lap, asking if this moment qualifies as a proper signal to start the territorial war. Rosaria admits it plainly. Our guy never fails to shock expectations. Elsewhere, the situation moves in the opposite direction. Every S&A rank awakens storms the malignant guild base. Enemies crawling everywhere in suffocating numbers. They push deeper, fast, aiming for the leaders who will flee while lesser members stall for time. One car escapes early, with guild leader Yua Hung launching a relentless pursuit. The chairman senses she may need backup, and acts without delay. Jinwei smashes through the structure, walls collapsing under his advance. He breaches the base, orders the malignant guild to stand down, warning them against pointless resistance. That command draws out the vice leader, Shadow, emerging from the darkness. The chairman recognizes him instantly, Shadow, vice leader, and one of the three warlords. In that instant, Jinhui realizes Yua Young is chasing the wrong target. Yua Young keeps pressure on the fleeing car, refusing to slow. Then the truth hits her. Inside, she finds President Lee Jung-soo, who realizes Guildmaster Yu is on his trail. Yua Young uncovers the truth. The Tizen group backed the malignant guild, a suspicion held for a long time. Even the spread of the Grey Disease traces back to the malignant guild's actions. Yua Young explains they believed a hidden backer existed. The NSK Association noticed Tyson Pharmaceuticals profited fast from a miracle cure. Proof was lacking before. But the Tyson Group exiting Malignant Guild headquarters changes everything. Yua Young demands answers. Lee Jung-soo admits he used the guild purely for corporate gain. He adds that NSK favoring 4 guilds angered him. Yua Young mocks this as an excuse for lacking talent. Lee Jung-soo snaps back, saying she is acting as if the arrest already happened. He makes his stance clear. He has no intention of surrendering peacefully. Yua Young cuts him down verbally, reminding him he barely qualifies as S rank. Lee Jung-soo reveals the truth. He surpassed that limit through monsterification. The air shifts instantly. Shock freezes Yua Young as she recognizes Zhang Lung's monster experiment, realizing it was never just a virus. Lee Jung-soo radiates malice, claiming power nearing national rank, daring Yua Young to respond. A monstrous punch surges straight toward her. The scene returns to Malignant Guild headquarters, where S-rankers Park Seong-jin and Kwon Kong-hyuk engage Shadow. They clash head-on with Shadow, the battle escalating rapidly. No matter how many blows land, something feels deeply wrong. Shadow shows no reaction, as if their attacks never connect. Other S-rankers attempt a coordinated pincer assault from both sides. The effort collapses instantly, achieving nothing. Shadow counters, binding the players in writhing shadows that seize and immobilize them. Chairman Jinwei throws a crushing punch, the impact tearing the shadows apart and freeing his trapped allies. Shadow sneers, and finally explains why no one has ever managed to capture him. He claims they fail because he moves unseen, slipping away exactly like a living shadow. The S-rank players curse his nonsense, while Jinwei orders them to ignore Shadow's empty provocation. President Jin senses something off, noticing Shadow's fixation on his own ability, and decides to test it. He calmly calls for coordinated support from the surrounding players. The president charges in with every S-rank beside him, as Shadow mocks them for never learning. Each clash ends the same way, no matter how often they repeat it. Shadow declares they are the trapped ones. Shadow ropes erupt and coil around the players as panic spreads. Jinwei lunges forward as tendrils rush him. Shadow warns the old man he is diving into flames. Instead, Jinwei observes closely and catches a hidden rhythm. He realizes Shadow released 2 captives while parrying, meaning he cannot attack and defend together. Shadow's power works in turns. Timing is the only weakness that matters. The president sets a deliberate opening, planning for Lim Ah-hyung to strike immediately after. In a blink, Lim swings her icy hammer, sealing Shadow inside a massive block of frozen crystal. With Shadow restrained, Jinwei activates his ancient martial art stance, Mountain Domain. He smashes the ice with overwhelming force, shattering it into fragments. The onlookers freeze in disbelief at what follows. Shadow's mask cracks and breaks apart under the assault. Shadow remains calm, praising Jinwei for deciphering his skills so fast, calling him that man's teacher. The old master demands answers, asking where Minjihong is and whether he returned from the abyss. Shadow refuses to reveal his leader, stating his role was only delay while Data escaped. This base is expendable now. In an instant, Shadow vanishes, proclaiming the coming age of villains before disappearing. Quan Kang Hyuk urges pursuit, but the president declines to chase Shadow any longer. Lima Hyung immediately understands, realizing his concern lies with Yua Hyung. She reassures him calmly, stating her sister is far stronger than he fears. Elsewhere, events unfold very differently. Guildmaster Yu overwhelms President Li Zhengsu, driving him into complete defeat. He cries out in disbelief, claiming he reached national rank, unable to accept losing to an S rank. Green aura surges around Yu as she smiles, revealing she trained seriously while others advanced. The scene shifts into her past memories. Taehyun suddenly contacts her, and due to injury she cannot join, so he urges secret training. Ye snaps back, insisting she has no time for such nonsense. Taehyun persists, vowing to raise the entire squad to national rank, provoking her about falling behind Lima Hyung. Flustered, Yu admits she refuses to lose to her own sister. Taehyun pushes harder, saying Nightwalkers cannot have a weak guildmaster among national leaders. Back in the present, Yu continued brutal weekly training with Taehyun without rest. That effort raised her to national rank, a fact she kept hidden until now. Yu forces the president down and asks calmly if he has anything else to reveal. She orders him to hurry, demanding more proof of his dealings with villains. Li Zhengsu signals his men forward, and the moment cracks open into chaos. The truth drops hard. Minjihong, the villain leader, steps in, telling the president he owes his life to his presence. Yu Young locks in place, shock draining her face as Minjihong addresses her. He casually remarks that she looks good, his tone cutting through the silence. Far away, Kim Tae-hyun climbs out of the abyss into South Korea, hoping time has not ruined everything.